Good morning from the beautiful east coast of South Africa as that African sun rises over the Indian Ocean. First glimpses of a pretty smooth and velvety looking ocean. Plenty of waves out there as well. That's a key ingredient for a surf contest which we kicked off yesterday and enjoyed performances ramping up throughout an important day. And today the excitement builds as we look to bring in the top seeds for the round of 64 for the men. Loads of talking points from the Challenger Series. And here to give you some searing insights and red hot takes. Joining myself, Paul Evans, Greg Emsley, Gig Cilliers. Morning, how are we feeling?
Morning, gents. I think we're all 5 coffees in and ready for a good day of surfing. Round of 64. Absolutely stacked heats. It's going to be a nuts day of surfing. And a little secret is the waves are looking quite nice out there.
Gigs, you were thinking maybe it would pick up a touch. Looks like we've got a little bit more energy in the water, maybe quite a bit more.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw the first signs of that southerly pulse yesterday afternoon in the men's round, opening round. But that onshore breeze just sort of packed it up, and then let it go overnight. And, well, it's structured. It's marching in here. Again, our partners at Surfline spot on with that. I think it's going to be game on, Paul.
Overall, from what we saw yesterday, Greg, impressed with the performances that went down. We saw some, I guess, first day is all about not losing, right? But if you can get a statement performance as well and go big on the scoreboard, extra confidence to bring through to today.
Yeah, a little bit of a messier lineup yesterday. We're seeing it more groomed this morning, but a lot of attacking surfing yesterday, and that's what I like. The surfers that were going full speed ahead, attacking the waves were the ones that got through, and I think we're going to see much the same today.
Early birds this morning coming down, and you're always good. Whatever sort of surfing you're doing, if you see the surf's picked up, it's clean, you're always stoked if you've got a heat, an important heat on the Challenger Series, even more so. All of our athletes, they back themselves, obviously, when there's more opportunity, more surf out in the water. Surfers like Macy Callahan already with a great start to the season and looking to really try and carry over that momentum from Australia and bring it here to South Africa. It's a very different part of the world and very different kind of waves to what we surfed in our first 2 Challenger events, Gigs. But so far, so good from what we've seen at Ballito. We're expecting it to sort of kick on a little bit more with that improvement in conditions, and we're expecting performances to go up as well today as the big seeds come in.
Yeah, yesterday, as we mentioned, we got going on a thin new swell. So it was kind of typical beach break. But today, I think some more grunty right-handers. I think, Greg, what you said with the formula for yesterday, they're going to have to apply the same thing today. It's going to attack the lip, perhaps that 2-turn combo still. It's just going to be an enlarged version today of yesterday.
In terms of names that we're looking forward to seeing coming in, surfers that we haven't seen yet, the top seeds from tour, anyone standing out for you?
Just, on the early surf, just checking things out. I'm excited to see the first heat get underway. Kaya Arbeli is going to be really exciting. But, yeah, throughout that draw, I think we're going to see there's a couple of huge names. Mikey Madonna, second heat. I think Morgan's in his heat as well. So it's going to be an absolute pack. The heats are all packed. Of course, you got your seeded surfers, and joining them are the winners from yesterday. So no easy heats today.
Well, that's the view from the studio. You know what? Let's go down the beach with Emma Smith for an update this morning.
Okay, I'm down with Morgan in the athletes area. What is the call? How was your surf this morning?
Yeah, it's on. I think men are on. So, yeah, it's 3 to 4 foot, pretty fun. It's offshore, so that's good, and a little bit wobbly from the night before. But, yeah, it should be a good day of competition.
And how are you feeling for your heat? What boards are you riding today?
Yeah, just on the sharp eyes, got an Inferno 72, and just because it's a little bit wobbly out there, just to go through the bump and go through the flat section. So, yeah, pretty keen.
Cool. Well, get warm and good luck for your next heat.
Thank you.
Thanks, Emma. Hey, look, not that I want anything to happen to Travis Logie, but if something did happen, Sibilik, the natural replacement, let's bring him in. Why is no one talking about this?
Who's better looking? No, look, just alluding to that, as I say, a lot more energy in the water. And, Greg, we're in for a big day.
You know what? Talking about the forecast, we'd love to geek out on it and just kind of keep looking to see what's coming, obviously, in the short term, and particularly looking towards the end as we get towards final, those very most important heats. How are we liking what we're seeing on this animation?
Yep, mixed up swells. There we are, higher up on the east coast. We benefit from those big storms that come up from the South Atlantic. And then there's always leftover tropical storms off to the east of the continent. So, yep, consistency, Surfline right on it, and definitely plenty of swell ahead for the Challenger Series stop here in Ballito.
So those pulses coming through, and we are anticipating this getting bigger towards the week, into the weekend. Of course, we can run all the way through to Monday. That's what we're looking at for today. And in terms of sort of maneuver selection and that sort of thing, Greg, I guess it's a pretty open plan. It's something for everyone. Certainly some sections to do some airs. We might see a few of those.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a cleaner lineup, and there's going to be better decision making today from the surfers, because you can see your good waves a bit clearer today. So I think we'll see a few less rides than we saw yesterday, and better decision making. I did the little rounds along the beach this morning, speaking to various coaches, and they've all got the same strategy. They're looking at the lineup. They're seeing 3 peaks. Today we got one just off the rocks, not quite off the point, slightly wider, and that's giving quite a good run in. They're not as consistent. There's a middle peak, number 2. That's sort of the biggest and most consistent, and then there's a sneaky wide one under priority if you're needing a backup.
All right, well, the forecast is looking good. It looks pretty good what we've got right now out in the water from the glimpses we've had. We've got a great looking first heat as well, about to hit the water. Of course, the top seeds do come in this round, and then surfers making it through from yesterday as well. A lot of surfing yet to come from Ballito, but really looking forward to seeing this first one fire up. Had a little chat actually with Kyle Belly quickly last night. He had a warm-up surf, said he didn't find anything, couldn't get away, but he was really excited about this morning's conditions. He'll be taken on a couple of Frenchmen, Gatien Delay and Thiago Carrick. Also Kai Martin, who ripped yesterday. We'll say thanks to Gixilius for jumping in this morning into the studio. We'll hear more from him shortly, and we'll get things underway here. Half an hour for these surfers to get themselves 2 waves and to try and build up a solid result in South Africa. As we see an early glimpse of Ibeli, fresh off the CT this year. Didn't go so well for him, and he's backing himself up on the challenges here and down to business early. He was mentioning he thought the winds were going to be light offshore this morning and clean, and he was really looking forward to just getting out there, getting some waves under his belt. One of those surfers, Kaya, that's just shown his quality at different venues around the world. Doesn't really have a specialist location or type of wave as such. It feels like he's strong everywhere, but it didn't happen for him this year. Let's check out Gatien Delay as he snaps one using that rangy, lanky frame. And again, similar sort of term with a bit more venom, and then arrives late at the lip and good enough to try and get that up, but quite put it down though. So the last turn will be an incompletion. You can see he's got his pedal to the metal, just in terms of really wants to get back out quick and get going and build something up. Delay going very well indeed on the challenges. And he'd love to try and get a strong performance here in South Africa. I just want to ask you a little bit about Kaio, actually, from like last year, where a real strong start to the season in Hawaii, looked like he couldn't fall off. And then all of a sudden, I don't know if his form deserting him this year, maybe a bit unlucky in some of his heats, maybe a bit of both.
Yeah, it's just there's just such a little bit of room at the top with so many good surfers, and someone has to fall out, and sadly it's Kaya. But he's like for me, he's a nemesis to a lot of surfers over the years. You think about he skinned John Florence and Geordie Smith in many of those heats. He's just, and in good waves, often when it's really, really good, that's when he fires. And a smaller stature, but he just, even you saw that opening wave, he just goes so hard at every maneuver. And when it's tubing, he's just exceptionally good as well.
Yeah, been a brilliant surfer in Hawaii down the years. That campaign that he had last year on the North Shore, but yeah, to your point, not a lot of room there, not a lot of time either. Those 5 events, if you don't get a strong start, you're up against it, you're under pressure. Let's see how he goes on the Challenger Series here in South Africa, though. Great chance for him to get back and put himself in that CT conversation. And we do get quite a lot of overlap with those CT guys that fall off, and then these sort of surfers trying to qualify. It does feel like certainly an advantage. You think of names like Samuel Pupo as well. If you just come fresh from the CT, already feels like you're operating on a higher level. And it feels, the Challenger Series is 6 events, best 4 counting. It's a great platform for these guys to get straight back on tour.
For sure. And someone like Kaya, you think about, he's been there for a while. He's 30 years old. He's a family man. He's got a couple of burger joints, a belly burger, so he's a businessman as well. So he's got a bit of a backing, which, I find if you've got that backing, a little bit of a backup plan other than surfing, that can pull a little bit of pressure away from you. And when your heat comes, you can just focus on surfing well. And so I think that's a bonus Kaya definitely has. And I wouldn't be surprised the end of the Challenger Series, he's back on tour.
He'll be chomping on a CT burger early next year. We'll see soon enough. 24 minutes and 45 seconds. Plenty of time in this for surfers like Karik and Martin to open up their accounts. So far, similar kind of scores in the mid-range. Delay with the better of it. 5 point for him, a 4-5 for Kaio. Look at these lines filling in, so a lot cleaner and smoother. See the periods jumped up as well, which should improve, like you were saying, Greg, just about some selection and making better choices. It was a bit scattergun yesterday, a little frantic, and you can understand why. It's all about getting through, but right now, maybe a chance to have a good look at the waves and really try and pick the eyes, find some quality in the lineup.
Looking at those two opening exchanges, the judges keeping it at that 4.55 range. Both surfers pretty much with a two-turn combos. We saw that yesterday all day long, the two-turn combos. So that's set again for this morning. The difference I'm seeing, a bit of a cleaner, more organized lineup. And those two turns, there's a bit more time in those turns, a bit more space to move, bigger maneuvers, and they can really set them up a lot better. Yesterday with the onshore winds, very rushed, as we see Kaya on this first one. Snaps up and over that one, and a beautiful second turn, but he had a bit of time to drive off the bottom. And Gatien as well, nice tall surfer, extended maneuvers, and just strong on that turn, and just goes for that finish. Not quite complete on that last one, but the job done out the back, and just very strong surfing, and getting those mid-range scores, 5 and a 4-5.
Yeah, pretty much textbook stuff, really. According to the script, get yourself a 5 in early on, look to try and build, get a platform. Meanwhile, you surfers like Karik Martin, time's ticking away a little bit. Nothing really come through. What you don't want right now, if you're them, is for another wave to pop up for surfers that have already got something locked in, and you'll have something of a bigger total to aim at. But of course, by the time you've been surfing, you get to the Challenger Series with surfing heats since you're a little kid, you're pretty used to the fact that you can stay calm under pressure, always back yourself, back your skills. Like most surfers get to this stage of their career, they're pretty confident they can win any heat they're in, and I guess confidence is pretty key.
Yeah, you got to have that confidence, and it's interesting to see probably our more experienced surfers getting those first scores. You think about Kyle Martin, he's been here for a couple of weeks already. He's got used to this lineup, but it's been quite small. Today is a bit chunkier, and I think about his strategies he's used. He gets busy early. Yesterday he started with a 7.5. Today a little bit of a slower start, so not quite sure why he's got the strategy change, but let's see if it pays off for him.
Delay on the backhand here. He's got amazing air game on the lefts, and the rail work looks pretty sharp there too. So finding himself that opportunity and going back in underneath that main peak on that left through to the inside. It'll be another score for him, so he'll like the way this momentum is going. And in a tough heat like this, pet scores on the board early. Let's have a look at this left, Greg.
Yeah, I haven't seen too many lefts in the lineup this morning. To be honest, it wasn't on the cards for me. You can see it's a little bit broken up, but backing up, that first score and probably just goes, well, under priority. Let's put a bit of pressure, maybe not so much on Kaya, but more on Tiago and Kai, and just make them feel that scoreboard pressure a little bit. Of course, Gatien, we first got to see him really perform well in 2022. He was runner-up.
It's small conditions, was it?
Yeah, it was small, and we actually surfed on the bather's side.
Right, yeah.
And there wasn't much sand here. We surfed on the, so it was, but he was just ripping those small waves, and with his taller stature, he just gets a lot of drive and torque through his turns and throws lots of spray, so it's very impressive.
Yeah, big result for him. He ended up the year pretty close. He's in the conversation right through to the end. Couldn't quite get it done in terms of his qualification that year. He's already got a good result on the board from Australia. Let's see how he goes here in South Africa, setting up that platform. It will be midway point when this event wraps up on the Challenger Series. 20 minutes, 20 seconds to go in this. He'll get a small number for his left-hander. I haven't seen a move yet out of the European champion, Tiago Karik. Won the QS. Just absolutely blazed those events. Looked dominant. The goofy. And we haven't seen much action from him yet in this one. He's as yet hasn't seen anything to tickle his fancy. Such a versatile surfer. Also someone with an amazing air game as well. Plenty of power. Let's see how he can go about using that. But we've lost a third of the heat. And Nothing to interest Martin. We just saw a quick vision of him having a look at a right-hander that was a bit stretched out. The backhand from Kai Martin looked so sharp yesterday, though, and you get some of those heats where it looks a bit jumbled and mixed up, and there seems to be a surfer that seems to be able to make everything almost kind of look smooth. They're always picking the good waves, and that was Kai Martin's mojo yesterday. Different story this morning thus far.
Yeah, a slow start. Just, you know, looking at this on the screen, it's not quite what I saw from the beach. There were obviously loads of free surfers warming up this morning, but there seemed like quite a lot of surf on tap. I'm just thinking we are heading towards that lower tide just after 8 o'clock this morning, and possibly a bit of a low tide lull here. But you see that offshore winds are blowing beautifully, the northwesterly. As that sun sort of warms up and starts to rise, it actually sucks that northwesterly into it and gives us a nice little offshore breeze for a while here in the morning before it settles and goes to light variable winds. But yeah, a bit of an inconsistent start, but still plenty of time. Hopefully we'll see a couple of those good solid sort of point breaky looking right-handers coming through our lineup shortly.
Bit of a spread from our lineup there. Surfers nice and evenly spaced, actually. And they are waiting patiently for opportunities to come through. At the moment, it is one of our two French surfers, Gatien Delay, with the best of it. A 5 and a 2 for him. Good enough for a lead thus far. Ibeli, he talked about his exploits on the Championship Tour this year and in previous years. On Challenger Series duty right now. And he's got something of a start in this heat. With that 4-5, I want a lot more where that came from. And it's all quiet on the Thiago Carrick and the Kai Martin front. Nothing thus far for them to get excited about. They'll have to keep that patience, and that's all part of that mental game. You know, we talk so much about what happens in various sports, but particularly in surfing. You're doing more not surfing than you're doing surfing, Greg. So it's all about, I guess, what goes on between the ears as much as what you're doing with your feet and your body.
Yeah, it's. I remember one of the surf brands years ago. I had the poster on my wall with press stick as a kid, and there was guys sitting there in the lineup, just sitting, and the caption was, surfers spend their lives waiting for waves, others spend their lives waiting for nothing. And I always think that is true. We love, you know, it's a nice time to relax, and even in the heat you could probably focus on breathing, but up and riding.
On the tools, Gatien Delay snaps out the tail, loads of spray, and then gets some flow going down the line, gets the float, and he's up quite high there, little air drop down. Still look down the line as that ran away, but crucially, he got the finish to that float, which will be a number for him. He'll improve on the 2. Not sure if he'll attack the 5. Let's see. Judges will let us know soon enough. They haven't had a lot to do so far this morning, the panel. I guess they needed a little bit of a breather, because yesterday, I don't know if they still use pencils, but if they did, they would have worn them out.
Yep, they would have gone through a couple of pencils, and nice snap off the top, and then just the floater. So, you know, Gatien, the good thing for him is under priority, he can work this lineup and have a dig at a couple of waves. And, he's just doing that, looking to get rid of that 2-point ride. If he can build a bit more scoreboard pressure, he'll be happy with that. And, yeah, he'll just keep hunting. Let the other guys sit and wait, and he'll just have a dig at a few waves.
3-5 in for Delay, so he improves. There's Kian Martin, the Swede, by way of Bali. He's just sizing things up for a tough heat. Look at the names coming up. Madonna, of course, the winner on the Gold Coast. Morgan Sibilic, former Final 5 surfer, WSL Finals. And that is a really, really tough heat. But that's what it's like on the Challenger Series. One of the reasons we enjoy it so much, the depth of talent that we've got from around the world. Having another look at surfer in blue of France, Gatien Delay. Nice looking wave for him here. Nice pace to his surfing. He's not forcing anything. And just as I say that, he forces it a touch with his finishing turn. Tries to just really stomp out that back foot, and it will go down with a little grimace on the inside. He's got the lead in this one so far. Still nothing from Carrick and Martin. And getting down towards the halfway point, Greg, I guess they're not seeing these waves that Gatien's seeing, or they're seeing them and they're just not fancying them.
Yeah, I worry about Willard Beach, Ballito. You've got to be careful of getting too picky. And this is a great little wave, and that was a good first slice. A little bit of an opportunity lost because, and just a basic hammer there, I think he could have extended that lead. And it was, maybe he felt it was a smaller wave, but still, to the judges' eye, these waves all look pretty good.
Ibeli, good turn from him there. and then on the rail. So mixing up the variety, the attack on the lip, and then on the face, just gouging with that rail. They're looking really, really strong. That physique that he's got, he's really able to do that compress, decompress in the critical sections of the wave where it's steepest. When you do that, you get a lot of spray, and it just looks good. Let's see where this one goes numbers-wise. But again, the same story. The two surfers in motion are the ones looking to improve further. Meanwhile, the very patient approach is not rendering any kind of points dividend for Thiago Carrick, Kaio Martin. Let's get another look here at Kaio.
This one doubled up nicely. It had that steep wall and vertical on that first crack, and then extends and carves down for the second turn. So a point of difference there, and I think that could just see Kaio go into the lead, and there it does, 6-1-7. So just strong surfing and patience. Pressures on Thiago and Kaio for sure now.
First heat of the day, it's been a story of two surfers. Kaio Belli, very recently the Championship Tour, wants to get back there, and he will do with surfing like that. At the moment, he's got a lead in this one. Let's see if Carrick and Martin fire up when we come back from break. Stay tuned.
Welcome to Kwadukuza, the destination for all seasons. Nestled on the breathtaking north coast of the Zulu Kingdom, this vibrant town offers something for everyone. Kwadukuza boasts several beaches that have been awarded the prestigious Blue Flag, guaranteeing cleanliness and safety for all visitors. Our inland region offers a world of adventure. Get your adrenaline pumping with thrilling activities like ziplining, hiking and off-road biking surrounded by the natural beauty of Kwadukuza's landscapes. Kids will love our animal farm, getting up close and personal with friendly animals. Immerse yourself in history as you explore the rich heritage and legacy of great leaders like King Shaka and Chief Albert Lutuli. Conveniently located just a short drive from King Shaka International Airport and Durban International Conventional Center, making it easily accessible for both local and international delegates, with an abundance of world-class accommodation facilities, dining options and attractions nearby, you can truly make the most of your time in this magnificent region. Kwadukuza, the heartbeat of the North Coast.
Welcome back to the Ballito Pro. You're watching the first heat of the round of 64 in the water right now. It's the Brazilian Abelli with the lead. He's got the high score. He's got the best total as well. Meanwhile, behind him, one or two Frenchmen in the water, Gatien Delay. Second place position, and we've not had much out of Carrick or Martin. A quick throwaway on your screens for Carrick. So that patient approach for him, definitely not working thus far. He waited a long time to go that wave. And unable to get any points at all. And a real contrast for Kaio Martin, who just blitzed his way through. Yesterday it was all action. He was finding the best waves. He was looking sharp and really polished and looked like kind of had the master plan. And so far today, looking a little frustrated, a little out of sorts, is the vigorous preparations of Morgan Sibilic, as he'll go through the motions and get fired up. And maybe, I'm not sure how much of a close eye he'll be watching. If there's a slow heat before you and you get ready to surf, Greg, you're watching and thinking, oof, it's lully out there. I suppose it's not a great thought to have in your mind before you paddle out.
Yeah, but you got to, then you got to reset and think, okay, well, it's slower than I thought. Oh, and we just saw Kaio Belli, so in the lead, just going for a massive straight air there. But, you've got to take notes from the first heat and reset. You'll learn a lot from what you see on screen, from in front of you in the water. We do see Kaio having a look here, finally.
Yeah, he's waited, 19 minutes to get this wave. Here he goes on the backhand, first turn. A touch court does well, just to squirrel out of that and get back around and get another maneuver done. So important after waiting all that time to at least get a completion, get a couple of turns done and feel like now he's in a 10-minute heat, essentially.
Yeah, so I mean that's a decent start for him. A bit of downtime on that wave, and also if you sit for 20 minutes waiting, by the time you pull the trigger and go for a wave, your muscles maybe not quite ready for it. You take off, you go, oh, I better get going here. And there was a bit of that feeling, some good turns, and he set up that one, lots of spray, and then he had to do a bit of work to get around and then into that finishing turn. So it's going to be a score that's going to be somewhere towards that mid-range, and it will certainly give him a shot at advancing.
Ibeli, late entry into this one. He likes a section in front of him and he'll attack. And that's what we've come to expect from him down the years. Ultra aggressive and radical in tight situations. And really one of his sort of key strengths, really, his secret weapons, was the fact that he hardly falls off. He's so good at staying on the board and putting himself in difficult positions. On that particular occasion, he'll go down. But he's doing, what, that was wave number 7 for him. So he's been busy. And he's building up that score. His second wave was the real moment of quality with the 6. Meanwhile, we're waiting for that number to come in for Kai Martin, who's by no means out of this. I think a second place position for Gassian, who's been busy with the earlier work. He's not got huge numbers. Here we go, Thiago Carrique. That's much better from him if he can hang on to that, which he won't get the last turn done. He set that up with really nice timing, didn't rush anything. And hard off the bottom, swooping that bottom turn. It was a really nice looking combination, Greg, but he needed to really land that last maneuver.
Yeah, he just got a little bit cheeky with that end section and hung it up a little bit late. You want to get forward of that closeout section as quickly as possible. We've spoken about getting that quick rotation. And here's the replay from Kai Martin. And this was another wave. So he's picked up another wave down the bank, and that was pretty good. So firing off 2 waves in a row. So he's going to be in a decent position after that. Yeah, I like the replay, the look of that replay. And that last turn, really swinging the tail, loosening up.
This one firing up now in terms of participation, everyone getting involved. Martin, a couple of quick waves for him, important ones. Let's see how he goes towards attacking the scoreline of Gassian Delay in seconds. Ibeli in first. He knows his work is by no means done. You see him looking for waves, and he's got that busy energy about him, doesn't he, Kaya, right now? He knows that there are more points out here available for him, and he wants to find them. Love seeing him going on the attack with that aggressive approach. There's a paddle from Gassian Delay. Look at this wall with speed, and he hits it and gets plenty of spray, and then just drags those fins and that tail. Very nicely done, the combo. Good rhythm to it. He talked about the downtime that we saw on that first wave that we saw from Kai Martin. By contrast there, you go straight up into your bottom turn, into another turn. Judges, they like that stuff.
That was that attacking sort of wave. He took off deep, like almost on the the right-hand side of the peak, and drove into that first turn, and then that finish was just up and over, and he stoked on it. It felt good. Little claim there, maybe get a couple more points for the judges, but it's gonna help his situation.
Yeah, is it interesting to your point? You know, you mentioned with Thiago getting a bit cheeky with the end section, maybe trying to do too much. By contrast there, Gassian, maybe some sort of heat smarts coming through. He's had a couple of falls on that end turn, and he's thought, you know what? I'm not going to try and sort of change surfing with this last turn. I'll just make sure I land it.
I liked it, and actually, I was just thinking Gatien had that wave earlier where he did a nice turn and he blew the tail off the back of that wave. We saw Kaya do the same, one big blow that got stuck on the sort of back part of the coping of the wave, and that little section that left that comes towards you for that closeout is actually a touch closer into the beach than the wave you're riding. So if you hit it, it's easy to get stuck on the back of it. You've actually got to hit it and come forward so you can get that clean landing and get ahead of that turbulent whitewater. Otherwise it can knock you sideways and mess you around.
Delay, here we go. Good rotation on the backhand. We mentioned this earlier on, how good he is in his air game on the lefts. Now, a couple of questions as to whether that will be complete, but we won't ponder those for too long because we'll watch the backhand attack. Carrique, look at that deep bottom turn. Beautiful surfing from him, very nicely done. And he needed that wave really under 6 minutes, or 5.5 on the clock, and he's nowhere in this heat prior to that. So an important wave, an important turn. It doesn't look ruffled at all though. Maybe he's feeling a little bit of stress going on inside, but his surfing just looks very calm and polished. And after the fall on that section on a previous wave, that one crucial. Gassian's rotation is going to be deemed complete. I'm not sure. Let's get another look here.
Yeah, he's got good speed, eyeing it out. Oh, hits it nicely. A little bit of downtime on that whitewater, but he seems to get that board ahead of the whitewater. So I'd say it's complete, but probably get marked down. But this turn, I love this finishing turn. Look at that rotation. Gets ahead of that whitewater. Just he was almost a little bit slow there on that finish, but he just had enough time to push that nose ahead of the whitewater on that completion and for the clean finish. So nice and critical on that last turn. It's going to get very close on the scoreline here.
Yeah, it's firing up. 4.5 on the clock. Martin, good numbers for him. The 5.5 goes with his 4.6 in second, threatening delay. We're going to get a number for him shortly for that big, lofty backhand rotation. He did ride out of it, not with a ton of speed. He had to flap around a little bit, but it was a stomp nevertheless. Let's see how the panel go with that. And then a number for Chug Carrick, 2.67 he had prior to that. He'll improve on that for sure with that last turn. And we're watching a super late entry from Delay, who disappears and then emerges. Meanwhile, Carrick having a look. So a real contrast in terms of his busyness early on in the heat, not being interested by much while surfers around him court ways right now. He's got the sleeves rolled up and he's in. We've got a tight heat here, Greg. This one's going to be entertaining with 3 minutes and 40 to go, particularly when these numbers come through for Delay and Carrick.
Yeah, Delay's got 2 waves. He's got that 2-turn combo that he claimed. I don't think that one's come through either. So, and then of course that air rotation. And then Tiago's wave, they're going to discuss it. They're going to talk about that last turn. And it's going to set a pretty tight playing field out here for the final couple of minutes.
Yeah, Delay back to second with the 5.53. That's for the right-hander, the 2 turns. So Kai Martin briefly in that second place. Now he's been bumped again. He'll need to catch another wave here with 3 on the clock. Nishi, the backhand from him was just so spicy yesterday. He gets that board, just whips it up super late and really quick. All right, here we go. Loading up again on the backhand. Gassian Delay. Big rotation again from him. Ball just got a little away from him, just fell away underneath him. And he's quickly back out there. He knows he wants to add more points because there is a late charge coming from Carrick. He's going to have 1 score, Carrick. We reckon he'll have half the job done. But he will need another wave. Let's see where that number goes. And also the air prior to that for Gassian Delay. So the opening heat of the day, it's coming down to a bit of a frenzied finish here. It's entertaining. This is the recap and the early work with the speed from Gassian, who opened up pretty strong, Greg.
Yeah, nice big extended turns. And that was just a really good start. That 5-point ride set him up really well for this heat. And then Kaya with this wave, just vertical and then wrapping that carve. Just got that perfect build for surfing where you can just power through those turns. And this is Tiago with that wave where he got this great finish, and we're still waiting for this score to come through. This is going to put him in the game.
It just dropped in as a 5-1 for him. So as you said, he is in the game. He needs a wave, but he only needs a 5.44. So something of that mid-range order, and it's super tight there.
Oh, it's right there for all the surfers.
90 on the clock. Ibelli still with the lead, still with that little extra quality, that 6.17 just standing out. All right, so this just happened. Here's a replay of Kai Martin. Wants to get back up into an advancing position, Greg.
Yeah, so a good slice off the top. Is he going to get 3 turns? He does. A bit of point of difference, 3 maneuvers. Nothing too dramatic, but definitely getting the 3-turn combo. A bit of a tricky wave.
Kaya with priority, the heat leader, and a big spring in his step. Doesn't take him anywhere, though, and that goes a bit wrong for him. So he won't add to his total right there. 50 on the clock. Kai Martin has asked a question of the panel. 5.04 is that requirement that he needs. And here's Gassian.
So solid looking wave here for Gatien. What's he got for us? It's a bit of that frothy inside section, so I don't think that's going to go in his top 2. Bigger looking wave, but not great sections.
Ibelli with some froth to deal with from that big set that just churned through here. And he goes up and throws a rotation of his own, just slightly forcing that one. And he won't paddle back out in time, so We're still waiting for a number for Kai Martin. That's the only thing really that could change the situation as we run out of time here. I'm not sure if will Karik get himself a wave. And there he is paddling, and frustration for him. And that slow start looks to have cost him seriously. He was inactive for too long, almost 2/3 of the heat before he got going. But it's with the judges and with Kai Martin. That's the crucial score that we're looking at. Those 3 turns, Greg, the backhand maneuvers. 5.04, that requirement, so mid-range. He's already got the 5.5, so it doesn't need to be quite as good as that, but something of that magnitude.
For me, the 5.5, he got that first setup turn. The second turn pushed really hard. He got that release of the tail. The 3 turns for me were a little bit forced, and it's nothing with his surfing. It's just the wave had a funny wobble in it, and he got the 3 turns, but there was not any major spray off those turns, and a little bit forced. I just don't see that score being there, but it could be close. I just don't think it's going to be right there.
That's just a little element of joining up the dots, wasn't there, between. Always kind of maybe takes away a little bit just from how visually impressive it is. They were, as you mentioned, very nice, sharp turns. The panel are having a good look at replays and checking everything out and make sure they nail this. Such a crucial stage here on the Challenger Series, and you can see he's feeling just the stress of it, really, and it sounds pretty obvious, but if you wait for so long at the start of a heat, really, you're backing yourself into a bit of a corner when it comes down to it. We'll be down to that one last wave and whether he was able to get there, and his squad don't look overly infused either.
No,
back on the beach, you're like, what do you guys reckon? They're just looking at the
they're
shoes.
They're not high-fiving him and say you got that score for sure. It's a bit of debate there, but they're probably saying maybe, you know, the judges are talking about it, so maybe there's a chance, and saying, well, I got the 3 turns, and they're probably discussing it and hoping it goes his way. But I feel it's just going to be a touch short. But 3 turns, so that's the only point of difference for me, getting the 3 maneuvers in. But that's obviously not what we look for. We're looking for those big driving turns, and I didn't see too much of that in that.
I mean, in fairness to the panel, they're really sort of comparing different things as well, like really different type of waves with different maneuvers. They've got to try and use the same scale to even all of that out. So the number 4, we were waiting for a number for Gassian Delaney, gets the improvement. That was on that rotation that he did stomp against the 6.03, and he goes to first place position. And that now means that the requirement has nudged up for Kai Martin. His number is a 5.18. It hasn't gone up loads, actually, but it's just got slightly further away. And the judges will get to that now, and we'll see whether he'll stay alive. This man, Kai Obeli, who we mentioned was really excited about surfing this morning, the debrief from Mateus there. And Kai found some solid sections out there. His form looks as good as ever. He looks super sharp. Just had that period where he kept getting throwaways and kept falling. He had about 5, maybe 6 waves in a row where he was going down. I love the debriefs back on the beach, so.
Yeah, we talk about body language of a surfer and make it look like you've got through the heat. Body language of a coach becomes important too. The coach going, you were ripping. Those turns are massive, bigger than anyone else's. You know, you want to show the judges that you feel your athlete got through. And but the score, taking a bit of time, judges really looking at it. It's got to be, the talk's got to be that it's close. If it is taking this long, I would imagine. But yeah, you've got a wave from Kai Martin. It was a good-looking wave. He got 3 turns on, and they just got to decide how good were those turns.
It's Kai Obeli, the surfer, under threat from the charge of Kai Martin, but ultimately he's good. He's still alive, and those stepping stones back to the championship tour for the moment. It's still on for Kai Obeli. He'll remain in second and advance of 4.27 for Kai Martin. And a big sigh of relief from Kai Obeli. A tight heat, close margins. That's what it's like in the round of 64 on the Challenger Series. And an entertaining heat, that one. The waves look really fun. They're just going to get better and better, actually, as that tide turns and comes back in. More great action, more stacked heats. We're going to bring in Giggsy Talk and the Frou Brew for the call. Stay tuned.
People don't realize what they're doing to the oceans. We got to hand it down to the next generation. It's going to be such a pity for people not to be able to experience what we've experienced.
Sawubona is the greeting from the east coast of South Africa. As you're joining us here for the second day of competition, it is the World Surf League's Challenger Series, and Ballito is on the pump. It's a good morning as we welcome you to the show. Gig Salia's alongside local charger, O'Neill representative as well in the area, Mike Frew. Mike, day two, it's foot down, let's go.
It's firing. It's absolutely firing. It was so nice to see glacier conditions than what we saw yesterday afternoon, and some big sets coming through from the back, utilizing that bank finally at the back of the break here at Willard Beach.
Well, teeing up a big heat with some big names in 2024. Two Australians that we know well already at both the Challenger and Championship Tour level. Mikey Madonna and this man, Morgan Sibilik, straight into it. And they'll be taking on Kyan Martin, not to be confused with Kai Martin in the previous heat. And of course, look out for the Japanese force in Kaijiro Nishi, who's been a regular campaigner, and we'll see how he fares in 2024. So representatives from all around the planet. But, who can forget Morgan Sibilik and his rise to fame, especially back in 2021. What a stellar season he had through the Australian leg of the Championship Tour. Found himself in that WSL Final 5 come September. And, well, what an experience for a very young Australian at the time. It's a few years later, and here is Morgan rolling his sleeves up and doing what he can to get back to Championship Tour level.
Yeah, certainly he got a fifth this year at Bells, which was great to see, and it was awesome to see him back in the Championship Tour jersey as a wildcard in that event. And Gig's a power surfer. This is a great heat, some on paper, a massive matchup, and well within the theme of this event, the battlefield, and it's a battlefield out in the ocean.
Yeah, absolutely. Feel that, you know, I was thinking about it earlier, Mike. The fact of the matter is, even when Ballito is kind of smaller, bigger guys seem to do quite well here, just due to the push of the waves here. We think about big guys like Gatti and Delahaye in that previous heat. He's made a final here before. Whereas, you know, you go to the US Open, for instance, you know, the sort of smaller framed surfers tend to excel. So plenty of power in the lineup. Let's see how the big blokes fare in 2024 here in Ballito. And, well, looking forward to seeing. We've got a whole week ahead, and we've got a week of swell on tap as well.
You just got to look at some of the names on the trophy there. Gigs, Geordie Smith has won here in small waves. Cole Hauschman won in small waves last year. Those are big guys, well over 6 foot, big people.
Well, talking about big things, let's go down and hear from the first heat of the morning's winner.
Okay, Gassian, heat winner. I know you've said there's a lot of emotions. You're waiting for a score. Last year you were here injured. The year before you came second. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. I'm feeling really good. That was a stressful heat, like I said. Early morning heats are really tricky. You're the first one out. The first one, you're pretty much opening the ceremony for everyone. And yeah, I'm not that kind of guy that surfs really early in the morning, but I'll take this one. I really wanted to keep on surfing, keep on catching waves, just trying to improve all the time. And yeah, it kind of came my way. I'm super stoked on that.
And obviously arriving at an event last year injured and then coming back to the same event, do you feel like
6.5 and a 4.5 mark, so early marks for Morgan Sibilik.
I like that first wave gigs, the 6.5, stamping his intention on the heat with a fantastic opener and a solid base for him to build the rest of the heat on. He's already on 11 points total with not even 7 minutes of the 30-minute heat. It's ticking down already.
Well, Morgan Sibilik, the 2 stops in Australia on the Challenger Series, no real results to talk about, but, well, Marky Madonna getting that first win and dropping 2 slots care of not a great result in Sydney. Let's have a look down the beach here. Kyan Martin, lovely hit to the corner there. Single maneuver, though. We saw the end of the opening heat of the morning. We kind of hung on a decision there for ages, and I heard Greg Emsley talking about the fact that someone had fitted in 3 maneuvers. We're going to see a lot of single and 2-turn combos going down in the lineup today, Mark. And yeah, there's always judges are going to be looking for that point of difference.
I was looking at the swell or I was looking at the lineup from the balcony where we're staying earlier gigs, and the swell's quite straight. There's a lot of, although there's a lot of sides today, it's closing out quite quickly. It's quite straight onto the bank, and like you say, you're gonna have those couple big hits. But every now and again, there's a sneaky set that's very wide, so quite far left of the screen that you see at the moment, and those seem to be offering runners, but it's not as consistent as the main peak. Here we got Morgan Sibilik, a replay of, I think it's his 6.5, and I really enjoyed the way he laid into that last turn, bit of a layback into it, and added a bit of flair for the judges on that opening ride.
Rock solid pins. Those are strong legs under Morgan Sibilik's abdomen, and he's smashing away here. We expect him to replace that 4.5 fairly quickly. 30-minute heats this morning. Still 22 minutes to go. If you're just joining us, it is beautiful Ballito on the east coast of South Africa. I noticed also Marky Madonna. Let's have a look at this first, and then we'll talk some more about that.
So that was that solid set. It looked like it was a wider one closing out. And really, that was a good illustration of the type of size we're seeing today. Gigs, a nice, strong swell here. And you were talking about the difference in Ballito and a place like Huntington Beach. And even when it's small here, you do feel the power. We were speaking to some of the surfers yesterday on the beach, and they were saying often you don't even need to bring that small wave board out of the board bag here in Ballito.
Now you'll break your groveler, yeah.
Because it is powerful. And when it starts getting overhead, it really can throw a lot of energy at you.
Absolutely. Well, just to take from that last replay of Kyan Martin, 3 points, so single turn for a 3, and perhaps not enough lip line there to really sting a massive turn. It was good bank, loved the redirection in the top corner, perhaps a slightly softer top corner, so only 3 points for that. I just wanted to go back to Marky Madonna opening with a 4.17. I noticed him walking down to the beach with a severe limp on the left foot, so, and a booty under that front foot. So we'll dig into that story a little more, but certainly we might not get full velocity Marky Madonna here in Ballito.
Thinking back to last year gigs, Marky Madonna actually had one of his best results here in Ballito. Him and George Patar were standouts for me in the early rounds last year, and both of them commented during the beach interviews that had been their best Challenger Series result to date. And of course, Marky Madonna's gone and done way better than that. He won the opening Challenger Series event this year, and what an emotional win it was for him that day on the Gold Coast. What an event that was.
Yeah, absolutely. What a stellar run through the Australian leg on both the Championship Tour and the Challenger Series. We can always pull back the tapes. We love going back and looking at stuff. Let's have a look here. This is going to be our Japanese surfer. Third ride already for him as well. Prior to that, he did find a 5.33 in the lineup, a 4.1. So he is featuring our man in the green singlet. Not sure he's going to improve any scores on that one, Mark.
We've been down on the surface deck early in the mornings from sort of 6:15 a.m. and Kijero's actually been the first surfer on the deck every morning. As we see a replay of Morgan's wave. Oh, lovely how he floats out of that section, just generates so much speed, gigs. And I think the projection, as he came off the lip of that first turn into that bottom turn, is really what set him up in order to make that second turn look so explosive.
Yeah, the Newcastle surfer really has got an all-round package. We like to see him back at the Championship Tour level. Could that be as soon as 2025, come end of season? Well, we'll find out. He doesn't have great results at this stage. As I mentioned, 33rd and a 49th out of the Australian leg. So he'll be wanting to go at least quarterfinals or more. And, well, a win is a handy thing to have, like exactly what we saw with Mikey Madonna. Interesting, if you look at the current rankings on the Challenger Series coming here to Ballito, Mikey Madonna sitting third, and he only dropped 2 slots, and that's the power of a win. You see the 10,000 points from Snapper, then he got a 49th, and I mean, he only dropped 2 slots. So, if you're making 3 finals days at the Challenger Series, quarterfinals or more, you're definitely in the mix. Having a look back at the numbers as well, surfers have got to finish that count come season end at around 25,000 points. There is the current series ranking. Samuel Pupo's consistency, making finals day twice, gets him at 12,500 points. Leo Muniz with a 9th and a 2nd gets him at 11.2. And there you see Mikey Madonna, 10,600. So only 600 points from Narrabeen, but the full 10 out of Snapper. So you get a win, you get another quarterfinal and perhaps 2 quarters and a win in 2024. You're on your way. Have a look how close it is, though. George Pitar at 9,400 points. Gatti and Delahaye rocketing up, and we know this is a favorite stop of his. Josh Burke dropped a little bit, and Miguel Pupo climbed. So it's going to be a reshuffle in a few days' time as we get to the end of the Ballito printout. And, stop 3, and there's 6 opportunities. So, and we count 4. So it's always interesting to see how tight those numbers can get come season end. Let's have a look at Mikey Madonna here in Ballito for the 3rd stop of the Challenger Series, and he could see he's nursing that front foot there. Mike, definitely apprehensive on the way down from that. He is bootied up. We're hearing that there are stitches in the sole of his foot, and assuming that he incurred that somewhere on one of the rock slabs here.
Yeah, what we'll do is during one of the breaks, I'll try and dig into that and see if we can get some more information. Gigs. Interesting, just going back to that, the ratings there. Geordie Lawler's only surfed 1 event, and he got the win, the 10,000, and he's sitting 4th in the ratings at this stage. So pretty close up there, and I'd imagine there'd be a shake-up for especially Geordie Lawler, because whatever he scores here is going to count as well.
We mentioned Miggy Pipo coming here 7th on the rankings. Both him and his brother Samuel on a serious campaign to be back at the Championship Tour stops for 2025. I mean, wasn't that such a great win for Miguel Pupo, a season back at Chopu? What a story. Of course, the 2024 story of the Olympics at Chopu as well. So exciting. Surfing's in a great place. We love it. And wow, what a year that surf fans are lapping up in 2024. And we trust that you'll all enjoy the Ballito edition on the Challenger Series. It's a warm welcome to everybody. If you're just joining us, 2nd full day of competition here. Here's a little look at our low wind conditions. 6 kilometers per hour. That's about 3 or 4 miles per hour. There's light gusts, and Surfline forecast been pretty accurate with their predictions. They got it spot on with the swell this morning as well. So, yep, we've got a good window for the Ballito Pro.
Yeah, I think if you're in the greater Durban or Ballito area, today would be the day to take off work, because there's very little wind predicted for the day. It's a lovely, warm winter's morning here in Ballito, and we've got surfing all the way through the day. The men's round is 64 gigs and some of the best surfers in the world.
Yeah, absolutely. Surf carnival atmosphere here in Ballito again for the 3rd Challenger Series stop. You can see Mikey Madonna there just nursing his way through. You kind of think, well, he's made the trip here. Obviously didn't plan to cut his foot, but great to see him at least. He probably quarter-zoned an ejection in there as well. We'll dig into the story, but definitely a wounded soldier right now, Mikey Madonna, in this opening round for him here in Ballito this morning.
Having a look at the leaderboard and the heats at the moment, Kijiro Nishi, Gigs, has been down here on that surface deck, as I was saying earlier. He was the very first person on the deck for the last 3 days. Came down before the sun rose, sat there for a solid half an hour. He wasn't paddling out, he was just watching the waves, and this is actually his very first Challenger Series event of the year. And not a bad opening couple waves there for him. He's got a relatively solid base to build the rest of his heats on with that 5.33 and the 4.1.
Well, Nishi's occupying second place. It's Mikey Madonna and Kaya Martin chasing. Can they catch him? We'll find out after the break.
If you come here with respect, you're always going to have respect back. Also, the wave itself can put you in your place.
The Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill is brought to you by Kwadukuza Municipality, by O'Neill, by Monster, by SMG Yamaha, and by Corona. This is living. The Ballito Pro. This is the battlefield.
Welcome back to live coverage of the Ballito Pro, proudly presented by O'Neill. A warm Wednesday morning, the 3rd of July, here as you are with us for the third stop of the Challenger Series, second heat of the morning. We're definitely deep into it now with Morgan Sibilik while we were away. He's fetching an 8-pointer out of the lineup. We'll try and reel back the tapes for you. And yeah, Mike, as you mentioned, no wind, light conditions, and the surf is on for the Challenger Series.
Yeah, it certainly is. Those are beautiful. That is a very typical shot of a winter's morning in KZN out there. A little bit of a warble on the wave. That's just a bit of a leftover from that strong onshore wind that we had last night. The northwest, which cleans it up in the mornings, the northwesterly wind, which we love here in KZN, that's why we live here, is didn't blow that hard in the night. So it's not see if that interesting with Brazilian Swedish surfer. That's his family heritage. Raised in Bali, he spends a lot of time in Indonesia, and a lot of his big results have come from the QS series, that side of the world. But a very slow start for him in this heat, as you said. Just that one maneuver which he scored the 3, that closeout turn, and then a small little throwaway score.
Well, into picture came Morgan Sibilik there, just not completing, but flexing on that last turn. Already owns an 8 and a 6.5, so in a strong commanding position here in the second heat of the morning, Morgan Sibilik. And as we mentioned, Mikey Madonna just nursing And let's see if a score is in for Mikey Madonna. It does become a counting ride. Last of red, a 4.5, but not enough to tip it over, so he'll remain in third. Mike chasing a 4.9. He has reduced his requirement a touch, but of course priority with Nishi, who also is trying to replace scores in the 4-point range. So yeah, there's a bit of work to be done in this heat still.
Yeah, certainly at the moment it's a real battle for that second place between our surfer in green and red. Very similar scores, hardly anything separating them, and just a mid-range pair of scores for each of them, Gigs. So it's going to be a very tight 8 minutes between those two. Slightly on the outside now in terms of the positioning in the heat is Kian Martin. He'll be looking for a score closer to a 7 in order
it's
to try
about
and
being
take
in the
that
right
air.
place, because this is a spread out lineup this morning. If we get another overview shot. Yesterday, everything was fairly concentrated on the one sandbar just in front of the judges' tower. You see now a much wider lineup, bigger long-range south swells are fractured. And so I've seen a couple of counting rides happen on the same swell line on two parts of the beach. So the judges will be sort of playing a bit of tennis here, backwards and forwards, taking in rides from our surfers that do have the ability for replays. And just reference that low tide was around 30 minutes ago. So we'll see the tide starting to push. What do you think that's going to do to the lineup, Mike? Is it going to help things?
I think what it'll do is when the tide fills in a little bit, it's going to create more open opportunities on those waves. At the back, it's closing out quite a lot, and I think what you'll find is a little bit more opportunity in terms of an open wave face before waves close out. I was listening to you guys just before the first heat online, Gigs. You were talking about the 3 split peaks that we got here today. So traditionally, this lineup is one long wave. But with the swell broken up, there's actually 3 distinct peaks. One next to the rocks, which is just out of sight on your right-hand side of your screen there. We've got the 2 surfers in the middle there. That's sort of the middle peak. And then we've got one of our surfers for this wide one at the back. Look how wide this one's going. If you can get onto it, they often do break a little bit further out, Gigs, but it provides a much longer point break style wall.
Well, Mikey Madonna will roll in here. Can't put pressure on the front foot, and he'll go down. So winner of the first stop on the Challenger Series, finding himself injured here in Ballito, but he is having a wrangle with it. And at this stage, still in the story. Of course, another story coming up next. Aleo Muniz in 2024 comes to Ballito, ranked 2nd on the Challenger Series, making that finals in Sydney. And we saw heat preparation for Reef Hazelwood, and they'll take on 2 South Africans in the form of Luke Schleipen and Geordie Marie. So we've got our heats packed for us this morning, Mark.
So this is Morgan, one of Morgan's waves.
Yep, this is a recap of what has unfolded thus far. Kaya Martin still down in 4th, had to give way. This is our 2nd place surfer. We haven't spoken a lot about Kajiri Nishi, but he's doing the job, and he is potentially on his way to the next round here with his goofy foot surfing. But Morgan Sibilik's been bringing the power.
Bang, he tags the lip and straight into another solid turn, utilizing the power to great effect there, Gigs. And that was such a power turn on the end of that wave. Morgan bringing that experience from waves like Bell's Beach and applying it on a nice big open face here in Ballito. Not scared of the lip, going straight at it and adding it a bit of flair for the judges too. And as a result, he finds himself in the lead in this heat and actually quite far out in the lead. And looking at the scores there, what our Japanese competitor requires, Morgan well out in front. It's a battle for 2nd at this point in 5 minutes to go.
Well, can Mikey Madonna, with that wounded paw, end up in the next round and at least keep making some heats? He had that, it'll end up being a throwaway in Sydney after that win in Snapper. And that's a lofty turn. Is that worth the number required, though? Mark's searching for a 4.91, and we're down to 4.5 minutes to go.
Gigs, I am not going to throw out too many predictions today. I got 2 wrong yesterday. And as you said, you're going to hold me to it for the rest of the event. So I'm wary of getting thrown under the bus today.
I could remind you next year about it too if you want.
But I really like that wave of our Japanese competitor, Kajira Nishi. It was very smooth, Gigs. The transition between those 2 maneuvers was smooth, fluid, fast, and adding a bit of innovation to the 2nd turn. This is a replay of another wave from Mikey McDonough. And as you say, nursing a foot injury. Giggs, that was a nice 2 turns that he got on that wave. It was a little insider, but surfed it with great flair.
I think the Japanese surfer, well, we're waiting for scores for Kajiri Nishi and Mikey Madonna. Judges' scorecard open for the backhand surfing of the man currently holding second. And on screen, Mikey Madonna. Does he find the requirement? Does the requirement change? We're down to 3.5 minutes to go. I just want to also talk to the point that there are 6 Challenger Series stops. Mikey Madonna getting the win. You can throw 2 away. So year end, extract the top 4 results per surfer. And that's how we finished with the top 10. And that's how the Challenger Series is ranked. So even if this is, you know, a bit of a throwaway for Mikey Madonna, he doesn't make it through the heat. He still has the US Open, he still has Portugal, and he still has Brazil ahead. So don't write Mikey Madonna off just yet in 2024, even though he is wounded.
No, and as you said, you do have 2 scores that you can throw away. So potentially that's 600 points from the previous event would be one, and potentially at this point, Ballito. But a lot of time to recover if he does have a foot injury before Huntington, because, of course, the whole tour takes a little bit of a break for the Olympics in Tokyo as part of the Paris 2024 Olympics.
Now, the judges are taking their time with these 2 scores on that exchange. They're working on 2 numbers for Mikey Madonna and a number for Kajiri Nishi. Meanwhile, Mikey back at it, attacking. That one's going to go incomplete. And it is still a fairly quick turnaround, even though the swell is bigger. And how's he looking there? He's not looking in top form here, so we'll just keep an eye on Mikey Madonna here. He's going to call it, and he's going to roll in. So it's all going to be on the weight of the 2 previous. Now, I like that 2-turn combination. We'll try and get a look at it again. Medium-sized wave for Mikey Madonna, chasing a score in and around the 5-point mark.
He certainly looked like he was hurting their Gigs, and like he's having a tough time, out of breath, and tough there for Mikey, and a very critical score to come in for him. But Kajiri Nishi, it's his very first Challenger Series event this year, and could potentially go through. This is Mikey on that wave. Check this. It's not a big wave, Gigs, but let me tell you, there's a lot of power on that bank. You know yourself, it's shallow, and there's a thick lip here at Ballito. It can hurt you, and when it unloads on that bank, it can wind you as well. And Mikey Madonna definitely looked like he took a bit of a beating.
Well, scores in for Mikey Madonna, and the numbers are not going to be enough. They've worked on his numbers first. They still owe Kajiri Nishi a score. We're not going to see it change as the clock's coming down a little over 1 minute to go. But all credit to Morgan Sibilik. He's done a great job, an 8 and a 6.5 in the lineup. There he is. He'll be on his way to the round of 32 here in Ballito. We're going to be saying goodbye to Mikey Madonna. And we'll try and dig into that story a little bit more as well. Of course, absolutely Spartan performance from him at Snapper Rocks. He's surfing unbelievably on point. He had the whole of Australia on their feet. Lennox Head was screaming their head off. And, well, Mikey Madonna's not going to get a result out of Ballito. The other surprise for me is Kyan Martin's not really been involved in this heat. And maybe just a little bit of trickery with the multiple takeoff zones, Mark.
Yeah, having a look at how many waves. He had 2, 4, 6, 7 waves in this heat. And the highest score out of that was a 3 Gigs. So not really able to capitalize on anything that he came his way, and maybe sitting on the wrong peak.
Well, that score that we'd waited for Kajiri Nishi also didn't improve his number, so that requirement's still in place. Mikey Madonna for the 4.91. Kaya Martin, a much bigger mid-range 6 required. And that is going to tell the story of the second heat of the morning. 2 Australians, 1 will advance, will lose 1, but all credit to Kajiri Nishi as well. An official result, he will move on here at the Ballito Pro. And looking forward to seeing more from Morgan Sibilik in the later rounds here in Ballito. Stay with us. We'll take a quick break and we'll be back for more from beautiful Ballito.
The hydro board short is something that I've used for quite some time now. One of the main key factors still is the no-tie fly. It's comfortable, it's convenient, and it works. Ultimately, what I'm looking for in a board short would have to be comfort and then convenience. If you add those two things together with a spice of color, you've got the perfect board short.
Welcome to another blockbuster heat. It's a good morning from South Africa. The third stop of the Challenger Series. And look at this one for a stack up. Aleo Muniz comes to Ballito, ranked second on the Challenger Series. He'll take on Reef Hazelwood, the dynamic and exciting surfing of the Australian. How will he perform in the lineup? As he'll be taking on two South Africans in the form of Luke Schleipen and Jordi Marie. Kixelia's alongside Mike Frew for the call as we get another cracker one underway here this morning, Mark.
I'm really looking forward to this heat. When I saw it in the draw, two South Africans up against two international competitors. And we also have a previous winner of the Ballito Pro in this event. Alejo Muniz won the event in 2015, so he knows what it's like to raise the trophy here. But that was 9 years ago, Gigs. So our surfer in red has been coming to Ballito for almost a decade, and he's had a stellar run on the Challenger Series so far this year.
Let's have a look at Jordi Marie, the Cape Town surfer, on his campaign in the Challenger Series in 2024. His surfing is fluid. He does have the all-round package, loves exploring all of the various lineups and waves around the greater Cape Town Peninsula. It makes him a very good all-round surfer, as is this man on screen. Great backhand exchange to get our heat moving this morning. Jordi Marie from South Africa in the green, Reef Hazelwood from Australia in blue. And this is going to be a fun one to unpack, Mark.
It certainly is. Reef Hazelwood there, he surfed in the Margaret River Pro. He got a 17th there as a wild card or earlier in the year. And he was...
Well, Mark, Reef Hazelwood's been showing up as a wild card for a couple of seasons already. I mean, we think back. His first time he was called as a wild card, I remember it was at Duranbar in 2019. And did fall to eventual finalist Seth Muniz there. But he brought some exciting surfing, and everybody was raving about Reef Hazelwood. And, well, here he is a few years later on, and there is that man on screen, Aleo Muniz. Look for energized commitment to heat management. You're going to be looking no further than Aleo Muniz.
Absolutely. Having come to this break for 10 years, he knows where to stay. He knows where to get the right nutrition at this break. He knows where to wake up. He's got his prep dialed. And Alejo Muniz, you can't help but think he would be the on-paper favorite. He is number 2 in the world at this stage on the Challenger Series, and he'll be the real big threat in this heat, Gigs. The two South Africans, we've got Luke Schleipen and young Jordi Marie, both from Cape Town. Luke Schleipen didn't have a great run on the Challenger Series in Australia this year. He did win the QS 1000 in East London, the SA Open. And then we've got Jordi Marie, who has the best results out of all the South Africans on the Challenger Series this year so far. He got a 9th in Sydney, and he sees himself at around 28, 29 on the ratings at the moment.
Yeah, good point you make there. I went back and had a look at the points in that as well. He was only one stop short of quarterfinals. Fell to Ian Gouveia in the round before the quarterfinals, and it was a super close heat. I think it was like 11.66 versus 11.5. So a marginal loss to Ian Gouveia for Jordi Marie in Narrabeen. See how he goes here on his home turf of South Africa. It's a pretty stacked up heat, as we said. Everybody in for a chance for a win in this particular heat. Let's go back and have a look at some of the big moments for Aleo Muniz. You've mentioned so much about him here, Mike. But what a nuggety Brazilian, always a spirited affair. And we'll go back and see how he performed in the leg through Australia. Solid surfing. I mean, Narrabeen was pretty chunky for most of that event as well.
Whew, there's some heavy closeouts there, and look at that. He's super stoked with that. And he's very, very powerful surfer. I love his commitment. He throws 100% at almost every turn. And lovely guy too, super friendly. And man, look at those turns. Just so fast and fluid in the transitions gigs.
Yeah, no nonsense surfing from Aleo Muniz, now 34 years of age, but giving it to the field in 2024. And well, Geordie Lawler did get the best of him, but Aleo Muniz comes here with a solid run through the Australian leg. And there we see already 11,120 points. We speculate that come season end, counting 4 Challenger Series results, you've got to be in at around the 24 to 25,000 mark. So Aleo Muniz almost halfway.
Aleo Muniz and the word cruisy just don't go in the same sentence. The dial is always up to 9 or 10 on every wave that he takes off on gigs. Very experienced competitor, 34 years older, as you say, and here to attack and try and get his name back on the trophy 9 years after he first put it there here in Ballito.
Yeah, if he was a Grand Prix driver, he'd be doing burnouts all over the track. That's Aleo Muniz, and we've seen that energy from him for way more than a decade. You think back to 2015, 2016, he was already featuring at the championship tour level there. So we'll see. He's definitely looking fit. He's looking strong. He's trained. He realizes that he's in the autumn of the career. And so he's not making a lot of mistakes either, Mike. Everything's pretty pinpoint and calculated. I'm expecting to see a similar thing from Jadson Andre, surfers that just, you know what, they want to do that last push. And looking forward to seeing how this Ballito Pro unfolds. And talking of unfolding, Aleo Muniz, copybook again. We saw it on the highlights from Sydney, and here he is in Ballito this year, and getting the job done with a couple of solid numbers already. A 417, it's a building block score, but we haven't given enough credit to Reef Heasel with 733. We might pull back the tape in a little bit, but somebody, one of the other Australians on a roll is Morgan Sibilik. Let's go down and get some thoughts from him for his heat win this morning.
Morgie, dream heat surely, first or second heat of the day, 8-point ride. What kind of waves were you looking at? You were sitting a bit wider too.
Yeah, I just wanted to start on the inside. I don't know, just to get the ball rolling, try to get the first wave of the heat, and then just move wide. The wider part of the bank's been pretty good, so yeah, just try to get away from the pack and get a few waves under the belt early.
Nice. Well, definitely paid off. And I see you here with quite a crew as usual. Have you guys been able to do some trips to some other local spots?
Yeah, we had a look around. The waves have been pretty small, so we've been playing heaps of golf and kind of trying to lay low a little bit and save our energy. And but now the waves are here, so yeah, it's good to see.
Nice. Cool. Well, good luck for the next round and see you soon.
Thank you.
Well, Morgan Sibilik survives and moves forward. Didn't survive, dominated that heat with the 8-pointer. Loved his surfing, what he brought. We still want to dig into the story behind Marky Madonna, or maybe send Emma down there for an update. Meanwhile, one of the South Africans in the current heat in the water, Luke Schleipen, looking quite lofty and flowing through that set of turns right there. Pair of threes in the scoreline for Luke Schleipen. He'll want to turn the volume up, and I think he may have just done that with that one, Mark.
That was a great looking wave. Probably the best wave I've seen Luke surf since he's been in Ballito. He was here for the QS 1000 as well over the weekend. And with those 3 turns there, good transitions, got up into the critical sections of the wave. And I'd imagine that's going to replace at least one of those 2 threes that are on the scoreboard at the moment for Luke. Lovely, clean, smooth wave. He opens it up. Did you see how he had a little check turn at the bottom there, transitioned into the next one, and importantly, he finished it off so smooth and clean. The judges like it here in Ballito if you can deal with that end section and make it look impressive. Similarly, Geordie Marie. Both of the South Africans having a nice opportunity on those set waves.
We saw a backhand exchange a little earlier in the heat between the two goofy footers, but a big disparity in scores. Marcus 7-3-3 played against a 4-1-7. So not quite sure what the point of difference was there. I mean, definitely Reef Hazelwood's wave was a little bigger. But yeah, slightly softer score there for Geordie Marie for his opener.
Reef Hazelwood definitely got more into the critical section of the wave, and I felt like he kind of pushed it more in the turns. On Reef's wave, you can, just thinking back to that wave, there was a lot more spray sort of punching up in the air, and you could see the power evident that he put into the turns, where Geordie's was a little bit more flowy through the turns, as opposed to that aggression right there in the critical section.
Well, here we go, live surfing with Schleipen back at it. Will he go to the air? And just incomplete. So kind of seeing where he wants a smaller wave on the inside. That's going to give him the opportunity. He has a big nuggety set for Leo Muniz, who'll belt the heck out of it. Incomplete though as well. So two approaches to the lineup, and we'll see how heats start separating in strategy. Here's the man that found a 7-3-3. Australian Reef Hazelwood at a two-turn section. He'll hold it together. See how he gets clobbered by the white water there. It's really strong in the lineup, much stronger than what it may look on screen. And North Shore Hawaii type of power here. But well managed by Reef Hazelwood, and goodbye to his 287, and that last ride will definitely end up in his, possibly even his heat total at the end. Still 18 minutes to go, so let's see where this goes.
A lot of waves in the sets here, Gigs. There's probably 4 or 5 waves in every set. So it's great that there's no lulls this morning, and every set that comes through, all 4 surfers almost getting an opportunity to improve or put another score on the board. Reef Hazelwood's first turn on that wave, he went right up, cracked it in the critical section. The fins actually drifted out. If you'd looked at that wave from the back, you would have seen his fins come out. It drifted across, then the fins engaged, and it gave him the speed into that second turn. He's got a lovely style on his backhand. Here we go. So check this. Watch as the first turn goes up. See how the fins come out? And he just re-engages, gets a bit of speed straight into the second turn. And he manages, importantly, that white water, which has got Aloe Maniz unstuck on his last wave. So it's important you ride out of that white water, Gigs. You come out of there nice and clean after a big smash like that. And you've got to think that you're in for a bit of a score on the board.
Well, judges sharpening pencils now. Scorecard for all 4 surfers. Leo Muniz has found numbers. His scorecard up to date, so momentarily he'll jump up into the lead. 5.83, Mike. So almost a good category score there for the Brazilian, who also holds priority now. And still waiting for numbers for Reef Hazelwood, Geordie Marie, and Luke Schleipen. We love the detail in the forehand attack of Luke Schleipen 2 waves back. We're waiting for a number for that as well. So the heat moving along nicely, and certainly keeping us on our toes here.
That last wave of Reef Hazelwood actually reminded me a little bit of Matt Wilkinson's style of surfing, the way he attacks the lip and gets under it when he goes into his backhand turns, almost upside down sometimes when he goes into that first turn. It was great to see Matt back in South Africa for the J-Bay Trials and the speciality event that was held down there before the Ballito Pro.
Let's have a look at Luke Schleipen here. Slightly bigger wave than his countryman, Geordie Marie. Again, letting go. We saw him make the finals of the QS 1000 with that approach. He's rock solid. His strike rate pretty high on those end sections, but that one particularly coming unstuck.
You see he put his hand up as he finished there, possibly looking for another board. So, Gigs, I wonder if he damaged that board in one of those 2 airs, perhaps put a little crease in front of the fins, or he definitely put his hand up to his support crew on the beach.
Seeing frustration from Geordie Marie here. I picked it up earlier, as I said. Has found a 5-2-7 in the lineup, but his last 2 rolls of the dice are soft. And here is an equipment change for Cape Townian Luke Schleipen. We'll dig into this a little more as well.
There's his brother Connor bringing him the board. Luke Thompson and the South African support crew strong on the beach there for this surfer from Llandudno in Cape Town, Luke Schleipen. So you see how he fell there. It was either that one or it was the previous wave where he possibly creased the board, or he's getting a board that he feels more confident on landing those airs on.
Yeah, I think that was the way he landed there. Almost looked like he might have struck the rail as well. So
there's
dig into the story.
Quinton Jones, his coach, just giving him a little bit of an update, a reset, And what are you going to do? He's taking it kind of slow there, Giggs. And I suppose he's got 15 minutes to go, but getting some important information there from QJ. And QJ just probably analyzing what's gone down the last 15 minutes, reset, and how is Luke Slypen going to get in this heat, because he's currently in 4th place, Giggs.
Yeah, the South African coaching system in place. Quinton Jones, former professional surfer, got some great results. I think I remember him winning a vehicle at one of the, I think it may have been a Ford or something like that, back in the 90s. Of course, Wayne Thorne, Llewellyn Whittaker, a number of former pro surfers, all in the coaching roles. We see it from all around the world. But wondering what Quinton Jones would have shared with Luke Slypen there, because Luke is down in 4th. But just to mention, we are waiting for numbers.
Yeah, Quinton Jones was actually the coach of the SA junior team that was in El Salvador in May, and he coached Louise Lepront to a very successful bronze medal in the final. One of the highest placings for a South African in many years at the World Junior Champs. So QJ did an awesome job there. And Giggs, a bit of an overhaul in the way that the South Africans are preparing for international events. They tried some new surf camps, and they had a national camp in Durban. They had another national camp as well. And slowly paying dividends. It takes a couple of seasons to build that sort of thing up, and is starting to pay dividends with a bronze medal in El Salvador this year. So props to QJ for all the work that he's putting in.
Yep, definitely the experience. I mean, we see it, you know, we always think of Snake and Luke Egan and all of the, and Micro, and their work that they're doing. And yeah, we've got our crew here in South Africa. They're getting the job done, but the South African community does need better results. We do need some breakthrough performers for the sport here in South Africa. I mean, it's Geordie Smith and Matt McGillivray that are flying the flag, but where is the next generation coming from? Well, it is from this crop and batch here. Lots to talk about here in beautiful Ballito. 12.5 minutes on the clock. We'll take a quick break. We trust that you're enjoying the show from Ballito.
Welcome to Kwadukuza, the destination for all seasons. Nestled on the breathtaking north coast of the Zulu Kingdom, this vibrant town offers something for everyone. Kwadukuza boasts several beaches that have been awarded the prestigious blue flag, guaranteeing cleanliness and safety for all visitors. Our inland region offers a world of adventure. Get your adrenaline pumping with thrilling activities like ziplining, hiking and off-road biking, surrounded by the natural beauty of Kwadukuza's landscapes. Kids will love our animal farm, getting up close and personal with friendly animals. Immerse yourself in history as you explore the rich heritage and legacy of great leaders like King Shaka and Chief Albert Luthuli. Conveniently located just a short drive from King Shaka International Airport and Durban International Conventional Center, making it easily accessible for both local and international delegates, with an abundance of world-class accommodation facilities, dining options and attractions nearby, you can truly make the most of your time in this magnificent region. Kwadukuza, the heartbeat of the North Coast.
Welcome back to the battlefield that is the Ballito Pro, proudly presented by O'Neill Kingslears alongside Mark Frew for the call. We are in the heart of Kwadukuza. This is the Zululand region, and we really are witnessing a battlefield, Mark.
We certainly are. It's an oceanic battle out there, Giggs, in Ballito today. And I was just during the break having a look at the spread of scores there. Reef Hazelwood has stamped a bit of authority on the heat now with that last score, and
get that.
That's advice that swap boards and a power turn to end off that wave. I like the look of the turn. Just the one big hit on that wave, though, Gigs. No turns before that. So let's see what the judges think of a set wave with one solid turn on the end and what they're throwing at that today.
Well, Leo Muniz holding priority. He knows that he needs to replace a 4.43. He'll know exactly what to do with the remaining 8.5 minutes here. He'll be looking for a bigger section to slam into, and we know he's got the power on tap to do that. We'll just see where these numbers come in for the two South Africans. And I'm noticing Jordi Marie kind of just starting to snake around the lineup a little bit. He's starting to look at smaller type of waves. I have picked up his body language of frustration already, and let's just see how he conducts that. Here's your heat leader in and out for Reef Hazelwood. That's not going to pay out in any way. But further down the line, Schleipen, and he'll get stuck as well. So nothing from that exchange is going to change the shape of the heat.
Prior to that last wave of Luke Schleipen, Jordi Marie actually had priority, Gigs. And while Luke Schleipen was riding, I saw the priority change. Jordi lost priority. So he must have paddled for something, but he didn't go and he lost that priority perhaps. Although this could have been the wave that we missed there.
Well, I mentioned he's going for smaller, thinner waves in the lineup, but he did act that one up and did like the way he approached that lip. Waiting for a judge's number for that. Of course, Jordi Marie, very well-rounded surfer. We mentioned he hails from Cape Town. It's a broad surf region. He's very good in the double overhead stuff. He's good at lefts, rights, and everything in between. And he's comfortable in the air as well. Jordi Marie, a very well-rounded surfer in every way. But we'll see how he gets his way through into the next round here at Ballito, if he can, with 7 minutes to go.
First time I saw Jordi Marie, he was actually in the under 14s at Jeffreys Bay in the SA Junior Champs in about 2011 or 2012. And it's been great to watch his career as he matures into a Challenger Series surfer. He spent a lot of time in KZN this season so far, Gigs. And he's spent a bit of time at waves and strong, powerful swells at places like Cave Rock. And it's great to see him maturing.
And now he's starting to look at left-handers. Go to the air here, throw away. You've got a feeling if he just reels it in 10, 20%, he'll still get a big air underfoot and make it. But Jordi looking just like he is frustrated with himself and the situation. He shouldn't be. He needs to stay in a sound mind frame here. He has the ability to win heats. He really does. And meanwhile, down the line, grinding away here, the nuggety 34-year-old Brazilian Leo Muniz, a new energized version of himself in 2024. And I don't think he's going to see a number push up there as well. He's trying to replace the 4.43. So this heat, I think, pretty much is a wide open story with 6 minutes to go. Reef Hazelwood's done the best job by far with the 7.33 and the 6.23.
Gigs, this is so close between second, third, and fourth here. And wow, we're in for an exciting 5 minutes and anxious for the South Africans.
So that big body slam turn from Luke Schleipen for a 5.43. Judges bought right into that, and it's changed the heat now. Mike, Luke Schleipen, this Cape Townian, up to second. Waiting for a number for Leo Muniz. We don't feeling that it's going to be the requirement. And Leo Muniz will go back to the drawing board now, and he'll be back in the fourth prio. But there is enough consistency in the lineup. We'll definitely should see another 2 sets of waves if I look at the rhythm and the pattern of the Indian Ocean this morning. Let's have a look at the recap, though. It's been a fun heat to call, and there's been a couple of stories in it, a bit of frustration as well, but this man has done nothing wrong.
All right, so he gets up into the lip on his first turn. A lovely second crack, bangs the third one. We haven't seen many waves with 33 solid turns like that. Leo Muniz, nuggety, as you said, and solid on his feet to negotiate that in section, Gigs.
Yeah, well, Reef Hazelwood started the strongest with the 7.33. Jordi Marie's been keeping himself in the game, is holding fourth in the heat, but doesn't need a big number. And, well, again, Reef Hazelwood 7-3-3, and now this year the 6-2-3. That's how the scores are coming out of the lineup with 2 big turn combos. That is where the points lie. Now, Leo Muniz knows exactly how to play that game with 4.5 minutes to go. He is down in third.
So the judges rewarding the 3 scores, a 7-3-3, the highest wave of the heat so far. Jordy Marie, that was a lovely looking turn. Gigs, I thought he had it. I was looking forward to what was going to happen now. And just comes unstuck on the bottom turn. It was like his rail didn't engage. His body went into the turn and the board stayed flat on the surface. Completely came unbalanced there after what was a great opener to that wave.
Well, with 4 minutes to go, the story that is separating first from fourth is wave selection. They're both goofy footers in first and fourth for the comparison discussion. But Reef Hazelwood's wave selection has been way more on point. Jordy Marie put him on the same waves. He'll be getting similar numbers to Reef. But right now the Australians put no foot wrong, and he is on his way to the next round, it's looking.
So Luke Slapen, I'm interested to see what happens here at Gigs, because he's got 2 good mid-range scores now. If he gets another wave, does he go for the big Hail Mary, like aerial maneuver that he's well known for?
Watch what Aleo Muniz is doing here, Mark. He's breaking away from the pack. He's in a low priority. Meanwhile, looking for solutions to the problem is Jordy Marie's changed up tact. He's going on the inside sandbars. And Aleo Muniz will just force the situation. Priority now being used by heat leader Reef Hazelwood. Lovely knifing turn from the Australian. And as I say, just keeping in that winning formula. Does he improve on a 6-2-3? That's worth a chat. But Aleo Muniz now bumps up to second prio and is chasing a 5.23. So it's all very doable here. 2 minutes 45. This will be fun.
I think Reef Hazelwood had to go on that wave. Aleo Muniz kind of sold it to him. He didn't want Aleo to go and then potentially move up the leaderboard. So Reef had to go, even though it's been his smallest wave of the heat so far, Gigs.
Well, thinking of Reef Hazelwood's last ride as well, perhaps not going to go into his top 2. It was the smallest of his contributions. He's caught the least amount of waves in the heat, by the way, as well. Only that was his 6th wave, your heat leader. Aleo Muniz has been a little busier, and all the 2 South Africans are basically on 8 or 9 waves each. So let's have a look at this moment again. Does he improve on a 6-2-3 here, Mark?
So it's a smaller wave. Tags the lip. It's almost like a check turn around the section, though. It's a pretty basic top turn. I like the flare on the end, though. He got a bit of drift on the board. Even his hair flared out on that turn. But in my opinion, Gigs probably not going to improve on the 6-2-3. I think that wave is going to come through probably a 4-5 or maybe a 5-5 mid-range score.
Well, he compressed in the lip. I liked it. Nice variety from Reef Hazelwood as we're down to a little over 90 seconds to go. Either way, inconsequential of the number, all he would do if he improves on the 6-2-3 is extend his lead. The story lies in the frustration for this man here, Jordy Marie. Smaller waves on the inside combination this time. And it's just not the informed Jordy Marie that we saw at Narrabeen. We mentioned that he only fell short of quarterfinals by a slight margin to Ian Gouveia. But not seeing that formula and momentum on show here for Jordy Marie, the Cape Town. It's the other South African that's holding priority and holding that second place position with 1 minute to go.
I'll tell you what, we shouldn't be biased, but my heart's beating in my chest. Luke Slapen, 1 minute to go. Is he going to be able to hold on to the second place, Gigs, and be one of the South Africans to move through into the next round?
Well, he's going to block Aleo Muniz. He uses the priority. He'll probably go to the air as well. It's incomplete. Now 40 seconds to go. Aleo Muniz comes to Ballito ranked second on the Challenger Series, making a finals at Narrabeen. A good result from Snapper. And is he steering in the face of elimination here with 30 seconds to go? Whew. 5.23 requirement, easily in his wheelhouse. And, well, a softer 4.43 remains in the scoreline for the former event champion, a former championship tour surfer, and a very strong version of Aleo Muniz in 2024. Is the ocean going to pay out for him? We're counting the clock here. And here's that moment. Did he make it? We'll find out in a sec. He's going to huck the tail. It's going to be incomplete. And that is the story of the third heat of the morning. All credit to Reef Hazelwood. Outstanding job. And one of the South Africans of the 2 in the heat will get the advance. Luke Schleipen is going to survive, and Aleo Muniz will be frustrated with himself because the nuggety Brazilian loves the type of lineup that Ballito offered this morning, but yet somehow didn't find the numbers.
That'll be a massive confidence booster for Luke Schleipen.
Well, there it is, official results. And just making note, Geordie Marie as well will be thinking about Huntington Beach right now, as will Aleo Muniz for stop 4 of the Challenger Series. But all credit to Luke Schleipen. A South African makes the next round here in Ballito. Stay with us. We'll bring in Paul Evans and Tashmin Tasti for the...
Welcome to Kwadukuza, the destination for all seasons. Nestled on the breathtaking north coast of the Zulu Kingdom, this vibrant town offers something for everyone. Kwadukuza boasts several beaches that have been awarded the prestigious blue flag, guaranteeing cleanliness and safety for all visitors. Our inland region offers a world of adventure. Get your adrenaline pumping with thrilling activities like ziplining, hiking and off-road biking surrounded by the natural beauty of Kwadukuza's landscapes. Kids will love our animal farm, getting up close and personal with friendly animals. Immerse yourself in history as you explore the rich heritage and legacy of great leaders like King Shaka and Chief Albert Lutuli. Conveniently located just a short drive from King Shaka International Airport and Durban International Conventional Center, making it easily accessible for both local and international delegates, with an abundance of world-class accommodation facilities, dining options and attractions nearby, you can truly make the most of your time in this magnificent region. Kwadukuza, the heartbeat of the North Coast.
And a very warm welcome back to the beach. The Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. Fighters up for stop 3 of 6 on the Challenger Series schedule. 2 done over in Australia. Great events they were, surf blessed. But everyone in the field stoked to be back in South Africa and resuming hostilities at Ballito, a beautiful part of the world. But if you're surfing a heat at this level today, you're not really thinking about enjoying the sights and sounds. It's really about the job of work at hand. Speaking of which, joining myself, Paul Evans, to talk you through here, one of the busiest people in show business here on the ground in South Africa. Tash Mentasti, how you doing?
Yeah, good morning, Paul. I'm doing great. There's excellent conditions out there. We've got some bigger swells, so I'm just looking forward to seeing how the day pans out. It's a big round for a lot of people, and yeah, when the waves arrive, we're always happy.
Yeah, you've been out down the beach with a little bit different view on things. Obviously, we're in here in the studio watching on camera. We don't get that perspective of the whole thing, but things are a lot more open today. We've got that longer period swell and a more stretched out playing field. We'll come back to that as we'll pick up live action here and absolutely belting it with that aggression that we've come to expect from Grudgia. And he has been surfing and blazing on the Challenger Series for a couple of years and then putting in just really impressive, aggressive performances, polished aggression as well from him. He's got an amazing air game too, but he's got that coiled spring energy. Something of the Alejo Muniz that we just saw, a bit of a surprise of him bow out. There's elements of that, but there's a little extra sauce as well with Edgard. Really enjoyable surfer to watch. Getting this campaign underway with an early start here, but just revisiting that chat and the conditions. More opportunity out there in terms of these longer waves from a more traditional takeoff spot, but with 4 surfers in the water. I think that's what we saw in the last one. You think everyone wants a couple of really good set waves. That's already 8 waves, and in half an hour, that's tough to get. But you know what? Let's go and hear from someone that did find those waves. Mike Frew is standing by with Reef Hazelwood, winner of the last heat.
Reef, that was a great start to your campaign. Compared to last year, a much better start. I can see the smile on your face. Tell me about that 7 that you opened the heats with those 3 big cracks.
Yeah, just such a good wave. It actually followed Geordie, who just had an absolute bomb, and I was like, oh, like, spewing I missed that, and then I saw the one behind, I was like, okay, it looks all right, and then, yeah, ended up being sick, and yeah, just had heaps of time to, like, get 3 turns. Like, a lot of the time you're just getting 2 out there, so it was nice to get the 3, and yeah, just been working on, like, a bit more rail surfing, and so I felt like it felt pretty good on that first one, and then just led into the next 2.
Some inspiring surfing there for the goofy footers. Tell me, it looks pretty solid out there, especially that end section crunching on the bank. How does it compare to the waves back home?
Yeah, definitely. I feel like it's pretty similar. Like Sunshine Coast, it's usually pretty small, but when we do get some size, it's pretty punchy on a couple breaks. But definitely doesn't usually have the backwash, and so that makes it a bit trickier. And I mean, yeah, again, like don't usually get waves this size. It's a bit smaller, so yeah, it's pretty fun to have a bit more power here.
Well, job done there, and we'll see you in the next round. Great stuff.
Thanks heaps.
Good performance from Reef Hazelwood. He's stoked to make it through. We're checking out heat number 4, which features the Brazilian Gragia. Just dropped the 5. We saw that in live vision. Also out in the water, Cade Matson, the American. Joel Vaughan as well, another very highly rated Australian surfer. Can't wait to see what he does out here. And out of Hawaii, Kai Paula. But Tash, so far so good on a really fun day with this. It's getting a little warmer out there. This smooth, velvety face on the waves and some big scoring sections as well for these surfers.
Yeah, I think the beautiful thing about the north coast of KwaZulu-Natal is it's just got a little bit more punch. It's got a lot more power to it. So we've been seeing small surf the last week. We've actually been here about 6 days before the Challenger Series started, and it was like summer conditions, really balmy days and very, very testing conditions. With that west swell that you were talking about that's come in, it has offered more opportunity in regards to just the size of the swell and what you're able to perform on those waves. However, like you were saying earlier, 4 people in a heat, that's 8 quality waves that you're looking for, and you're going to have to hustle and find it.
Here goes Matson. Dropped off the championship tour at the mid-season cup, wants to get back there, and he'll do it if he continues with that strong surfing that he showed last year on a stellar Challenger Series campaign. Just a little stumble at the end of that way, but good work done out the back. There's the alley-oop from Paula, who just sort of ran out of velocity, it felt like. Halfway through that, it looked like everything was kind of clicking, but just kind of ran out of speed and sort of fell out the sky a little bit. Won't get that rotation done, but already interesting to see Tash. You've seen that air go down, that attempt at the alley-oop, but also that power surfing. You mentioned the power of the wave. It feels like a lot of surfers who back themselves, you know, that are strong physically, you get the board into the lip here, you're already going fast. It's going to look spectacular.
Yeah, I mean, you got to think about it, especially with that closeout section. You've always got that power coming towards you with the athletes with so much speed going into it. When they time it right, it looks really good, and the judges are rewarding the surfers for that. So, yeah, a little bit more stretched out today. There's a very clear peak that the guys are sitting on. However, we saw in earlier heats, certain surfers were moving further north, so to the left-hand side of the screen, straight into that morning glare. But I think just wanting to separate themselves and try to find opportunity without sitting in the pack and dealing with priority.
22 minutes and 40 to go in this one, the best of the opening engagement. Gragia with that 5, couple of turns on the running right-hander. Numbering for Cade is pretty modest, a 3 for him. And we focus on what he's been able to do this year on the championship tour. That big rookie class came from California, specifically from San Clemente, his hometown, a big push from them, and he was part of that energy. They were all supporting each other. Some brilliant performances, just couldn't quite get enough. It was pretty tight when the cut came in Western Australia, but really looking to try and kick on and get back on the Challenger Series. And well, just Tash, from your point of view, some highlights from, were you surprised? We talk about rookies and they come on tour and you kind of, there's some that you expect, all right, maybe they're going to do really well. Others you think it's so tough. There's so many good surfers out there. What were your impressions of the 5 events that Cade surfed on the CT?
Yeah, I know. When you look at his results, 4 equals 17th. I mean, you know that there's more in him, really. He got that equal 9th as well, but I enjoy his surfing. I thought that he definitely could stay on tour, but like you were saying, it's just so hotly contested nowadays. You actually can't have a bad heat, unfortunately. But Cade Matson, he's an exciting surfer. I enjoy watching him, and it'll be interesting to see when he finds a wave out there what he's actually going to do on it, because I think this type of wave suits his surfing.
He's also been part You know, we've been talking about support squads and how important they are, but the type of energy he brings as well as he's supporting his crew has been absolutely impressive. Let's just remind ourselves what he was able to do at Bells. And this was an entertaining event for a number of reasons. Lots of drama going down. And Cade Madsen, the sort of person that can find the energy within himself and just spark in a performance. And a 5th place finish, his best result of his 5 events on the CT.
Yeah, and just looking so good when he was here. I thought he'd get that momentum and rhythm to keep moving forward. I mean, his surfing's exciting. And we can just see here, he's got that variety. He's able to mix it up. And I love how he releases the tail so easily. Always that little exclamation mark from Cade Madsen. And an equal 5th being a keeper, you know, but just not being able to back it up.
Yeah, another one of those. Would have gotten really close. We're just seeing him give way there in live action. Gragia on the backhand now. On a relatively rare left, and he'll just stick at this. He'll stay low and manage to squeeze the juice out of that end section. That's a tricky part of the wave to hit. He had to kind of keep his high line as he went into that section. Did really well to crucially get the finish. And that's precision surfing in a heat where really any opportunities that you get, we talked about how competitive it is, even just getting the set ways, that once you get all the way to the end, you don't want to do his full tash, and he's good enough for a strong finish there. All right, his pull up, going into the lip, and the combo there, and he'll put that one down, and precisely to the point I was just making. So important, obviously, to finish those waves, and a little missed opportunity in terms of points for Kai.
Yeah, you know that inside section on that shallow sandbank, it doesn't matter how big or small the waves are, it's still crunchy there, and it seems to just throw back at you. So if you're not low and compressed and really coiled up, it's an incomplete wave, and the judges they're being very critical in that regard.
Yeah, and obviously just in terms of points, if you don't get the completion, you don't get the points. In terms of sort of that mental momentum for your surfers, you know, you find yourself a wave, whether it's with priority or you sneak away and get some, and then you surf all the way inside and you fall. It's almost like you've got to pick yourself up and go again when you get back in the lineup. Here's someone in full flow, Gragia, with the rotation. We touched on the air game that he's got. He is lethal at those. That particular one, a flatter spin, will be an incomplete one. And he'll make his way back out. But already, just from what we've seen in the first, what have we had, 12 minutes, not quite in this one, just seems like he's bringing a bit more energy to proceedings.
Yeah, I think you can't sit and wait. You've got to create opportunity totally, and just coming up with the likes of Cade Madsen as well as Joel Vaughan. I mean, he's the youngster in this heat, but this is the young man up and riding now, taking that priority. And, you know, he's still a pro junior, Joel, but he's got some exciting surfing behind him. Nice 3-turn combo, looking really comfortable there. Lots of flow. Didn't look like he had to make too much efforts in that wave. And that was only his first ride, Paul, so waiting quite a while to get that first score under the belt.
Yeah, he waited ages, but you know what? As soon as he paddled into that wave, it seemed like, okay, good call to wait, because that looked like real qualities. That one drained and ran. Smooth surfing from him, plenty of polish. Didn't try to do too much. You mentioned the power of the end section. You've got to sort of try and match that. Don't try and overcome it necessarily, and really well timed from him. Meanwhile, Madsen, there's a big hammer of a first turn, but he pushes so hard. Both rails submerge, and he'll catch them and go down. So probably aware of the fact that he didn't have massive points on the board so far, Cade, and just forcing it, overcooking it slightly there.
Yeah, he's going to be frustrated. I think you don't want to miss an opportunity out here. You really want to start building scores. And if we look at just what the best 2 scores are now on the top left of our screen, I mean, the 5 is a keeper. It's definitely not the score you want to utilize to get through. So I think there's still a lot more for us to see with these 4 surfers.
Wait for that number to come in. Smooth surfing from Joel Vaughan. Let's go down the beach and hear from the Frou Brew. Mike, what have you got?
Deck that's sponsored by Corona, Vodacom and Samsung. It's a beautiful morning here in Ballito. Look at what a glassy morning it is. We've got our guests enjoying the men's surfing rounds through the morning, and if we walk across this way, we've got the Corona bar that's set up for lunchtime. We'll be serving some great food here through the afternoon, and we've got the Corona Sunset beers that are getting cold.
All right, great stuff. Mike threw out and about, roaming, and enjoyed himself. A great setup here at Ballito. Such an easy place to watch the surf as well. This lineup real close in. Here's Joel Vaughan flaring and blows out that tail, and that being incompletion. You see Kai Paula watching on. He just held that gaze for a couple of seconds, and he would have been relieved to see that, in fact, Joel Vaughan didn't stomp that. Joel Vaughan's point of view, a little grimace, a shake of the head. He'll wash that off and paddle back out. His opening wave was decent, 5.33. So the best of the opening exchanges. Pretty fair return, I'd say, for that. Did look like real quality for his opening ride. Looking to back that up there, realizing on a shorter wave, he needed to try something a little bit special. Just not quite coming off, but we like to see surfers taking risks and not playing it safe.
Absolutely. I mean, it's critical, it's committed, and it's showcasing a little bit something different, a variety, you know. And I think to put that exclamation mark on maneuvers, that's where you're going to get that little extra bit of score. But we've seen scores coming out from single maneuvers. We've seen some big scores coming out from the 2-turn combo, the 3-turn combo. For me, it's really exciting to see when they can complete those final closeout maneuvers. That's the exclamation mark.
15 minutes on the clock here. Grogia and Vaughan, the best of it. More live action from Heat 4, the round of the 64 men, right after this.
If you come here with respect, you're always going to have respect back. Also, the wave itself can put you in your place.
Welcome back to the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. Stop 3 of 6 on the Challenger Series. We're back in Africa and we're having a look right now at Grogia and Vaughan, 1-2. Brazil and Australia. Cade Matson bumped off the CT back after Margaret River and looking to go deep in the event here, build that platform and get straight back on tour. That's what our new format can offer. If you don't make the cut, the way the Challengers works, head straight over to the east coast of Australia and start your campaign. And a pivotal moment, literally midway point, will be after this event here in South Africa. At the moment, he's got a little bit of work left ahead of him. Still plenty of time, though. 13 minutes to go. Let's get a look at Kai Paula here with a bit of a spring in his step and going up with a nice pop, nice and high. Got the rotation done and then landed it almost in cheetah 5. Realised the rocks were pretty close. Did well to get out of there.
Yeah, I thought he did well to get out of there. And I think just know wanting to drop that 4-point ride. We'll see where to go with it, but I enjoyed Kai Paula's last wave, and I definitely think that he's going to get rid of that 267.
So this was replays during the break. Let's have a look at Joel Vaughan here, Tash.
Yeah, quick transition from the first to the second maneuver. They're still waiting for that score to come through, and there's that little exclamation mark that I like from Kai Paula. Just releases the fins.
So went for that number to drop for Joel Vaughan. That quick, really rapid 2-punch on the finishing section. He squeezed in the 2 turns. He looked really light on his feet and sprightly, able to get that done. Meanwhile, we're also going to get that number come in for Grogia shortly too, also with a combo. And it does feel like those combination of turns, if you pace them right, the judges will pay them off heavily. If you do one maneuver, it feels like with every second between the turns sometimes, it feels like the points sort of like almost sort of ebbing away from you. The judges love to see that rhythm straight off the top turn into the bottom turn. There's a set which will catch everyone slightly unawares, and we might see a bit of that if this continues to push with the push and tide, Tash.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what's going to happen. And we are expecting some more swell to be pushing in with that high tide later on today. We're definitely going to see some rogue sets every so often. It's not big out there. We're looking at like 4 to 5 foot. And this looks like Kai Paula, so that's that rotation that he got. Just functional, really. Looks like he's got it on tap. And this is Rogia. I liked how he punched through that last section, but if we had to compare it to Joel Vaughan's, there was just that little bit extra flair with his tail. So we'll see where they go with these scores. But it's close between all 4 surfers. I mean, to have separation of just 3 points, it's not going to be an easy one.
Yeah, it's super close, isn't it? And we've already seen, I think, from everybody, just in terms of skill set, they've all got airs, really good air game. They've got power as well. They're able to just draw a surfer's line across this wave and link it all together and make it look good. It's all going to come down, I think, to pretty fine margins in this one. It's setting up for an interesting final 10 minutes. Cade Matson, you expect power and aggression. You expect him to swing. Let's see what he can do on replay here.
Hello? Yeah, so almost just had to... He got caught a little bit on that first turn, and it didn't stand up as much as he needed, so he didn't get so vert as what he was looking for.
He got the finish. That was crucial. It was a completion. It was the 2-turn combo. Just maybe arriving a touch late, as you mentioned. Some of that foam, just a little caught on the first one, but good enough to get that done. He would love to get there a little earlier. He's really good at that tail tap and getting extra spray out of those maneuvers. That one's coming a touch late. So the panel of judges with a little work to do. They paid out on Joel Vaughan 4, 6, 7 for him for the 2-turn combo right at the end of the wave. Here he goes again here, and he's got some flow and some speed. And he'll go vert and just drift that tail a touch. Similar sort of thing, actually, to what he did on his last one, just squeezing in that little tail release on the whitewater. It just makes everything look so smooth, Tash.
That's what I was going to say. And his reaction time, he really responds quickly and reads that wave well. I mean, for me, was that one of the best waves that have come through the lineup? Not at all, but he definitely capitalized on what was on offer for him. So let's see, he's in the lead at the moment.
You can't help but think when you watch his surfing, it almost looks like he's barely trying. He's got so much more in the tank. You know, he got that 5.33 early on and just kind of going through the motions, really. He never really got out of second gear. I'd love to see him get an opportunity to really go at this. By contrast, you see Grogia, you can see the sort of physical impetus he's putting into his turns. Yeah. He's pushing pretty hard. We know Grogia's got more too. Let's hope we get some more waves and plenty of opportunity to these 4, because it's been an enjoyable one. It's, you know, we sometimes see surfers just somehow curry a bit of favor with the sets, with the surf gods, and they're in rhythm early on. This one, no one really running away with this. This is anyone's.
No, this really is anyone's. And this youngster, keeping it nice and busy. Oh, if he had completed that, that would have been epic. Definitely helping his campaign here and holding down that lead. But I think the difference, like you were saying, Vaughan, super light-footed, really light-footed. Grogia, a lot more power behind.
As we're going to see a big payoff in terms of points, you'd think, from the panel, because Ballito, it can offer you a little bit of everything, but progressive surfing is an option for sure. From deep here, Paula, nice bottom turn, really nice carving on the rail, just slicing through the pocket again with a bit more tail in that, and then comboing it up. So a completely different style of surfing. There are different ways of doing it. Here we go. Matson, what's he got? Pushing really hard and trying to force that tail block through that white watery crumble lip, and He's unable to do so. He'll have to think on here. He's in 4th place at the moment. And he's throwing away turns on that finishing section. At some point, that's going to cost him Tash. He's still got time right now. Get back in the lineup. He'll punch out. He'll have 6 minutes or so, but he needs to get something going here.
Yeah, he needs to get something going. And if we look at what Kai Paula just did on that last ride, you might see a slight change in situation. But Cade Madsen hasn't completed a wave yet, other than that 3 points, but that was a one-hit wonder. So he really is.
It still looks like if you pull it off, but there is obviously that risk. If you are doing 2 turns, you can get a solid first turn done. Just kind of clean things up, like polish it with the second turn. But just the way the rhythm of his waves, the rise that he's had to put everything into that last section and possibly just over surfing it a touch at the moment. Having a look at Fred Moraes, another surfer, fell off the championship tour recently. Of course, last year he was blazing here all the way to semi-finals, surfed so well. Yeah. And he will be pretty stoked on his time in South Africa thus far. He was just down in J-Bay. You were down there. Fred took that one out and just surfed incredibly. I mean, his surfing matches that wave so well.
And he was actually a late caller. The last 5 minutes of this heat.
Let's see what happens here. So Vaughan all wrapped up in white water there. Couldn't really get going out in the open face. By contrast, Gurgia just popping his board out, kind of losing traction with it. He did a couple of last 2. Score coming. It will be an improvement for him for sure, but I don't think it's going to be anything like the number he needs. That 6.77. He fell on the last turn, didn't he? So it'll be a number for him, but unless he improves on his 3, his situation will remain the same. He's chasing down a number. He doesn't look very happy at the moment. He wants that information from the beach announcers. Of course, they can only read it out when they get it from our judging panel. And at this wave, and we saw it all day yesterday, there's so much going on for our judges.
Oh, wow, yeah.
We saw all sorts of rides going down, 4 surfers in the water, and the judges are always got work ahead of them. We've had hardly any lulls.
What 5.2 to next surfer 5.4, which could swing the heat. So they're taking the job seriously, which is important. This is career-defining stuff. Stop number 3, like you said, really important event for the Challenger Series athletes.
2.5 on the clock right now. Waiting for numbers for everybody out in the water. It's with the panel at the moment. Joel Vaughan, the Australian, with the lead in this. He's definitely looked the most polished and the most calm on his waves. He hasn't had there, and he sort of paddling for nothing type waves and hoping something will happen while they stand up. 90 on the clock. Gurgia will claw his way back to the takeoff peak. Priority still with Cade Matson. He's going to need to bring something here. 6.77, that requirement. He might bring that down a touch. He had 2 turns, didn't he? Complete the first one, he fell on the second. So if the first time was better than a 3, he'll bring that requirement down a touch, will Cade. But even if he does, it's not going to be. It's still going to be a decent mid-range number that he requires, Tash, as we go towards the final minute here.
Yeah, and we've also got to remember that we are missing scores for white and blue, so that requirement might change as well if Grogia or Vaughan find something stronger.
There's Vaughan on the inside here. I think we know what's coming. He'll load up and he'll get that rotation. Just flicks that one down and does it pretty nice. Polishes it. Didn't get super high, but there's a nice bit of whip to that rotation. Quite a tricky one to do when you don't have loads and loads of speed to come out and try and finish that rotation. Nice tech. Back in the later rounds. This one's really final couple of seconds. Can Madsen get on this? I think he's up before the horn. Here he goes. Fades in the entry and drives down the line for speed. And pretty much kind of sums up the way his heat's gone, really, that one. He's been frustrated. And the Ocean's not really cooperated with him in terms of sections. He's maybe just got a little unlucky as well in terms of what he's been trying to do and force it a touch. And he'll be annoyed with himself here. And unfortunately, from Cade Matson's point of view, it looks like he'll be bowing out of competition at this stage. We're still waiting for our panel to bring numbers here. The judges just going to make sure they get these scores right. I think Grogia got the 5.07 previous to last. Took him up into first place. And he'll bring this one in here. So that high energy approach from the Brazilian Grogia.
Yeah, but just remember, Kai Porter got that way. We haven't seen those scores either, so let's really see what's going to happen here.
And Grogia are through, and an entertaining heat with loads of different sort of surf styles going down. I guess it goes to show there isn't really one way of doing it, Tash, particularly at Ballito. Plenty of options available for everybody.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's the beauty of this wave, is you can mix it up totally. You can use your power surfing, you can use your air
Stay tuned.
The Hydro board short is something that I've used for quite some time now. One of the main key factors still is the no-tie fly. It's comfortable, it's convenient, and it works. Ultimately, what I'm looking for in a board short would have to be comfort and then convenience. If you add those two things together with a spice of color, you've got the perfect board short.
And a very warm welcome back to the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. It's a lovely morning in South Africa and a nice part of the world to watch the surfing, or if you're a competitor, go out and get yourself through heats. We're going to talk to someone who's done exactly just that. We've got a very special guest, Reef Hazelwood, joining myself, Paul Evans and Tash Mentasti. Reef, how you feeling, mate?
Yeah, very good. Yeah, pretty stoked after the last heat, so it's good.
You found a couple of waves out there. It's like plenty of opportunity, but 4 surfers in the water, it's always going to be tough. How did you find those waves? Was it Hasley one, or they just kind of popped up?
For me, it kind of just popped up, but kind of the start of the heat was a bit Hasley. Everyone pushed a bit deep, and I was like, I'm going wide, and then ended up being the last one to get like a bit of opportunity, but it was kind of the best, so I was pretty stoked.
Overall vibes amongst the surfers on the Challenger Series. Everyone happy to be back here in Ballito? It's a pretty popular tour stop.
Absolutely. Yeah, I know for all Aussie boys, we're just loving the food and yeah, just frothing out, having a good time and chilling. And yeah, it's been really fun staying with Jarvis Earl and obviously winning the Pro Junior. And so it's, yeah, just been really fun and cruisy.
Yeah, great. Looking forward to getting some insights from you. We'll pick up Vision, a quick in and out. Lucas Silveira out in the water. It's a lot of experience out here. And then got some of the youth energy as well. Let's set this one up. Fred Moraes of Portugal. Nat Young from the USA, Lucas Silveira, the Brazilian that we just saw, Kai Odriozola from Spain. So I guess you're calling this 3 vets and 1 surfer young in years, but I tell you what, growing in stature, pretty much every event, Kai Odriozola has got a great skill set, and he's a pretty smart competitor too. It'll be interesting to see how this one goes down, but we're expecting maybe another tight heat just in terms of 4 surfers out in the water trying to find 2 good scores. Exactly what we saw in that last one. It was so edgy and tight, and we like it when it's anyone's coming down to like the last few exchanges, but from the surfer's point of view, must make it a bit more nervy, Reef, in those ones.
Absolutely, and yeah, I think the tide's filling in, so it's maybe just slowing up a little bit out there. And yeah, 4-man heats, you're like, oh, just one opportunity, want to be surfing, but it makes it pretty exciting.
So 26 minutes and 20 seconds to go in this. Official results are in, so we didn't change anything. We waited a while just to clean that one up, but Grajia and Vord make it through. Paul are not a long way behind. He'll be disappointed to get the high score of the heat, but couldn't find a backup. And Madsen, well, he didn't look happy at all. He made a very purposeful jog up the sand for some kind of debrief in the contest area, and he will be annoyed. Just the fact that there's such high stakes here, it means so much. And just 6 events, Reef, on tour across 4 counting. Obviously, it's important to get a result, and it means so much to everyone. That dream of being on the championship tour, it's you know, it's within reach. You get one really good result, you're well on your way. You get a couple, and you're there. But at the same time, it's so hard to do against the depth of talent that's out there in the water.
For sure, and that's something that we've seen over the last 3 years. Is definitely like everyone is just so competitive and such a high level. You know, I feel like maybe even a couple years before that, you'd have 1 or 2 standouts throughout the whole year. But I feel like now it's almost just like everyone's just right there. And all it takes is that one result to really kind of break out and try and get that ball rolling. So it's pretty tight, and here we go, wave up and riding.
Here goes Nat Young, the veteran out of Santa Cruz, California, hammers it on the backhand. Look at that one, so vert. And just the combo on that glassy face from Nat. How many times have we seen him do that? And he's just able to hit it so hard with so much authority and venom. So Nat Young opening things up with a good combo. It took us a while to tidy up who won that lastly. In the end, it was Edgar Gurgia. Let's go and have a chat with him.
Edgard, what a great heat win. I know you're not feeling well, you've been a bit sick and under the weather, but you went out there and you managed to get the win despite that. Tell us a little bit how that heat went, even being a little bit sick.
Oh, this hit so super hard because I'm not feeling well. I'm feeling a little bit bad. And I'm so tired because 2 days ago I'm got sick, and this hit so super hard for me because I got a good waves and I got 2 good scores, but I'm not how to say, I don't take my best, you know. So yeah, but it is. I'm so happy. Thank you everybody and watching me in here on the beach in Brazil. I'm feeling so good, and about make my heat. I'm so happy.
And so despite that, I see there's a smile on your face. You must go and have a lie down and get better, take some vitamins, get well for the next round. Just a couple quick words for our viewers in Portuguese.
Bom, galera, eu tô bem mal, assim, esses 2, 3 dias. Hoje ali na bateria eu consegui, eu acho que competir bem, consegui vir nas ondas boas. Tive um pouco de sorte também que os meninos também estavam um pouco nervosos. Eu nem estava nervoso com a bateria, só estava nervoso com a minha performance, porque eu não tava me sentindo fraco. Mas com muita fé em Deus e deu tudo certo. Estou feliz por isso. Agora ir para casa, me recuperar e para o próximo round vir um pouco melhor e conseguindo, né, me manter calmo, tranquilo, colocando Deus no caminho, que vai dar tudo certo. Espero estar um pouco melhor para poder surfar mais, surfar melhor e conseguir soltar o meu surf e, se Deus permitir, fazer um bom resultado. Obrigado a todo mundo que está em casa assistindo e é isso. Tamo junto, família, patrocinadores. Obrigado e vamos.
Thank you so much. See you in the next round.
All right, let's get that man some soup and some Netflix. Just chill out, get his recovery on his through the next round. Let's pick up live action here. Lucas Silveira on the front foot as he pushes with the back foot through that section. And we've talked about how hard that section can be to hit. He's really good at that turn, real powerful surfer. Experienced campaigner too. So a strong finish for him. Nothing on the board to get overly excited about prior to that. A 2.67, big number in for Nat Young though. A 7.5 for the Goofy. And Reeve, how good is it when you start a heat and you go close to the excellent range like that? You must be feeling pretty good about things right now.
Yeah, definitely. I know for me, it kind of happened that way. And you kind of feel like you get to take a breath and be like, all right, well, all I need is one more wave. Where like before that, you can be like, oh, I need a couple waves. And so, yeah, definitely takes the pressure off. And that was a beautifully surfed wave from Nat.
Set just cupping up on the outside. No takers. That one sort of stood up and then just sat down a little bit, went soft. By now, after several days in town, everyone having a bit of a read on the lineup. Fred Moraes just kind of squint at that one and watch it down the line and just try and work out what he would have got had he taken it. Decided not to go. I think in terms of how he surfs heat, in terms of his surf smarts and his strategy, he's dotted all the I's and crossed the T's, and he knows exactly the kind of wave he's looking for. Decided that wasn't it. A little lull in the action right now, just past that 21-minute mark remaining. Nat Young with that 7.5 sitting pretty big in the scoreline. We're still waiting for Kai and Fred to get going. Just thinking about challenges, Reef, and over in Australia, obviously the waves would be like one of the main talking points. Snapper just absolutely dreaming. Just incredible stuff over there. And then head down to Sydney. It was pumping there as well at Narrabeen. Let's get another look. We'll revisit that. Let's have another look. Talk us through what Nat's doing here.
Yeah, just nice section there, and then just went really square on that last one. Just nice and early, and just clean the whole way through. So that was really awesome.
Relatively easy sort of set. It's like a 7.5 that you kind of take within your stride as well. I mean, from his point of view, that's pretty stock surfing for him.
Yeah,
Yeah, absolutely. Just a bit of bread and butter for him.
All right, here goes Odriozola, and that wave, a bit of a crease in it. So it looked good when he stood up on our tight shot. He saw it double up, but sometimes you get that through the middle of the wave, and it just kind of creases it. And it's really hard to go over it into the next section. Oh, hello, popping out from nowhere. Silveira comes into vision, and he's got a decent section here, and the amplitude in that turn is nice. He goes off a deep bottom turn and then into the lip hard. So Silveira with a bit of pep in his step. He got a 5, 6, 7 drop in for that hammer on his last effort, and he'll get another number here, Tash.
Yeah, for sure. He's definitely going to drop that 267. But when I was looking at Nat Young, I mean, like you were saying, his bread and butter, it made it look so simple. When we had to compare it to the heat before, they couldn't get anything above a 6. But I think it was the wave itself, it was a really good canvas. And for me, it was that flow from one turn straight into the next. Silveira also just got some flow there. I don't know where he popped out of it. I don't know if he had a turn in before what we saw, but he's definitely going to replace that 267 and start putting some pressure on the youngster, Odriozola. And then on the vet, and Frederico Moraes, I mean, he's had so much success in Ballito. Runner-up last year, quarterfinal results in 2022. So he's no stranger to this lineup, but he also knows what he wants and what type of wave he's looking for. Here's this replay. So it looks like Nat's first wave, or we see a score. It might be his third ride that we were seeing there. And this is Lucas Silveira. Just the 2-turn combo, he's definitely getting rid of the 267. I don't know if he's going to get the same type of score as his highest score so far.
Yeah, Nat Young back on the tools there on the backhand. Just maybe a little more time between those two maneuvers on that last wave we saw on replay, but it will be a healthy number for him, you reckon. He's already in the lead, and this heat, and he's up again here, live action, and opens up with a crack off the rail, and then you see him just peering over the shoulder, looking for a steep bit. It's not super steep, so just kind of carves that one up before he's able to sting it and whip up into the lip. And Nat Young, the veteran, using all that experience and the backhand that he's been, well, renowned for at various venues around the world, even in kind of bigger waves too. On that backhand, he's able to do surfing that you associate with smaller conditions. Such a powerful unit. Got those big legs, isn't it? Really helps him just smash into the lip. All right. Here's Fred Moraes, a bit of a road to nowhere for him. A massive number dropping in for Nat Young. For previous to last, he'll have another score as well when this one comes through. More live action here. Okay, this thing's really fired up. Just slightly caught maybe on the opening turn, Silveira, and he'll use that momentum just to kind of prod and probe down the line. Another nice finish for him. And over from this angle, we see surfers heading away for us. It's quite hard to appreciate how hard they go and how fast they're going back up into the lip. But another well put together wave from him. He's not falling off. Big news on the scoreboard, though. Excellent ride for Nat Young. 8-point ride for him, and the rhythm and the flow that he's getting already in this heat from the very beginning. Set up the platform with the 7.5, and as you said, Ree, from there, you're thinking, great, I only need one more wave. Gets an excellent number. Good night.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, 16 minutes left and almost job done. But yeah, you're obviously just kind of going, all right, what does everyone else have? And still try and just put yourself in position and, you know, maybe just do a bit of defense and take waves off other people now.
Yeah, we've been talking this storyline about on the Challenger Series. You know, we have these veterans with all that experience, how dangerous they are, how wily they are. And then we've got this young generation as well. But just an interesting one for you, mate. Where do you see yourself in that conversation? Been around for a little while, but you surf like the young generation. But how do you see yourself in that conversation? Or maybe you don't see yourself in it.
Yeah, I'm not too sure, actually. Here we go, Kai's up.
Saved by a wave. Here we go, Kai Odriozola, and he's up and swinging. He'll crack the lip there. Nice, compact, neat and tidy surfing. And a good finish as well. That's not an easy section to hit. And he'll bring that for a finish. Crucial that he did get the finish. There's nothing on the board close to the halfway point in the heat. He's stuck in decimals. And he needed to get a wave and just stay at this. Nat Young is absolutely running away with it. And in the battle for second, Silveira streets ahead at the moment. Got a 6.5 drop in for his previous to lasted Lucas. So bit of a distance combo in Fred and Kai. And just to stay in this, important for Kai to get that wave, get some turns done, and crucially get the finish.
Yeah, I think so. And something with Kai Odriozola, he has been in Ballito. He's actually surfed the Pro Junior before the Challenger. He surfed the QS. So he spent some time out here to navigate that closeout section because it is a heavy section to negotiate, and as much as the guys are pushing through with the timing of their turns with that closeout maneuver, they're not always completing it, and Kai spent some time out there and he looked pretty comfortable.
Midway points in this heat. Nat Young is running away with a hit. Excellent surfing from him. The powerful goofy on the backhand. Just showing some of the youngsters how it's done. He's looking good in this. So Silveira in second place at the moment. And more live action from Heat 5 of the round of 64 right after the break.
Welcome to Kwadukuza, the destination for all seasons. Nestled on the breathtaking north coast of the Zulu Kingdom, this vibrant town offers something for everyone. Kwadukuza boasts several beaches that have been awarded the prestigious blue flag, guaranteeing cleanliness and safety for all visitors. Our inland region offers a world of adventure. Get your adrenaline pumping with thrilling activities like ziplining, hiking and off-road biking surrounded by the natural beauty of Kwadukuza's landscapes. Kids will love our animal farm, getting up close and personal with friendly animals. Immerse yourself in history as you explore the rich heritage and legacy of great leaders like King Shaka and Chief Albert Lutuli. Conveniently located just a short drive from King Shaka International Airport and Durban International Conventional Center, making it easily accessible for both local and international delegates, with an abundance of world-class accommodation facilities, dining options and attractions nearby, you can truly make the most of your time in this magnificent region. Kwadukuza, the heartbeat of the North Coast.
Welcome back to Ballito. 13 minutes remaining in this heat. Nat Young, the American, the veteran, using that power and really just imposing himself on this one with big numbers. Opened up with the 7-5 straight out the gates. 2 turns in quick succession. And then didn't waste a lot of time backing that up and just turning up the dial to 8 points, going into the excellent range and looking pretty good to take this heat within his stride. During the break, here's an effort from the Spaniard, Odriozola.
Yeah, I love his wraps off the top. He's got some power in it, and there's the flair, but unfortunately unable to complete it. So halfway through this heat, and he is starting to scratch a little bit, knowing that he needs to do something a bit more to be able to get into that second position.
All right, live action. Here's Fred Moraes, and that is a stock turn for him. And that one went wrong pretty quick, so he aborts that, and that's the headline as well from what's going down here, as well as the big numbers for Nat Young that he might expect. Fred Moraes, semi-finalist last year, off the back of the win in the speciality event at J-Bay, and right now he's in all sorts of trouble. He's got nothing at all on the score, and he needs to fire up here, as we'll pick up really technical, precise surfing with risk-taking as well from Silveira. And he sort of looked like shot out of a cannon as he came at that section. He came hurtling at it, some tight angles. Very nearly rode out of that.
Yeah, I was just thinking of his knee when I saw him pushing through that turn and how he was rotating. I mean, there is power in this wave. We're not dealing with 6-foot surf yet, but there definitely is a lot of oomph in these waves.
So with 11.5 to go on the clock here, Reef. You're Fred Moraes. What's going through your mind right now? How do you sort of not get angry, not get rattled? How do you stay calm?
Yeah, definitely probably at a point where you're like, all right, well, kind of missed the first bit of the heat and just reset, and not going down there. And yeah, I think you just got to be like, all right, well, let me just find a good wave and just make it simple. And Freddie can just bring the power, and so yeah, I think he just needs a wave to open up. And like first couple waves, it just looked like it was kind of bending away and wasn't a clean one. So
yeah, a couple of things in his favour. You mentioned the power that he's got. He can match the power being shown in the water by his competitors. Also, it doesn't have a lot of silly heats, does he, Fred? Like he's generally always competitive. He's normally pretty close, even if it does come down to kind of a final situation in the few minutes. So you'd expect him to stay in this and just basically make good decisions. Doesn't have a lot of time. You don't need a lot of time to get 2 waves out here. 10.5 minutes at the moment from his point of view. But just thinking about that total for Silveira, he's on 12.17. So a couple of 6s required from Fred. He's been a long way off that so far. He's moved himself deeper here. He's got second priority, and he's heading over to this first pick that breaks just off the rock here, Tash.
Yeah, and for the first time today, we've actually seen more waves coming off that rocky point. So he separates himself and he catches a wave straight away. So let's see if he can capitalize on this opportunity. Oh, really quick. It almost ran away from him the whole time, unfortunately.
Yeah, caught in two minds there. The first turn was a quick speed turn, a projection one. He was looking at that next section and then almost kind of looking down the line whilst he was through that turn. And he'll put that one down. Looking forward to see Jadson, what he's able to do out here. He's been very sprightly in the warm-ups, running the board short. He's been enjoying himself here. And he's got a tough heat, though. David Silva, so good on the backhand conditions like this. These kind of right-handers, these little steep pockets. David Silva, so good at belting these. Charlie Quivron as well, the Frenchman. Been on a bit of a blaze over the last couple of seasons. Going to be a tough heat, and they're just entertaining. There's so many different names that we've seen throughout the years, and then the emerging talent as well. And these storylines just keep coming on the Challenger Series. Let's see what happens, and hopefully plenty of ways for everyone to show what they can do. 9 on the clock in this. Fred Moraes in trouble at the moment, and he's heading out unless he can find himself at least a couple of sixes. That assumes, of course, that Silveira doesn't improve. Nat Young is running away with this one. Great work done from him, going into the excellent range. Kaya Drizola has also struggled a bit in this. Did get the 4-6 locked in his. Nat Young. Let's see what he's got. A little sticky as the entry from him. And then a softer wave will just kind of slice that one up. And then realise not a lot on offer there. 7-5 is my low score, so no point in doing too much if he doesn't see that. But from his point of view, just stay out of trouble. Don't get involved in any tussles. Maybe just try and get a couple of waves, kind of free hits almost there, Reef.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I felt like I was kind of doing the same thing. It was like, all right, just stay away from any confrontations and, just try and even just get a couple waves under the belt. So I think he'd be thinking the same thing. And being that veteran, he'd probably have a couple things up his sleeve as well that he's, just keeping in the back of his mind as well. So be cool to be out there and be able to hear his thoughts, I reckon.
David Silva is quite unique in terms of a surfer. He's got stature that makes him quite unique, and we just assume that power that he gets from his legs. But I feel like even on quite smaller waves, particularly when it's small, he's able to generate so much whip and power and speed. How does he do that?
Oh man, I'd love to know. Growing up, I always was trying to be super springy and stuff, and he definitely has that. And just on that backhand, just so fast and so tight at the same time. So such an explosive, fun surfer to watch, and should be good in this next heat. Just these right-handers peeling, he'll be beautiful out there.
Yeah, it served him well on the Challenger Series. I think in a snapper, particularly when it's smaller, maybe not when it's barrels, but in terms of that skill set for him hitting the lip, and then here in Ballito, obviously waves like Ericeira as well. He's done really well there in the past. Challenger Series looks like it's sort of well set up for David Silva.
Yeah, absolutely. I had my first heat with him in Snapper Rocks and just dropped 2 weights, I think it was, and left everyone else for dead. And then winning Ericeira and stuff, like he's well suited to pretty much all the waves, and I think he's put in the time everywhere. He's identified the waves on the tour and has gone chasing them.
Another former CT surfer looking to get back there through the Challenger Series is Fred Moraes. He's not going great in this heat. Much better from him there. But you can still see, it on his face actually as he finishes up that wave. He's just a bit miffed. He's not happy with the way things are going. He's not really found the energy. He hasn't done loads wrong actually in terms of his surfing. He's just not really found the waves or opportunities. It just feels like it's getting away from him a bit here. 6 on the clock. That will be a better number for him, but look at the requirement that he needs at the moment. He's way off it. He's actually comboed currently. That's because Lucas Silveira did get the improvement. So let's see where we go when this number comes in. Get out that combo and give himself at least a chance of having a run at this. But it is Fred Moraes at the moment who probably, just on paper and looking at past results, one of the favourites in terms of this heat. Struggling right now. The youngster, also out of Europe, Odriozola, has not got a lot to get too excited about And the power surfing of Lucas Silveira, and particularly the strong start from Lucas, built in that platform tash. And he felt like every wave he was catching, he was taking on a little bit more intel, pushing a little harder, and his scores went up. And that's why we've got such a gap between him and then surfers chasing in third and fourth.
Yeah, absolutely, and he found those scores under priority as well. You know, Frederico was sitting with priority for a while. Lucas Silveira just hunting, looking for opportunity and being able to capitalize on those two-turn combos. So the 6, like you said, he's building a 5.67, a 6.5. And then the youngster, Kai Odriozola, he hasn't really had an opportunity to do anything. That 4.6 is all that's been there for him. I'm sure if he had to get another opportunity, we would see him be able to drop that 2.4 and put a little bit of pressure on Lucas Silveira. But look at it go now. It just goes dead for a little while. We've got this lull. But with under 5 minutes remaining, I'm sure that both the Spanish and Portuguese surfers feeling a little pressure just with the time.
Let's check out the recap, the story of Heat 5 of the round of 64. And it's our veteran, Nat Young, just belting this straight out the gates.
Yeah, it didn't even look like anything when he first started paddling for it, but it hit that sandbank nice and strong, and he was able to reciprocate it and get the two-turn combo. That's the turn I really like from Lucas Silveira, just that one hit for a 5.67. And this was the 8-point ride from Nat Young. He got those two waves in quick succession, under priority and sometimes just a little bit more in rhythm than other surfers. Silveira happy with that two-turn combo as well.
Yeah, really explosive, wasn't it? I mean, it's just a little way from our camera angle. It's quite hard to appreciate just how technical that turn is to do. Really steep section. It's draining out off that sand, which is just off the rocks. There's not a lot of water there. And he absolutely belted that, committed hard to the turn as well. Not one of those ones you see surfers come up a little bit neutral and mid-face and kind of flick it down. He really gave that the full treatment. Judges paid it off, and that's why he's sitting in seconds. And he's put massive numbers on surfers chasing him down. Here he goes, Lucas Silveira with a bit of speed on this wave. And that one will just drain out, kind of run out of energy, just dissipate on the sandbar in front of him. He won't mind that at all, but just thinking of the numbers. Fred looking for 9.24, Kai looking for 7.57. And we haven't seen loads of heats like that. We maybe had someone kind of with a strong place, first place position, and second generally feels like it tends to stay a bit more open, but we've got real, genuine daylight here. Fred's in all sorts of trouble.
Yeah, 2 minutes, 45 seconds, needing such a big score. I mean, 8 minutes ago, I thought it was possible by finding a pair of sixes.
I mean, surfing, Reef, it does this to you, right? You know, you get a J-Bay, one of the iconic spots, there's all sorts of legends in. You're surfing against just like iconic surfers. You get the win, you're on top of the world. Everything's prepped, your boards are dialed in, you feel great. You come to your next event, you can't get any waves.
Yeah, I was talking to him before the event started, and he was like, man, J-Bay was the best. We just had the sickest waves. And, I mean, the waves are still fun, but it's a whole nother game. You got 4 people. Opportunity can just be pretty slim. And, I mean, he got that 2.9 on that last wave. And, you know, I was kind of thinking, oh, maybe he's just kind of finally getting the feet in the wax and maybe just kind of get that one score on the board. But it still only came out as 2.93. And so, yeah, just a bit tough with that wave being a bit small. And so, yeah, it's pretty tough. But, I mean, he only needs one score now, so he's out of combo. And, yeah, I mean, in third priority, still a bit tough. But looks like he's got a bit of space. If one comes, he might be able to pick it off.
Yeah, he only needs one score, but it needs to be a 9.24. So you'd have to think that's going to be something really, really incredible come through. It just feels like it has sat down a little bit now. Some extended lulls, a becalmed ocean. This guy won't mind it. Nat Young, he's got his work done early on. He's got an excellent big turtles for him, 15.5. And he'll look to just put the lid on the jar and bring that back for later rounds. He's looked very good indeed. Getting towards the final minute, as we see in full flow, a high line down, banking off the top really. Odriozola, I think, got a little bit stranded up there and couldn't find a finishing turn. Fred will just keep at this though, and a concerted paddle effort. And again, that sort of sum up the way the heat's gone. He struggled to get into the wave. When he did, he had to try and get around the little bit of white water that crumbled from his paddle. And then by the time he came off the bottom, it ran away. He's had a bit of a nightmare.
Yeah, shame. I was going to say, he really hasn't been in rhythm. It hasn't gone his way. He hasn't been out surfed at all. He just hasn't been able to find anything of substance out there. and frustrating, really frustrating.
Tough competition on the Challenger Series, and of course you're dealing with the vagaries of Mother Nature and what the ocean throws at you. If you can tune into that, it feels like, you know, you're unbeatable. No one can come close to you, and then you're on the other end of it. It feels like you can't put a foot right.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, it's so tough. I think we've seen that in the last couple of heats. Obviously, the guys that are just finding the waves, they're coming to them, almost not having to work for it, and then you got the guys that just can't find anything. And that was
We're all wrapped up here. Fred Moraes will look to bring this in. This is after the conclusion of the heat. He will bow out of competition here. Be a disappointing and bit of a surprise result for him. It just goes to show how intense it is here on the Challenger Series. Well done to Nat Young. He's absolutely blazed this heat. Also Lucas Silveira. Some really strong, solid surfing from him. Just creating opportunities for himself and then taking them once they were there. That was heat 5 of the round of 64. All wrapped up. Reef, it's been great having you in. Thanks for giving us your insights and your thoughts on this heat, mate, and good luck for the rest of the event.
Thanks so much. Had heaps of fun. Yeah, it'll be good.
All right, so that wraps things up for heat 5 of the round of 64. We're going to keep the action rolling thick and fast. We've got some great talent hitting the water. Fun waves too. We're going to bring in Geeks and Greg for the call. We'll be right back.
Welcome to Kwadukuza, the destination for all seasons. Nestled on the breathtaking north coast of the Zulu Kingdom, this vibrant town offers something for everyone. Kwadukuza boasts several beaches that have been awarded the prestigious Blue Flag, guaranteeing cleanliness and safety for all visitors. Our inland region offers a world of adventure. Get your adrenaline pumping with thrilling activities like ziplining, hiking and off-road biking surrounded by the natural beauty of Kwadukuza's landscapes. Kids will love our animal farm, getting up close and personal with friendly animals. Immerse yourself in history as you explore the rich heritage and legacy of great leaders like King Shaka and Chief Albert Lutuli. Conveniently located just a short drive from King Shaka International Airport and Durban International Conventional Center, making it easily accessible for both local and international delegates, with an abundance of world-class accommodation facilities, dining options and attractions nearby, you can truly make the most of your time in this magnificent region. Kwadukuza, the heartbeat of the North Coast.
Beautiful Ballito as we tee up another heat. Welcome back to the show. And there's a lot of entertainment going on out in the water. It's the third stop on the World Surf League's Challenger Series. And check those out for a couple of big names. Former championship tour surfers David Silva, Jadson Andre. And of course, Charlie Crivant looking to climb his way to perhaps a career high on the championship tour. And then, well, of course, that's been the same story for Hirota O'Hara. For nearly a decade now, Gig Saliers alongside Greg Emsley for the call. And we welcome to another cracker heat. And, well, there's some big numbers coming out of the lineup here this morning, Greg.
Sure, it's been a good day of surfing and spent a bit of time on the beach getting some vitamin D in the winter months here. Just beautiful out. And look at this ocean glassing off, getting to that mid-morning stage. And we love this glass off and just such good sections. We saw that last heat with some very big scores.
Well, just after 10 o'clock, 10:20 in the morning here, two-turn combination for the young 21-year-old Charlie Crivant. He surfs underneath the French flag. And we always love what the European talent pool brings to the lineup. And, well, let's have a look at what unfolded while we were away.
Whoa, that was a combo of note. 2 very quick turns, so that's going to be a good start. And Jadson, this dude's been going at it for years. He just absolutely smashes those backhand turns. Timeless.
Well, a set arriving just at the start of it all, Greg. So just a quick catch up here for viewers just joining. You are with us in heat number 6. It's the round 2, round of 64. And it's one of those heats, Greg, we blow the horn and then the set's rolling through the lineup. Everybody jumps on those. So quick catch-up here, and judges doing some catch-up as well. David Silva getting the lowest of the numbers. And we're expecting, well, of that exchange, Hiroto O'Hara, two-turn combination to get his campaign underway.
Yep, and looked like Charlie as well, backing that up. So surfers finding those sets, as you mentioned, quick start, and then they'll wait for those scores and sort of set their positions, see who got the best of the opening exchange, and plan their strategy around that.
Well, Hiroto O'Hara comes to Ballito ranked 18th. He's already accumulated 4,020 points towards his campaign to finish top 10 on this here, the Challenger Series. A couple of reasonable numbers out of his trip through Australia. But here we are in Africa for the third stop from here, of course, through to Huntington Beach, California, then on to Portugal and Brazil to finish it. And talking of Brazilians, here's a former winner of the Ballito Pro back in 2019. David Silva didn't make the mid-season cut this year, and he'll get his heat moving forward. And he'll be pretty inspired by what Nat Young did in that last heat. It was a serious goofy foot attack in the lineup from the previous heat.
Yeah, and check this replay. So opting for the left, and probably the man with the strongest thighs on tour, just grinding through those turns. And you can see he trains hard. He's got those strong thighs, and it helps with those heavy, hard-hitting landings.
Well, we haven't seen a lot of lefts in the lineup here this morning, so signs that the tide is filling in fairly quickly. About 4.5 feet of tide to fill into the cove here at Ballito this morning. Low tide was just before 8 a.m. Now heading towards 10:30 in the morning. So 2.5 hours of water is filled in, Greg, and we're going to see more and more of these multi-peak opportunities.
Yeah, I think, yesterday through the day, at Ballito we normally worry about the higher tide coming in. But yesterday, kind of with that onshore, it got better. It was the best time of day, the biggest waves. And with this bank at the moment, I'm hoping, although we don't see that east wind nice and clean, I'm hoping we see those double ups coming close in towards the shore with all that power. And it's nice for the spectators. It comes right in front of you, and then you get those big, heavy hitting turns.
Yeah, it's not the usual sandbar patterns here in Ballito. We know that the sand does move around quite a bit here, but certainly inshore sandbars really giving those mid-tide opportunities. We spoke of the performances of Nat Young, excellent category scores. Let's go down and hear from the winner of that last heat, bringing his Santa Cruz act to Ballito.
Okay, highest heat total of the event. How are you feeling? What are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling good. I had fun out there. Obviously, it's nice when you get 2 good waves early in the heat. So relieved a lot of pressure, I guess. A little bit of nervousness. We come from California. It's like 40 hours of travel, so you obviously don't want to have a shocker first heat. So yeah, it went well. It kind of went how like a lot of the free surfs have been going, and happy to keep it going.
Nice, and obviously you've ticked off the first heat. And what are your personal expectations coming into this event?
Yeah, that's obviously one step in the right direction. I think just not get too far ahead of myself, and just try to build some momentum and hopefully carry that momentum from that heat into the next heat, and just see where that kind of takes me. That's kind of the plan, just to surf good, and whatever happens, happens.
Cool. Well done, and we'll see you in the next round.
Thank you.
Well, everybody back in Santa Cruz, California will be happy with Nat Young's performance. Excellent numbers. As we continue with backhand surfing here, David Silva just an upside down angle there just to accentuate the second turn. And judges sprinkling a number of scores on us. Greg, we've mentioned Hiroto O'Hara, 6.5 has come in. And just on the strength of that mid-range 6, he's up into the lead. Nice answer for David Silva. We'll wait for that number to join his already earned 5 points. And you can see the long-range southerly swell coming into the coves here in Ballito. Everybody's favorite, Jadson Andre, a name that we've just become to love, and we've seen him for so many years. He qualified for the championship tour all the way back in 2010 already. So Jadson's been around at the highest level of the sport for, well, most of his adult life.
Yeah, he's been around. I feel like he was almost on tour in my days. Maybe he was just cruising around with us, being a part of the Oakley team at that stage, but been around forever. He was one of the first guys to originally come with that forehand grab rail air reverse, and he just had that on tap. He was dangerous, and so cool to see. 34 years of age, still going strong, and he's still got that heavy hitting backhand attack as well.
Well, Greg, just a quick question. I mean, a lot of people, it's obviously history books. Greg Emsley alongside me here, former championship tour surfer. What was your last year on tour? When did you tap out?
09, end of 09.
So that was
my-
the year
yeah.
that Jadson Andre absolutely crushed the qualifying series of the time. So as you exited, he entered the picture. So you wouldn't have shared too many lunches with Jadson, but nice kid, as you mentioned, via the Oakley team, a lot of association, a lot of trips with him, and just one of those lovable characters.
Yep, and of course came under the wing of Luis Campos Pinga, absolutely a legendary manager from Brazil, done a lot for so many surfers, and that's where Jadson came through.
Following some live action here in the heat this morning. Lovely hit there from Charlie Quivron. Goes to the air, does it beautifully as well. Neat work with the footwork as well. Makes that landing look ever so easy. And that was a hard one because he was way out in the flats on the landing there, Greg.
Sure, that was impressive, and that felt good. You could see he had a claim. He did claim. He didn't want to overclaim it, keep it cool. But that was a good landing, and when we see this replay now, I really want to see how he eyed that landing. He really focused on that rotation, but he focused on where he's going to land and try and stick that landing nice and positively. That single air rotation, just very clean.
Well, Hiroto O'Hara had a 6.5 to start, two-turn combo. Now does this big punt to the air become the single best wave of the heat? Thinking it could perhaps, because, geez, that was absolutely spring-loaded. We'll pull the tapes back for a replay of that. And meanwhile, Jadson Andre back in the lineup with priority and waiting for a score of his own. Let's have a look at this one, Greg.
How clean is that wave to start? And just load it and put everything into that, and you see how he turned that board forward and focused on riding out nice and straight, solid, and the landing was so clean, which is what I really like, is just straight out of it and just super stylish as well.
No end section to boost off there. He did that straight off the lip line and out into the face. Judges still having a good ponder on that. We'll wait for their numbers to land. Prior to that, a 5.57. So a lot of mid-range scores going on. Let's see where this single maneuver will take us. Expecting, we obviously know it's going to replace the 207. Meanwhile, live action, Jadson Andre back to work for the hard-working Brazilian, now 34 years of age. I wouldn't mind seeing him back for one more lap on the championship tour.
Absolutely.
He plagued with injuries all of last year. But Jadson, as we mentioned, just always so much value. And you think about it, he's always ended down in the low. His best championship tour finish was his rookie year, 13th. And then everyone after that has been down at the 20 to, in the back part of the championship tour rankings come year end. But when you think about his contribution to each year, geez, he keeps the lineup honest. I mean, there's no easy heat against Jadson Andre ever.
Oh, Can you imagine having Jadson in your heat? You would be so worried about what strategy he has. I like to go and sort of poke my nose into the competitive area, watch the preparations, and everyone's just so game-faced. Jadson had his boards ready.
Yeah, absolutely. Always the dominant force, the Brazilians here in South Africa. We have lost a couple of Brazilians. I was surprised to see falling out of the heat earlier, former winner of the event and coming to the rankings, coming here to South Africa, ranked second, Aleo Muniz. We lost him. So that was, to me, was a bit of a surprise. Let's see if the older, more mature Brazilian crew can hold up. We know that turn from Jadson Andre. That was his pay ticket back in 2010 already. In fact, he pretty much brought that turn. I mean, the only one really matching him at that stage was maybe Andy and Kelly with those end section turns like that. Jadson Andre, well, made it famous. These days, perhaps a little overlooked, that turn, but Jaddy still got it in the bag at age 34.
It was such a weapon. It was insane. And he would take down the best, and a bit frustrating. But Giggs, talk to us about some of these scores that we're seeing coming through.
Well, that single air punt for a 6.93 for Charlie Crivot. So shot way over the averages for the heat there. We speculated it for the while. Judges loved it. They bought into it. Now here's Hiroto Ohara. He's got a 6.5 in the lineup. He's been ditched down to third. Two-turn combo coming his way. Yes, there it is. Another one in the hat for the campaigner. Again, Hiroto Ohara. We're talking about enduring careers. We spoke about Jadson Andre and how long he's been in and around the competitive scene. Well, Hiroto Ohara, also a decade of campaigning. Is he ever going to get to that top 10 finish on the Challenger Series?
This year.
Is this his year?
This is his year.
Okay.
No, I'll tell you what, he won my heart in on the Gold Coast this year. He ended up 9th, so not a huge result, points. Lost to Marky Madonna, the eventual winner. But he was just going so hard at every section. It was like so fun to watch, and that's his style.
Those tapered right-handers of Snapper really suited Hiroto Ohara. Here's the pockety bowls of Ballito suiting Jadson Andre, who's going to just grind out an inside wave. That's one of the smaller ones you spoke about on the inside sandbar there, Greg. So seems some of the bigger waves as the tide fills in might go a little bit wide and flatter. But medium-sized waves that hug their way through with the incoming tide is kind of what Jadson Andre looks like he's trying to find in the lineup for us now.
Yeah, he's keeping busy. So he's had a couple of lefts, rights, and they're still sitting in 4th. A couple of scores owing to him, but he wants to chase that top 2 finish. But just something I'm taking note of, and it's pretty cool actually, is the judging, the panel, and this event. What are they looking for? And I feel there's something for everybody. Whatever you're good at, bring it, do your best at it, and you can get a good score. And we look at that score from Charlie coming in at a 6.93, the biggest number of the heat, one big air maneuver, and that got him those points. But you look at history, Cole Hauschman last year. I don't know if you want to just talk through this wave.
No, I don't want to talk anymore, Greg. I'm just
Okay.
going to keep quiet. Hiroto Ohara, 2 turns there again. He's using that formula. 13.5 minutes still to go. Judges just playing a little bit of catch-up now. A couple of scores to bring for Jadson Andre. And, of course, Hiroto Ohara, he will be ditching the 2.5. It's just a matter of catching the numbers up. But we did see Rafael Teixeira in heat preparation there in the athlete area as well. He'll be coming up next, taking on Ian Gouveia. So there's a group of campaigner Brazilians here that are in the draw, and it makes for a good talking point. Lots to hang many discussions on, including this man, Jadson Andre. We'll just stick with him. And while Jadson heads back to the lineup, we'll take a quick break and gather those scores. We'll be back for more from the Ballito Pro.
People don't realize what they're doing to the oceans. We got to hand it down to the next generation. It's going to be such a pity for people not to be able to experience what we've experienced.
Welcome back to the show. You're with us in beautiful Ballito. Little look inside the athlete area. Pensive thoughts from Aleo Muniz, who'll be sharing the intel. We've lost him in the draw here. He came to Ballito ranked second. But we'll focus on what's out in the water. And Charlie Quivrant is on a tear. 6.93 before the break for a single huck to the air. Has him out front. Hiroto O'Hara's been working hard on his two-turn combinations in the lineup. And he'll be sitting second. And Jadson Andre and David Silva, the experienced former championship tour surfers, rich campaigners. They're not looking for big numbers either to turn the heat around. Gig Salier's alongside Greg Emsley. And Greg, I think we've got an exciting 10 minutes remaining in this one.
Yeah, and there was just something I wanted to touch on. And is this Ian Gouveia preparing for the next heat? Oh, he's also been around for a long time. Such a cool customer. Nice chap to talk to. Son of Fabio. Absolute legendary Brazilian surfer. Back from my day. The best style and one of the best styles on tour.
Well, let's have a look at a great style as well. Eye-pleasing and a combination, if not a little bit rattly, but he did hold it together. Hiroto O'Hara, second place surfer at this stage. Here is a man that is smooth on the backhand. Remember, I always think of David Silva, two standout moments for him. His win in Ballito in 2019, and then that search event in Mexico, the second edition.
Oh.
Yeah, you were part of the first one, right,
yeah,
Greg?
Yeah, love that. But Mexico, you would have thought it's all for the forehanders, and he came with a backhand approach. That was when we were first introduced to how hard he goes on those backhand turns.
He does. David Silva, been riding for Slated Designs now for a while. Slow, compact style, and he really puts the board in very critical sections. Waiting for a breakout moment in this heat for him. He's definitely not coming here to Ballito to squander the opportunity of perhaps repeating a win. 10,000 points for first. That's how it works. And then it scales down. David Silva, not an amazing campaign through Australia. Got a 9th at Snapper, 49th in Sydney. So he'll be wanting to bank one of his top counting 4 for the end of the year right here in Ballito again.
Yeah, and just looking at this heat, a couple of lines coming through to the left of the screen. Could possibly be a left, no. But we see for the moment there's a couple scores owing. We got our 2 natural footers out in the front, the 2 goofies in 3rd and 4th. We think about Cole Hauschman last year, absolutely dominant on the backhand. We look yesterday, Jarvis Earl, ridiculously good, had one of the best heat totals on his backhand. This morning, Reef Hazelwood, just on fire. Those backhand turns were amazing. And then Nat Young with the highest heat total of the event so far on his backhand.
Well, let's see how the forehanders can approach. That one just getting a little unstuck for Charlie Quivrant, who's now dropped down to second. Numbers updating. And Hiroto O'Hara punching out a 6.43 for what we found was a little bit rattly that way, but definitely critical sections. Greg, you spoke about it. The judges want to see those turns in the really meaty critical sections, and getting the payout there for a mid-range 6 again for Hiroto O'Hara is now our heat leader.
Yeah, you don't have to ask Hiroto twice to surf critically. He's going to do it anyway. One of the most critical surfers I've seen. And what's nice about Hiroto's scoreline now, the 6.5, the 6.43, it gives him a chance to do that surfing, that heavy-hitting surfing that he wants to do. And he's just come, something's happened this year, but you could just see from the Gold Coast event, he's got, his equipment looks good, his attitude is just amazing. He sticks to his guns, and he wants to win that way as hard as possible. He's not going to taper off from that. And let's see how his year goes, and we'll follow him closely. But I just feel he's onto something this year.
Yeah, I think you make a good point there, Greg. There is a newer intensity to Hiroto O'Hara. Of course, we remember all the way back to his US Open win as a young teenager. Won a vehicle, didn't have a driver's license. And that's how long he's been around. I mean, that was one of the broadcast highlights for me. If you think of the last 10 years of the sport and colourful moments, Hiroto O'Hara has been knocking on the door in and around, you know, the qualifying series. Used to have the prime events, then restructured as the QS 10,000s. Of course, that's all been changed up. This is now the Challenger Series. And a little bit of a despondent body language there from Jadson Andre, as he will just go back and reboot, still finding himself down in third. But have a look at the requirements and how the numbers have stretched. A new shuffle for the numbers here. David Silva now with a 5.07 jumps up into second, plus that 7.73. So nice set of numbers now, changing the shape of the heat as we hit 6 minutes.
Yeah, so you talk about that body language, but his requirement is solid. The 7.31 is a very big score out here this morning. But Hirota dominating David Silva with a 7.73, just those strong turns. And he's put himself in a very strong second place position. But watch out for Charlie at 5.88. He'll possibly come with another big progressive maneuver.
Well, 12.8 for the cutoff at second place, 12.66. It's 0.14 short. So we'll look for a strong finish for Charlie Quivrant here. A couple of sets still rolling in. I love this overview. This just gives us a view of the lineup. Here's a chunky section. Priority played here by David Silva. Critical section, just the one maneuver. You see how he kind of feels that. Talking exactly to the detail and the point we were mentioning earlier, Greg, is judges want action in the critical area. You can do a big turn on a bigger wave, but if it's one of those soft copings, it's not going to pay out as much as in the lip line. Not sure where that score is going to go, and is he going to chase down the lead here?
Yeah, so you look at that. That would have looked good from the judges' view. It was a big wave. All the surfers were interested in that one big section. And one big turn, and we talk about those thighs holding on to that finish. Just trained hard, strong for maneuvers like that.
Well, we had a quick start to this heat, and everybody pulling the trigger early at the start. But Hirota O'Hara has been part of the story the whole way along and is leading the heat. Charlie Quivrant would get the highlight score, though, with that 6.83.
Oh, that was just so clean, and that landing was so quick. That little rotation, just absolutely fantastic. And then this little left for a couple of turns and riding it out.
Well, 5.07 for that one, Greg. Again, two-turn combo. This is that backup score of the 6.43 for Hirota O'Hara. And they've got the two Brazilian campaigners working and keeping them honest in this heat, Greg.
Yep, they're working, but don't count them out. Well, of course, David Silva in second, but don't count out Jadson. He'll be planning something. He's not going to just give up easily. But the question is going to be, Charlie, can he get back up into that advancing position?
Well, judges working on two scores for the two experienced Brazilians. Here goes David Silva, brings another one for the panel. Going to switch it up. That one just going soft. He'll sink and release with 3.5 to go. And as I say, we'll just wait for those numbers to settle. Multiple waves in the lineup for Jadson Andre. We're already on 11 waves total for our man in blue. And everybody else on a much lesser half a dozen waves each. Looks like David Silva's the second to highest wave count in the lineup. Of course, we have the ability to see all of that. So we're coming down to 3 minutes here, Greg. Pair of sixes for the lead, 6.5 and a 6.43, both mid-range sixes for just under a 13-point total. There's your activity grid right there. Jadson Andre with the highest amount of waves in the lineup, but still down in fourth. Meanwhile, back to the lefts. Lovely, lofty section for David Silva, and incomplete. Almost the completion. Just kind of raised his center of gravity up perhaps a little too soon there, Greg.
Yep.
And you spoke about Charlie Quivrant wanting to get back into second. He's going to go to that formula, softer version of his exceptionally good 6.93 earlier. Now, Greg, is that enough? A roll of the dice with 2 minutes 20 on the clock. A flat 6-pointer required for the Frenchman.
Whoa! So you mentioned it, a bit of a softer version. It didn't have that impact, didn't have the feel of that previous air.
Well, his 6.93 was incredibly coiled and spring-loaded, and he got a massive punt out into the flats. This one, I think the judges are going to slay him for this, maybe down to the mid-4s. So let's assume that we're making some presumptions here, folks, but based on what we've seen in the seat, Charlie Quivrant has set the standard in the air with that previous 6.93. So perhaps a mid-range 4. He's going to be chasing still a 6 here, Greg.
Yep, and we see David Silva as well. He has gone into the lead. And I thought he had this. It just felt like he was going to land it. He had it under control and just falling backwards a little bit.
Well, a 6.03 for a previous wave ridden for David Silva for that big backhand slam.
Yep.
Single maneuver again
Yeah.
in the critical section. Gets the 6.03 and tips the heat in favor of David Silva. We'll see him 9 waves now on the line. Hiroto O'Hara's bumped down to second and holding priority. And we're going to expect, with just over a minute to go, watch for green going to go sit all over white. You'll see them in the center of your screen now. Hiroto O'Hara's not going to want to make a mistake.
Yeah, and this is that last wave for Charlie. And beautiful clean air, but, you know, it wasn't a heavy landing and then just an up over the foam, incomplete. And, you know, you can't compare it to his other air. It's going to be definitely at least 2 points down.
Yeah, 4.5 is all he gets and doesn't tip it in favor. Now he has a priority play. 45 seconds to go. Hiroto O'Hara will use the higher priority. He'll coil up. Love how he shifts his center of gravity. And that's almost a repeat of an earlier ride. It looked identical to his previous 6.43. That one might even go a touch higher. But the important part of what we've just seen unfold there was the block on Charlie Quivrant.
Yeah, I thought that was his best wave. Hirata, that last turn was just so in the critical section. The way he rode out of that heavy section, I think he's going to challenge the lead here. That, for me, is his best wave.
Well, the experience of David Silva has shown through. Jadson Andre just not really finding a momentum build in this heat. He does have all that experience, as we know, but not really fetching scores higher than the mid-range. I thought David Silva's more critical lip lines really gave him the advantage in this heat.
Yep, and let's see this replay. So deep off the bottom, and that's just slicing. And this turn, just so critical, pops out the whitewater. I just love both of those turns. He went pretty hard on both of them, and he's happy with that.
Well, no matter what the number here, the result will be David Silva and Hiroto O'Hara going through. It's just a matter of getting the right numbers on it. And did he take a heat win there? Requirement of a 7.27. His previous best, the 6.5. His other one, neighborhood score of a 6.43. And we felt that might have been one of his best versions of the two-turn combo in this heat.
It was the best for me. Let's see. I think he goes to the lead with it. It was very, very critical, those 2 turns.
Well, judges starting to pepper in those scores. And as we mentioned, no matter, as I say, the outcome, it's going to be Silva and O'Hara advancing.
Yep.
But they both approached the heat in exactly the same way. Here's an interesting look here. 5 judges on the panel. One of them's gone an 8.5. So it looks like he'll tip the heat in his favor. David Silva will drop down to second. We'll just get this number locked in. But this tells to the story of what the judges want to see. Critical in the lip surfing is where the points lie here in Ballito.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to go excellent.
Well, there's a single best, 8.33 for the heat. So Hiroto O'Hara in 2024, a focused and energized version of the Japanese campaigner. He'll be advancing through to the round of 32. He'll take David Silva with him, and it will be at the expense of Charlie Quivrant, who I thought really put on a good show in that. Loved what that was, great value in that heat. Well, you know, a softer visit for Jadson Andre to Ballito this year, but nonetheless, a great one. Great all-round heat. Stay with us. The show's going to continue here for Ballito. We'll be back after the break.
Come here with respect, you're always going to have respect back. Also, the wave itself can put you in your place.
Welcome back to the show, the World Surf League's Challenger Series here in South Africa, and a power-packed edition of the round of 64 heat number 7. Look at this one, locked and loaded. Jet Schilling, World Junior Champion out of San Clemente, California, takes on seasoned campaign Brazilian Ian Gouveia. I love always, he brings so much fun to it. Rafael Teixeira, also one of those seasoned campaigners, looking perhaps for a breakthrough year. And, well, Cape Townian and South African Paul Sampson in the lineup is going to give us lots to talk about. Gig Cilliers and Greg Emsley breaking down every moving part of another 30-minute heat. We trust that you are enjoying the show from beautiful Ballito on the east coast of South Africa. Late morning now as we move towards 11 a.m. local time. Warm water and hot surfing taking place.
I like it. Beautiful.
Love it.
Golden sand, beaches.
That's it. Paint the picture, Greg. We're loving it. We trust that you are as well. Great to have Greg Emsley, former championship tour surfer, qualified at the end of the 90s, campaigned all the way through the glory years of the Andy Irons, Kelly Slater showdowns, made a final against Mick Fanning in 2007 in mixed championship tour year, a regular quarter-finalist and semi-finalist at J-Bay over the years. I can say a lot of things about you, Greg. I'll just leave it at that for now.
Yeah, thanks, Giggs. And back to this heat. On paper, it's a pretty interesting heat. We got a local surfer, Paul Sampson, who qualified for the Challenger Series, and that was mostly by winning the Cape Town Surf Pro, so getting those points. And a little bit of a surprise. He came out of nowhere and got the win. He's been around, but very quiet on the contest scene. He didn't go to the Australian leg, just a little bit low on funds, but he's kicking off here in Ballito, and he's going to be doing the rest of the Challenger Series. So we're going to keep a keen eye on him. For me, his strength is the air game. So look at that previous heat, that score coming for Charlie. Paul Sampson can go big in the air, and I would be putting my eggs in that basket if I was him.
Well, let's see if the South African hopefuls can scream and cheer and get behind Paul Sampson. There'll be much to talk about in this heat. Of course, two Brazilian goofy footers, both of them with many years of experience. Rafael Teixeira, never quite getting to the championship tour level. Regular campaigner here at the Ballito Pro. And then, of course, Ian Gouveia, in a similar way to Hiroto Ohara in 2024, just looking stronger, more focused, and more on point with every decision, every heat that's approached. Watch for Ian Gouveia in 2024. He's already coming off a strong roll from the Australian leg.
Yep, lying 5th on the Challenger Series. He got a 5th in the Gold Coast and a 5th in Sydney, and he's lying 5th. 5's his number.
Ian Gouveia has been consistent. Let's go down and chat to beautiful Emma Smith. She's there with the winner of that last heat, Hiroto Ohara.
Amazing heat win for Hiroto. That whole heat, everyone was dropping very similar scores. How are you feeling? You've gone from 3rd to 2nd to 1st and then back to 1st.
Yeah, I'm just feels like judges give it to me like good scores. I feel like I did maybe 5-5 or maybe 6, and then they gave me 6-5, and second wave too. I feel like maybe if they gave me 5-5, that's perfect, but they gave me 6-4. So yeah, those two scores give me a lot of confidence to during the heats, especially with those guys, and they're amazing surfer. And like David, like if he get a wave, he get like 7-5, and yeah, easy. So yeah, that was nervous, but yeah, stoked.
Nice, you did it. You also posted those big scores. And is there anything you want to say to friends, family, fans back home?
まず応援ありがとうございます。最後いい波乗れてよかったです。まだ先は長いんで、次に向かって頑張ります。応援よろしくお願いします。
Cool. Thank you.
Giggs, I have a stat for you.
Tell me.
Hiroto is the first surfer in the history to ever say the judges gave him a higher score than he was expecting.
Well, I tell you, that was, we knew he'd betted his averages in the 6.5s to finish off that last heat, but they went 8.33. And I was just thinking back while Hiroto was talking there, the one thing that the takeaway from the last heat is that Hiroto never rushed out on the face on any of his waves. He almost stayed back in the critical section and let the rail speed do the work, which really put him in the critical sections, Greg.
Yeah, it's insane how critically he surfs. And that's why he got rewarded that 833. I mean, you could just see it. It was so heavy hitting, and it's technically very hard to do, to surf in that heavy pocket like that.
Let's talk a little bit about Jet Schilling. No rides yet for the World Junior Champion. We spoke of the San Clemente push. The 2% crew were here last year for an outstanding campaign. Of course, Cade Matson always campaigning here as well. Jet Schilling will want to be following in the shoes of Cole Hauschman from last year. He comes here ranked 39th. Not a great run through the Challenger Series. First 2 stops at Snapper and Narrabeen, the 33rd and the 25th for Jet. But the 21-year-old will be ready for action. And there's somebody else that's ready for action, Paul Sampson from Muizenberg, South Africa. The community rallying around him. This is one of those great stories of surfing that has saved a life and given a purpose and direction to this young man. There's many stories about Paul Sampson, and we'll share a few of them here. You mentioned his pop and air game at the end sections. We'll see if that serves him well against seasoned campaigners like this man. Powerful surfing from Rafael Teixeira, and doing pretty much what Hirata O'Hara did. Just paced that well, stayed in the pocket, and just lanced that lip twice there. So strong opener for Rafael Teixeira.
Yeah, you get the feeling this has been a bit of a slow starting heat, not many set waves. The surfer's starting to pull the trigger on some mid-size waves. So, yeah, we'll see where the scores go. And here's a replay for Paul Sampson. So it just loads up, and there we go. It's a nice air, but, you know, maybe the wave size a little bit on the smaller side. So we'll see. That will be a good marker for him. And then Rafael Teixeira, can just see he's just dying to hammer one of those lips on his backhand. He's just a super powerhouse. Last year had a good run here as well, did Rafael. And then just an interesting point, Jet Schilling, a little bit of a quiet start. I think back to that World Juniors that he won, his tactic was to really move up and down the lineup and get scores. And in the beach break conditions, looking quite patient with his start here now. So a slightly different tactic, or a very different tactic to what we see when he took that win in the World Juniors.
Well, talking of Jet Schilling, here he goes. World Junior Champion, getting that win over Jackson Bunch. 2 goofy footers at it earlier on this year in the Sambizon World Junior Championships. Jet Schilling incomplete there for his first roll of the dice here. It is the round of 64, and he'll be wanting to make some heats here and join a few of his friends at the highest level of the sport in 2025. But for now, he's got 20 minutes to put a heat together. So we've kind of gone through a bit of a softer 10 minutes over the last little while here, Greg. Judges are playing catch-up. They do owe us. And I'm waiting to see how the scores interpret for that exchange between Paul Sampson's punt to the air and Rafael Teixeira's 2-turn crack. We saw Rafael already with wave 3. And nothing yet for Ian Gouveia in the lineup.
Yeah, so Ian sitting very patiently, but it's probably going to pay off for Ian, just looking at where I think these scores are going to go. I don't think we're going to even be getting to the mid-range with any of these scores. I think it's going to be just under for most of them. So having priority and getting to choose the first good set wave when it does come through could actually be an advantage, even though you've got no points on the board.
Well, Ian Gouveia, arguably the most successful of these 4 surfers in the lineup, former championship tour surfer back in 2016-2017 seasons. Of course, Ian Gouveia, as we mentioned, looking sharper and crisper in 2024. And that man on screen, Jet Schilling, back in the lineup. Smaller score, just 2.6 sprinkles in for his opener. We do have big expectations for this young Californian in the seasons to come, just 21 years of age. And as I mentioned, a 33rd and a 25th for his Challenger Series campaign thus far. So he'll want to make this one count here in Ballito. 4 count and 6 opportunities. Bit of pressure perhaps on Jet Schilling. It's not his first visit to Ballito. He was here last year, 33rd, and he did back it up a little later in the season with the 9th at the US Open. That's last year. So we'll see how Jet Schilling fares here. Here goes Ian Gouveia, smaller inside wave. He's Bit of a softer section there, so soft in fact he had to literally nudge his way back in. So that one's not going to pay out a big dividend on the 2-turn combo, but he does get his scorecard turning over here, Greg, as we go down to just under 18 to play.
Yeah, it was clean and sharp. He looked good. His equipment would have felt good under his feet. But maybe we're going to see a slight change in this heat. This is where we see the tide starting to fill in a little bit and some softer end sections on the waves. And this is Jet Chilling. Having a look at this one. He's also, you know, Jet's looking clean. And you know, just having a look back at Jet Chilling. And of course, his win in 2023. And
well, let's go back and have a look at some highlights of Jet Chilling as we pull back the tapes. We love to look into the potential of this young surfer. And of course, this was his win at the Sambizon World Junior Championships. And well, crisp surfing is what you would expect from someone that takes home a World Junior title. And, you know, again, his opponent, Jackson Bunch, has been also really keeping him honest. And, well, sparky surfing from Jet Chilling to have a World Junior title in the bag.
Oh, it was just such sharp surfing. And I mentioned he was moving up and down that lineup during that event, just catching waves. It was really exciting. I enjoyed that event. And he's very quick on his feet, lightning fast. Those rotations off the top are exceptionally sharp. And I just think back to his opening wave. He had a good first turn to start and then got a little bit caught on the back of that closeout section. He's just going to want to keep those sharp turns nice and forward of the wave and get those big finishes.
Well, Jet will be amping to get results out of Ballito and nudge his way up the Challenger Series rankings. Of course, all his mates, Griffin Colapinto, Crosby Colapinto, and the rest of the San Clemente camp are all going, come along, get up here. Let's get you to the championship tour level. But we've got to go through the process, so watch for Jet Chilling in the season to come. Sets approaching here. We are waiting for a couple of scores as well. Just under 16 minutes to go. And have a look in the meantime. Pair of threes has the South African in the lead. He has an inside dump section for Ian Gouveia, and he's going to hold on to it this time. We see regular claims from Ian, just a little fist pump as he's gone into that next cove. And a lot of sand packed in there, Greg, and I think we're going to see a couple exploding turns on the inside there as the tide fills in.
Yep, but I don't know if it was a claim or if he was telling the rocks, I'm going to beat you.
Here goes South Africa's Paul Sampson. Oh. And that was an awkward landing. You could do yourself damage like that. His knees were almost flexed straight there. And he looks okay. He'll go back to the lineup. The surfer from Muizenberg, South Africa. And meanwhile, down the beach, Jet Chilling's going to change direction. Nice snap, finds the bowl on the inside. And kind of gets stuck between a power punch. And the other thing he's getting stuck on is a set of rocks there. We'll just make sure that he's all right. He's gone right over a set of brickwork there. But kind of got stuck between the decision of rotation for the end section or just a power slam. If he just reeled that back in, he would have banked himself a good score there, Greg.
I agree. No one's taking hold of this heat. It's, you know, and it's moving through pretty quickly. We passed the halfway mark.
And Paul Sampson going to find a tube. And the South African will delight in that. And of course, very well supported. The South African surf industry rallying around him. Of course, Sean Thompson's iconic brand also getting in on the sponsorship along with companies like Island Style and a number of others. And of course, well, everybody certainly in the Cape Town region will be glued to the screen here, shouting for Paul Sampson in 2024. Is his numbers going to break out? It's a very tight heat, as you've spoken about here, Greg. No one has taken the heat by the horns. And we'll take a little breather while the judges catch up on scores for all four surfers. Stay with us. We'll catch up the numbers, and we'll be back for more after the break.
The Hydro board short is something that I've used for quite some time now. One of the main key factors still is the no-tie fly. It's comfortable, it's convenient, and it works. Ultimately, what I'm looking for in a board short would have to be comfort and then convenience. if you add those two things together with a spice of color, you've got the perfect board short.
Welcome back to beautiful Ballito on the east coast of South Africa. It's a late morning with the pushing tide, and it has been a fun morning to unpack action in the round of 64. Joining us with Heat 7 still in the water, 12 minutes to go. Judges getting those numbers in for us. Kixilias alongside Greg Emsley for the call. And again, that talking point before the break, no real standout numbers, anyone's heat to take. And here goes Ian Gouveia trying to build his numbers. He has become the heat leader. Two-turn combo there, a little bit of a coping, but still that could be a nudge in the right direction, as Ian Gouveia only needs to drop a 3.9 to extend his lead over the rest of the pack.
Two very well placed maneuvers there for Ian. A clean looking wave, and he just hit that first one nice and critically and just set up that second maneuver. Perfect timing.
Earlier, Turide got a 2.53. That one's going to be a stall behind the lip, and that's not going to pay out anything for Paul Sampson. The South African, not really any amazing scores in his scorecard, but sitting in the second place position, but a couple of scores to come at us. So let's pull back the tape and have a look at what has unpacked in the heat thus far.
Yeah, a couple of waves being ridden during the break. And there is Ian Gouveia. So just going incomplete on that one. And then this is Rafael Teixeira, the strong, goofy foot, and just has so much control. Oh, that just had so much torque through that little turn. Got vertical and just powered through off that rotation off the top. So very nice, strong surfing from Teixeira.
Yeah, waiting for that number from Rafael Teixeira, thinking of an earlier score of a 4.17 for the Brazilian in green. That one perhaps coming in and around the same range. We'll confirm that shortly. Just a couple of scores still to catch up now. Ian Gouveia, we're thinking, will have improved on his 3.9. And as the judges get those numbers in for us, it's been rapid fire, so no criticism of the panel. They very seldom make mistakes. But when you've got four surfers pulling the trigger rapid fire like this, which has been the theme since yesterday morning here, Greg, we've had some heats where four surfers in the lineup have gone to close to 10 waves each. So it's a lot of admin to catch up and to make sure the judges get those numbers exactly right.
Absolutely.
Priority being used here by World Junior Champion Jet Schilling. Where's he going to go with this? More speed. And again, just over flexing on that end section. If you just placed that for the lip float, he would already be cashing in and dropping one of those twos from his scoreline, Greg.
Yep, he was looking lively on that wave. I love how quick he comes out of the lip. And I do think after that last exchange, we're going to see Teixeira and Gouveia. And there it is, that last ride of Rafael coming in at 5 points. So he does go to the lead. And Ian Gouveia, still a score to come for him, but I think they're going to stick at 1 and 2, Teixeira and Gouveia.
Well, we see the heat changing shape here. Here's a float for Paul Sampson. Gentle tail drop on that one, not thinking that one's going to break the scorecard open. But Greg, yeah, two-turn combo, betters the earlier 4.17 for a 5 for Rafael Teixeira. He'll rock it all the way up to the top. But having a look at the spread of points, 9.17 for the heat lead. So, you know, one good category score, good is in the 6-point range. One 6-pointer is going to change the shape of the heat here.
Definitely. And just looking at those last couple of waves from Paul Sampson, he's just drifting down the line. He was sitting in first, and he's just shifting. He's down to third. And he's making some interesting decisions.
Well, talking of shifting, windless conditions here. We've gone into just a glassy patch in the late morning. can see the peaks just sweeping through the sandbars here in Ballito. And down the line, heat leader Rafael Teixeira has got that winning feeling now. Another claim. There'll be some part of that we haven't seen. We'll pull back the tapes for you folks. But maybe replacing the 417 now. We think so from the body language as we go under 8 minutes. And where is Jet Schilling in all of this? He hasn't really clicked into any gear. It's a set of low scores for Jet, and maybe if he doesn't salvage this heat, he's going to look back and go, there was plenty of opportunities.
Well, this is Rafael's first real set wave. These other waves have been a bit smaller, and just, that last turn, solid. So this, to me, is going to go into his top 2. He felt happy. And, how's that straight air from Ian Gouveia? And he's pretty happy with it as well. But that was super clean. I just loved just basic straight air, but I just pulled it so perfect.
Switching direction and going left, Ian Gouveia. And we like that one. Brings a completion. Already a pair of 5s for the heat lead. He hasn't nudged it too high yet. Well, some fresh numbers coming in. We owe for the air. Meanwhile, the South African, talking of airs, this guy's got a great end section pop, but Paul Sampson not quite getting the lion's share of heat selection, as wave selection, my apologies. And meanwhile, Jet Schilling back. That's what he's got to do. He's got to tone it down a little bit and bring in a couple of completed rides. He's got 6.5 minutes to do it. So I think we're in for some fun here with this remaining struggle, because everyone is still in with a shout.
Yep, and Jet needed that wave. He needed something that he can build on. That was his first complete ride, and just simple. Now he can get, now he can at least be in a position to chase that score at the end. And even though the heat hasn't gone his way, be in the game, be in with a shot right till that last buzzer. And that's important. You know, you can turn a heat, you can pull the rabbit out the bag. And those are the heats you remember, the ones you shouldn't get through.
Well, let's have a look at the stock air from Ian Gouveia.
Just straight up and over, and quite a heavy landing, but lands it cleanly. So the judges could just buy into that maneuver, and then Jet Schilling just super quick off those turns. Clean, strong, fast surfing.
That's easily going to be Jet Schilling's best wave,
Yeah,
right there.
absolutely.
And on a medium-sized wave as well, we'll see where that goes. What are we thinking, Greg? Jet Schilling score into the mid-4s at least?
I think it's going to touch 5 there. I just think it was just the speed of those turns seemed to be a bit quicker than some of the other goofies in the heat.
And he cranked up the intensity on that first pivot in the lip as well.
Yeah.
So judges got a bit of work ahead of them. 5:25 on the clock. Rafael Teixeira, his wave in now at a 6:17. So that big set wave, you said to him, it's the first time he's really let go on a big set. And it's paid out beautifully for the long-serving campaigner, Rafael Teixeira, 6:17. Finally, we get into the double numbers here, 11.17 now for the heat score total. And still a couple of thoughts and numbers for Ian Gouveia and Jet Schilling to catch up. Just under 5 minutes to go. And Samuel Pupo with a new hairstyle for Ballito. I mean, why not? It's Africa, right? We love it.
Looking cool.
Sam Pupo coming to Ballito and ready to bring his best. Here's somebody with a similar hairstyle, Paul Sampson, into the air and incomplete. The South African now down in third and starting to chase some bigger numbers here of a 6.81. And okay, we still owe Jet Schilling a score. That's going to maybe change the shape of the heat a little more here, Greg, with a little over 4 minutes to go. Big requirements, though, for Schilling to jump up to second of a 7.87, but we're expecting a step in the right direction for the Californian in red.
Yep, still waiting for that score for Jet. And just that last one of Paul Sampson, I don't mind that. That's his strength, the air game. I definitely wouldn't have, as a coach, told him to look for the tube ride or the floater maneuver. They're not going to be a big scoring maneuver today. Every wave I would have just been firing off and trying to get that air, and maybe an air and one combo sort of stuff, because he's got it. But he's got to do that on a decent sized wave and land out in the flats, get that full rotation for a decent score.
You see heat preparation, focus and intensity, and even a few signatures in between. It is a festive, happy atmosphere down here in Ballito. Of course, all sorts of traders and carnivals. You can buy yourself cashew nuts. You can buy yourself all sorts of lovely snacks and local cuisine. A number has come in for Jet Schilling and has pushed him up to third. It's a 5.5. You are right, Greg. 2 turns and just simply put together suddenly brings Jet Schilling into a requirement of just a 5.08. So almost there as far as Jet Schilling. Meanwhile, future Olympian Koali Vast. What a show he has put on for us at Teopu, his local break. But here he is in the seat with the Challenger Series hat on. And he'll be focused in on what Ballito has to offer here over the next 30 minutes or so. Big heat coming up. Looking forward to that one. But let's get this one tucked away with 2.5 minutes to go. Many stories. Judges are up to date. All right. Teixeira leads, Gouveia second, and Schilling chasing the 5.08. The South African, Paul Sampson, not quite picking out the right waves. You spoke of his strength there, Greg. But we've seen him go into the tube. We've seen him do tail floats. He kind of has to think about how he's going to campaign the remaining 2 minutes here. And that was a lovely spring-loaded step again for Ian Gouveia. He got a 5.5.
That's the best claim I've seen all day. Maybe all year.
5.57 for the previous air. Heard the number, thought, well, that's my best number. Let's go back and play it again. And Ian Gouveia presses cut, copy, paste. And, well, perhaps securing his way through to the next round here at Ballito, Greg.
Well, I think he's going to go to the lead. That was so clean. I mean, that air was just beautiful. And I'm giving him an extra point for the claim as well. But just check this out. It's just so inverted, so clean. Landed in the ahead of the whitewater. And you just said, this is entertainment. This is what we want to see.
Okay. Is there a top 10 claim reel for the year? We'll put that one in for now. And presenting the claim. Ian Gouveia will wait for that score. Well, he said, as you mentioned, comes here ranked 5th on the Challenger Series, care of 2 quarter-final finishes. And we'll see if he keeps that campaign going. Jet Schilling, can he salvage the heat here? Not on that one, as we slip down into the final minutes here. Rafael Teixeira has been leading this heat quietly with his 2-turn combos. Lovely zigzag to the face there, end section. And that'll put a bit of pressure on Jet Schilling as well. So 2 Brazilian goofy foot campaigners here, Greg. Just almost closing the door on the rest of the pack now.
Yep, and I love Rafael Teixeira's approach. As he does that bottom turn, halfway up the face, he sort of turns his board again, extra vertically. So he does not a double take, it's one, somehow he does it in one movement, but there's that board just shoots super vert. And here we go, Paul Sampson with a heavy landing.
Now that's not going to pay out for Paul Sampson, trying to play his strengths here in the remaining 10 seconds. Looks like we're going to lose the South African out of the draw. And where is Jet Schilling in all of this? Jet has priority. Is he going to be able to pull the trigger? The clock's on the countdown. There is a set approaching. And we'll listen in the background for the horn, perhaps. We're thinking that the clock has beat Jet Schilling here. So just a matter of getting those scores in. Lovely zippy end section for the World Junior Champion. We're not convinced that he's going to be moving his way into the round of 32 here at Ballito. And Rafael Teixeira, good sound fundamentals to his surfing, a 6.17 and a 5. We are owing him a last score. How is that for that heat the whole way to the finish line? Anyone could have taken that, Greg.
Definitely, but I think Rafael on that last wave, that's going to go into his top 2, and waiting to see where that air from Ian Gouveia goes. That could really change the position between the two of them, but I'm definitely obviously seeing Teixeira and Gouveia going through this one.
Now, you're 100% right. Judges are about to confirm exactly what you're saying there, Greg. Seeing some 7.5, 6.7. So there's the average, 7.27. Sees a heat win for Ian Gouveia, and he is keeping his foot on the gas in 2024. And of course, a great spirit amongst our competitors as well. But the experience of Ian Gouveia, the tenacity of Rafael Teixeira, will see the 2 Brazilians advance through that heat. It's yeah, I love that one. As I say, I love the surfing that Ian Gouveia is bringing in 2024. Also making that quarterfinals in Snapper, losing to Sam Pupa and then losing to brother Miguel. But quarterfinal finishes each time. And that man, Rafael Teixeira, also on his way to the next round. We are going to lose Jet Schilling. Jet will be thinking about his trip now back to California and getting ready for the US Open of surfing. And, well, much been talked about for Paul Sampson, the South African. Didn't really get himself into gear on that. And official numbers there. Rafael Teixeira is actually going to end up with the heat win there. So those are the numbers. Either way, 2 Brazilians on their way. We'll lose Jet Schilling and Paul Sampson. We'll bring in Paul Evans for the call. And we'll carry on with the show here from beautiful Ballito. Stay with us.
Welcome to Kwadukuza, the destination for all seasons. Nestled on the breathtaking north coast of the Zulu Kingdom, this vibrant town offers something for everyone. Kwadukuza boasts several beaches that have been awarded the prestigious Blue Flag, guaranteeing cleanliness and safety for all visitors. Our inland region offers a world of adventure. Get your adrenaline pumping with thrilling activities like ziplining, hiking and off-road biking surrounded by the natural beauty of Kwadukuza's landscapes. Kids will love our animal farm, getting up close and personal with friendly animals. Immerse yourself in history as you explore the rich heritage and legacy of great leaders like King Shaka and Chief Albert Lutuli. Conveniently located just a short drive from King Shaka International Airport and Durban International Conventional Center, making it easily accessible for both local and international delegates, with an abundance of world-class accommodation facilities, dining options and attractions nearby, you can truly make the most of your time in this magnificent region. Kwadukuza, the heartbeat of the North Coast.
And a very warm welcome back to the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. Some heavy hitters out in the water, some serious talent in the lineup. We've got some in the studio too, a very special guest in the form of Hiroto O'Hara. Welcome, mate.
Thank you for having me.
How'd you go this morning? You just surfed, it went pretty good.
Yeah, it was fun. It was very fun waves, yeah.
Found a couple of waves, found some rhythm through the next rounds.
For sure, yeah. Yeah, can't wait to surf round 3.
Happy days, mate, happy days. And back in South Africa, it's been popular for different reasons for different people. How do you enjoy your time in this part of the world?
It's different people. I mean, Asian and then African is different, so it's totally different location than Japan. But yeah, I love the waves and people and food, and yeah, I love coming to South Africa. Yeah.
Beautiful, mate. Well, thanks for joining us here. Looking forward to getting your insights for this heat. Of course, Emma Smith as well in the studio. How's your morning going, Emma?
It's good. I mean, I got to watch your heat from the beach, which was exciting. More exciting than I think you letting on, but it's good to be back. Good to be back in the booth.
All right, let's set this one up. Check it out. Samuel Pupo, who's going great on the Challenger Series. Big Australian leg for him. He's taken on Kauli Vast out of Tahiti, representing France. Dakota Walters, the very highly rated young Australian. Guilherme Ribeiro as well of Portugal, who's in motion in live action there. I'll just throw that one away on the rotation on the inside. Got out of a tight heat relatively late in it yesterday, did Ribeiro. And one of the rising stars of European surfing. A couple of them in the water, including Kauli Vast in that recently. Champion over there in the junior series and looking to go deep on the challenges here. Let's pick up Samuel Pupo. Hiroto. He's found himself a decent looking wave here, and this is what you expect Samuel to do, click it in the lip.
Yeah, like first wave, like boom, like maybe 5.5 or 6s, like that was a good start. Yeah.
From your point of view, mate, you've been competing for a while at this level. What do you think about that new generation of surfers? We've been talking about this conversation. We've got surfers with the experience coming off the CT. We've got the young ones. Where's the surfing at? You know, we'll revisit that in a sec. We'll just pick up Walters here with a spring in his step off the bottom, flicks one off the top, recovers with loads of speed and great flow, and then just taps that tail and good enough to
That's
tidy it for a
nice.
finish. That was crisp.
Yeah. he's coming up from Australia, and I think he's our first ever Challenger Series this year. But you know, pretty much everyone knows him. He does like huge airs, so yeah, I'm really looking forward to.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of that younger generation, he's exactly one of them. I'm just wondering, when you're surfing against some of these younger, do you change what you're doing according to try and mix them, or you just sticking to what you do well?
Yeah, I don't like to thinking about like something different to you like, look, Cowley, like 2 big turns, like this heat's going on. Yeah.
Yeah, it's so much out there. I mean, Cowley, we talked about his air game as well, but he's got some great power moves. You saw the backhand tools from him there, thinking of surfers like Nat Young with just a couple of turns on the backhand into the lip, going into the 8 range, so going excellent. There's different ways of doing it here in Ballito. It has been our talking point. Obviously, there's always there, if you get a closeout and you can do an air, you can get yourself a big score, but just rail surfing, traditional power type surfing, matching the power of the wave, can unlock big points as well. Ribeiro pours his way back out. He's just got another wave, actually. We're going to take a look at it. Break down this wave from the Portuguese for us, Hiroto.
Look, a little bit smaller wave, but like he managed two turns. Does maybe good score for first couple waves. I mean, other 3 surfers already got the good scores, so yeah.
We like to we get a bit carried away with strategy going into a heat, and for us, it's like a big talking point. Do you have one dialed in? Are you thinking, okay, I'm going to go out there, I'm going to get 2 6s in the first 5 minutes? Like, what does your heat strategy look like before you paddle out?
In Challenger Series, we have 30 minutes heats, so there's plenty of time. But you don't want to get like shitty wave on the first wave. So I always look for maybe 5 or 6 range on the first wave, and then if I can get it, like there's 25 minutes, and then you get like another wave. So yeah, that's always I have a same strategy into the heat. But wow,
nice tail slide there from Pupo. He's just got that extra gear of speed, doesn't he? So quick from when he jumps up, just to go through the gears, and then from them with that speed he can pretty much do anything. The last heat was a tight one, and it was an interesting one to watch as well. Let's hear from the winner of that last heat, standing by for a chat with Mike.
Yeah, and great heat win there against your good friend Rafael Teixeira. Run us through that heat. It looked very close. There was a lot of changes through the heat, but the waves looked super fun, and you said better than expected.
Yes, when we arrived in Ballito, we did check the forecast, and it wasn't looking really good, and then suddenly it changed, and super fun waves today. Was stoked to be out there in a heat today.
You're traveling with quite a big posse. It's you, Rafael, Jadson, and Lucas. Tell me about your preparation leading up to this heat after 2 5th-place results in Australia.
Yeah, stoked to make this one with Rafael, stay together, and always good to make a hit together with a friend. And yes, just coming from 2 good results in Australia. After that, it's been quite weird times with a couple of injuries here and there, and not much free surfing. And yeah, I think the last time I did air was in Australia, so stoked that I landed that one in this heat, and stoked to make through.
Well, with a couple of injuries coming into this, you were well prepared. You got through the heat, you got the win. We look forward to seeing you in the next round.
Yeah, let's go.
Okay.
Absolutely delighted to make it through that one. Stomped that air, didn't he? I think he was just demonstrating to the judges, I'm definitely riding out of this one. I like that. Good energy from him. He looks absolutely buzzed, and positive to see the surf heading in the right direction as well. In terms of the forecast, picking up Cowley Vast at the moment, keeping a beady eye back on things in the tower, waiting for numbers to come in from him under that 22-minute mark currently in this. Let's check a replay. Last wave of Cowley Vast here.
Just big turn. That's good score too. Yeah, bigger wave.
Just the one turn, a big section, and we know about the power and the aggression from him. Putting it up there and asking a question of our panel, which he's still waiting for the answer to. Ian Gavin mentioning how he went in Australia. A couple of fists good for him. You got 9th, I believe, at Snap.
Yeah, like someone get 10 points with barrel, and yeah, like him, like Sami was win the events. So yeah, I was 9th. So I was definitely want to more get a good result. But
It's like right there, you're
yeah.
so close to like a real breakthrough result. Because I mean, you get one really good result, make semis or final on the Challenger, and you've got a good platform towards qualification,
Yeah,
right?
for sure. Yeah, that's like nowadays surfers are really good. So yeah, it's really hard to get like good points in such in challengers. So yeah.
Well, we're looking at the number 1 on the Challenger Series right now, Samuel Pupo. And it's been a story that we've been told before of him getting back on the Challengers and really just blazing it, just looking like he's got extra speed, extra spark, looking very lively indeed, and looking to really bring over that Championship Tour form. Meanwhile, here goes the young Aussie, Walters, loading up here. He's got that crazy air game, nice drifty look to that one, almost goes inverted, but just doesn't quite get enough of that rotation done. There's a little speculative grimace on the inside, pretty close to the rocks in there. You land in airs in that part, and those rocks will come at you quite fast. He stays off them, and he'll make his way back. Plenty of time. 20 minutes or so just underneath that at the moment. Scores with Cowley Vast, his first effort, decent. 6-5 for him, the Frenchman out of Tahiti. 6-5 in for his first effort. I think we're going to get a score to come in as well for his second wave. We saw the replay of that. Just that one punch, really, on the backhand. Went up nice and vert. Emma, how do you think the judge is going to pay off that one big turn? It had plenty of power in it.
Yeah, I think it had plenty of power. I think it'll be an alright backup for now. I mean, Hiroto on the beach, you were saying with all your scores, you thought they were going to be slightly less than they were. So, yeah, I think the judges are taking their time, watching clips or waves over and over. And, yeah, but I think it'll be an okay backup for now. But I think he's going to replace it.
19 minutes to go in this. A quick throwaway from Walters. Again, there looks like at this stage, not with priorities, looking to try and find a little inside soft semi-closeouts and just boost. Why not? Didn't quite have the down-the-line speed on that particular wave. They'll look to keep doing that and look to keep surfing and just stay in rhythm, stay in tune. In a very tough heat with surfers like, well, obviously, surfer leading the ranks in the form of Samuel Pupo. You'd expect him to be pretty relentless, posting big numbers. Some flashes from Sammy so far. That 5.17 he got early on. And that last wave just went a little soft on him, didn't it? Quite what he was after when he paddled in. But expect improvements pretty much across the board, actually, right now, as this one fires up. And the Challenger Series, we've got 6 venues, very different around the world. A bit of travel involved as well. Are you still enjoying being out on tour, traveling around? It's still fun for you? Obviously, it's a job. It's a pretty good one, no?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, definitely that's a good job. You travel in the world, like meeting some of the amazing peoples, and yeah, I love travel. Yeah, I want more.
And obviously the dream, the reason we're here is the Championship Tour is the big prize at the end. That dream's still very much alive for you. How important is that for you?
Yeah, for sure. You know, this year I turned 28 years old, so I'm almost like right there. So yeah, definitely look forward to compete challenge. I mean CT, and yeah, I'm really looking for the Los Angeles Olympics. So yeah, you know, if you qualify, you have to qualify on the CT first, and then qualify to the Olympics. So yeah, I definitely have to qualify.
Great stuff. A lot of good things in the future. We're picking up vision there of Cowley Vast on the backhand, belting it. Thinking about Samuel Pupo out in the water and that result. We've been talking about the Gold Coast and what he's been able to do. Let's get a look at what he was able to do over there in Australia. The surf definitely turned up. It is a Championship Tour venue. It will be again soon because of the quality of the waves. And obviously getting barreled, the name of the game, Snapper. There's some good turn sections too. Look how dreamy this looks.
Look, like it wasn't not big, but it's just perfect, like all the way. But in the final day, we got some waves, and like this, someone get like dreamy wave barrel into the turns. I think he got 10 points or like something like that. That wave.
It's actually hard when the waves are so perfect. Everyone's dropping excellent scores.
It is like if you're in the water, like you just imagine like when the waves come, that's every single wave looks perfect. So like you have to choose one of those, that best one. So yeah.
The runner-up finish for him. The moments immediately after it. He'd be disappointed not to get the win, but second place sets him up in a brilliant position. Meanwhile, Big Bro loosen up the hips. Miguel Pupo, a veteran with so much experience, the goofy from the championship tour, and he's got a tough heat on his hands. Looking at the likes of Jordi Lawler, Luca Macinas, Alistair Reginato, they'll also be taking to the water. Here's Samuel with some drive. Wow, nice sparky first turn. And he'll carve that to snap and slide out and skid. And it looks cool, put together, a little bump. Wobbles him off on his third turn. Good work done deep in the tube and traveling. Walters into the lip will abort the second turn. But some good vish from the young Aussie there as he gets under and travels through the time tunnel. Unable to stick that turn. He would have loved to just combo that with a hit on the lip to finish. But he's shown us airs, he's shown us tubes. It looks like he's enjoying himself out there.
Yeah, this is actually what we're waiting for in South Africa, like punchy little barrels, and that's what I like about here. So, yeah, hopefully it stays like this.
Enjoying the improvement in conditions that we've seen since yesterday when we opened up competition. It was a bit windy and a bit wild at times. Today, things are much cleaner and smoother. Let's have a look here at Dakota. So in that tube, and then unable really to just force himself and impose himself on the lip for a finish. There'll be reasonable points on offer, maybe not the greatest score on the tube for him. Meanwhile, this was Samuel's work. Did we like this?
Definitely. Second turn was sharp. Like, even he fell on the last turn, it could be there's maybe backup or best score of his heat.
14 minutes and 15 seconds to go in this. We're past the halfway point of the heat. Things really just starting to crackle and fire up. There's a bit of a simmer, a bit of a slower start. Meanwhile, Pupo again, and just flares that one, and nose pick lands that reverse and styles his way out of it. It's very polished and smooth. So bringing aggression and power in terms of hitting the lip and then showing us the flare and the progression above the lip. Very nicely done indeed, and making it all look nice and joined up and smooth and clean. And he'll paddle his way back out, building a bit of a platform here at the moment. It's Kaulivast with the best of it. We're still waiting for scores to come in for this guy, Pupo, #1 on the challenges. Also, young Aussie Dakota Walters. Their numbers will drop soon. Plenty more action from heat #8 when we come back right after this commercial break.
Welcome to Kwadukuza, the destination for all seasons. Nestled on the breathtaking north coast of the Zulu Kingdom, this vibrant town offers something for everyone. Kwadukuza boasts several beaches that have been awarded the prestigious blue flag, guaranteeing cleanliness and safety for all visitors. Our inland region offers a world of adventure. Get your adrenaline pumping with thrilling activities like ziplining, hiking and off-road biking surrounded by the natural beauty of Kwadukuza's landscapes. Kids will love our animal farm, getting up close and personal with friendly animals. Immerse yourself in history as you explore the rich heritage and legacy of great leaders like King Shaka and Chief Albert Lutuli. Conveniently located just a short drive from King Shaka International Airport and Durban International Conventional Center, making it easily accessible for both local and international delegates, with an abundance of world-class accommodation facilities, dining options and attractions nearby, you can truly make the most of your time in this magnificent region. Kwadukuza, the heartbeat of the North Coast.
Welcome back to Ballito. Game faces are on. Conditions are offering plenty for surfers, but it's all about trying to pick that lock, find ways with good scoring potential in very tough heats against, well, essentially some of the very best in the world. We've got the world #1 in terms of the Challenger Series, our ratings leader on this tour right now in the water, fresh off the back of a runner-up finish at Snapper Rock. Samuel Pupo, second place at the moment in this heat. We're caught up with scores, actually. So Kaulivast 6-5 to open up, backed up with the 5-4. Good enough for first right now. And that lead over Samuel in second. He's breathing down his neck and he's building up momentum. His scores are going up and up. Just got a 5.8 for his last wave. Just flicked down that rotation above the lip, and he's got plenty more where that came from. The work ahead of Dakota Walters, not massive, certainly not insurmountable. 6.2 for him. He's got priority as well. A 4.8 was the reward for that tube. Meanwhile, Ribeiro, this guy, a little bit to do right now. Let's see how he goes at it. Nice clean face, good sparky snap. And then quite tricky to get that lip line, and too tricky in that particular instance, and unable to do it. And that'll be continued frustration for Guillaume. He's been a little bit slow so far, Emma, in this.
Yeah, it's been slightly slower than the last few heats, but we've seen some pretty good moments from every one of these guys. I feel like we need another run of sets like we've seen in the previous heat, which is obviously going to make it a bit more nerve-wracking for everyone else, like in your heat. The last few minutes, everything starts changing.
Just trying to hammer that section there. Walters coming at it with a ton of speed. We just picked up vision as he looked to just really put a searing turn on that closeout section, banking it off the white water. We've seen a lot of people go down on that turn today. Tricky section to hit. Just slightly broken up line as you come in with that left coming towards you. Greg Hemsley was saying earlier, just that particular part of the wave is actually sort of close to the beach. What you don't want to do is kind of blow out the back. It's exactly what happened there for Dakota. Let's have another look here, Hiroto. What happens?
Well, he's racing down, just tried to get a score on the first one turn, but didn't work out.
I like to see that one big. They're trying to go for one big hammer. It always looks cool if you pull it off.
Yeah, like especially in here, like you can't really do like 3-4 turns on the wave, so you just look for like 1 or 2, like, you know, big turns like him, like 1 airs or he make it like this, 1 air or 1 big turn, or if you get a two turn, that's bonus. Like.
So Cowley asked a quick air reverse from him, and he made sure he stopped it too, and he's back in live action here on a right-hander. A little slopey to open up with, so it gives it not sluggish energy, but just slightly going through the motions as he swings off the rail and then realizing that one's just running out of mojo, running out of juice, and he'll kick out and just pop out a slightly different part of the lineup. 8.5 on the clock here. Need to see this guy fire up if he's going to stay in the event. Guillaume Ribeiro, who's in the 3s and the 2s right now. Here's another look at his last wave.
One turn.
So almost a complete opposite. The last one was closing out on him quick, and he tried to get there. That one just ran out and just fizzled, and he was trying to swing around, but always your scoring potential when you're in the white water and softer sections, it's going to be tough to find those points. He's got time, though. We mentioned that short paddle back, but at the moment, he'll just be starting to feel that this heat, the opportunities he's been getting aren't really going his way, and I guess it's a case of just trying to keep that out of your mind, Emma, and just sort of stay positive, because you know what, you can turn this heat, get a couple of waves in 8 minutes for sure.
Yeah, for sure. I think your mindset's the biggest one. I mean, Hirota said to me after his heat earlier that everyone in the heat rips, everyone is good, and then everyone's going to keep getting good scores. So I think even when you've got 2 solid scores, like a 6 and a 5, you still need to be in the mindset that you want to drop that 5.
There he goes. So from wide here, bigger set. He gets on the end of it and a good click up in the lip, and he'll do well to hang on to that. Right by the rocks there. And that wave just tried to sort of buck him off a bit, and he looked like he was doing pretty well to stick with it. And so from just a paddle out and basically a close-out set, he was in the right position. That's exactly our point that we were making. There are still opportunities to try and find, but he's certainly in an unenviable position at the moment, looking to go up in the 7s. He's going to do this in 1 wave, because Pupo and Vast have built a bit of a platform here. It's a smaller order for Walters, but he still needs that 6-2. And it's nice and blue. Pretty glassy
creamy.
and smooth on the face. There's good waves coming through, and if you're getting yourself 6s or better, you'd be feeling, yeah, it's pretty good out here. The contrast to that, if you're not getting scores and you're getting 3s again, there's nothing coming. Why can't I find waves? Meanwhile, here we go, Pupo. Bang, first turn. A little stutter. Recovers, though, and cleans it up. Impressive. Busts out the fins for a finish. And that just shows us his quality, what he's got. And almost from nowhere, from a little mistake, able to improve and get that really strong finishing turn.
Yeah, like maybe like everyone's seen, like if you do the turn and then you stuck it, like, oh, everybody's thinking, oh, second turn's gonna be falling, but like him, like he never fall. Like that could be better than his 5-2. So that's good surfing. Yeah.
Let's see if he can attack the lead of Cowley Vast at the moment. 6-1-1 the number if he's to go to first from Cowley. And we're all caught up with his wave. So it's just that last score of Samuel. It's just his 5th wave, actually. We're under that 6-minute mark in this. So not a massive wave count for him at the moment. Good enough for an advancing position. And when you're #1 lead in the Challenger Series, you certainly want to try and defend that position with a big result. Ballito, here we go. Walters with some speed and some flair and some fizz. That was very nicely done as he flings spray into that morning sunshine over the Indian Ocean here. And they'll look to just keep going. It'll be a quick paddle out. I want to pop in the lineup and look for more. That requirement 6-2. Did we see a 6-2 there, Emma? Sharp and take a breath.
Yeah, I mean, I really like those waves that hit that bank like that. I feel like it just offers opportunity for such clean surfing. You could see he could hard off the bottom, hard off the top, and then managed to finish it with a lot of speed. You know, jammed it in that closeout section. We haven't seen too many of the guys finishing it.
Very technical, hitting that
yeah,
closeout.
sure.
We talked about the power of this wave going into the lip. That's a hard turn to do. Obviously, surfing, part of the job is making it look easy, but that's not an easy turn to do.
It is not easy. Like especially on the when he run it, there's so much bumps. So if you feel like if you made it, but still like you have to like push in the white water to the beach, like you have to make sure.
Really show that you ride out with speed.
It's
It's
very
a great
hard. Yeah.
point. That requirement just nudged up from him actually to get an improvement from Pupo. Got another 5-8 for him, so that number's gone up a little bit. It's a better 6 required for Walters. Here's the heat recap, and Cowley Vast showing us some power and precision, Emma, early on.
Yeah, Cowley, I think, started strong. He's obviously spent a lot of time in Ballito. He also has a good, he has a good read on those closeout sections. Samuel as well, I feel like he was always eyeing that last section, wanting to go to the air flick to stamp that he would landed that. And yeah, he's looking good, and he did well to recover, as we saw. You can just see he is, he's got a lot of experience competing, and he knows what he needs to do.
All right, waiting for numbers here. 3.5 on the clock. Cowley Vast. He's leading this one at the moment. We're all in, actually. Everything's all cleaned up on our score screen. So Cowley's lead. It's not a massive one over Samuel Pupo, but crucially, those two in a position to advance first and seconds. So the requirement for Dakota, his number 5-8, his best. So close to what he needed prior to that improvement. And he needs another one like that. 5-8-4. Here goes Guillermo Ribeiro. Bit of a shocker from him so far in this heat. He's been way off the pace and just finding himself waves. That was a closeout, nowhere near it. Here goes Walters. And there's the air game that we talked about from the beginning of this heat. And that one, he had to just try and sort of hurry himself up to get there. Didn't have a lot of time to find that ramp. By the time he got there, just doesn't quite go right for him on the rotation. He'll get back in the lineup and look, do that again. He's brought the situation right down, 5-8-4. So he needs almost just a repeat of what he just did. The 5-8's a slight improvement, and he's on his way to threaten Samuel Pupo. Of course, that assumes that there is no further improvement from the Brazilian Pupo, or indeed Cowley Vast, who holds down priority and the lead at the moment. As we look at some little lines filling in, and let's see if we get more opportunity. And obviously at this stage, if you've got second priority, if you're Samuel Pupo, you can do things like, you know what, try and affect the potential of surfers around you by using that prior. Meanwhile, from deep Cowley and then Dakota on the wider section. And he had second priority. You can see Cowley wasn't making that. He took the wave. Counting down now, 1:45 on the clock. Let's see if we get anything in terms of a dividend, in terms of points out of our panel. Walter served himself off the screen there.
Stressful moment.
Yeah, it's nervy, isn't it? And a little jockeying for position. Everyone very aware of where that priority is. It's Pupo with that first priority. And he'll look to just try and control this. He'll see where exactly Dakota is. And if he needs to try and affect that, Guillermo Ribeiro, who is also in the lineup with second priority, is way off in terms of scores, though. Looking for a big number now. 7.96. What's going through your mind here, Hiroto? Last minute, you need almost an 8. What do you do? What are you thinking?
Just going for the big on the last section. Like I don't think I'm not gonna do any turns. Just racing down and do like massive air.
Look
or
for
something.
ramp, massive
Yeah.
air. I suppose in one way it almost makes it easier in the fact that you haven't got all these choices of different things. It's
Yeah.
like you can be a little bit single-minded, but of course he does need a wave.
Yeah.
He does need a section. Let's see if he'll find one. So Cowley, a big hammer again from him. And he'll be on the inside. Not sure if we'll see him in the lineup. If we do, not sure if we'll get another wave for him. Just over 35 to go in this one. Is this the last chance for Guillermo Ribeiro? Pupo has priority, so he'll use it and just block. 30 on the clock, not a great wave, so potentially a good sell from Guillermo right there, if that's indeed his intention. He'll be in the lineup with 20 or so seconds. Still looking for that high 7, almost an 8 actually. 7.96 is what he needs.
It's possible. You got it in the last few seconds.
Yeah,
eh?
yeah.
We're going to count down here. Walters, who's rallied and surfed well, he's caught loads of waves, 10 of them. His last one, a 3.9, doesn't go in his top 2. Crucially, doesn't turn the heat for him. We're all out of time. So it will be Cowley Vast and Samuel Pupo who'll advance from that one. An entertaining heat. And really good to see our leader on the Challenger Series just be asked a couple of different questions by different surfers and to see his response. Loads more from surfers like Cowley Vast as well in the tank. We've just seen glimpses, flashes of what he can do, and he'll look to bring his best stuff in the later rounds. Hiroto, mate, thanks for joining us. It's been really cool having you in here and breaking it down for us. Thank you.
Thank you for having me. Yeah, I'm very happy to be here.
And your hopes for the rest of this? You just want to keep surfing, keep blazing, go all the way for a win here in Ballito, right?
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Mate, good luck with that. We wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming
Good
in.
luck.
We'll keep
Thank
rolling with the live action heat. We've got great heats coming. It's a beautiful morning. The sun's out. Still pretty glassy out there. Some great waves. Join us for more live action from the Ballito Pro right after this.
People don't realize what they're doing to the oceans. We got to hand it down to the next generation. It's going to be such a pity for people not to be able to experience what we've experienced.
Welcome back to Ballito. Heat 9 of the round of 64 of the men on the Challenger Series out in the water. Miguel Pupo, the veteran goofy of Brazil. We just saw his brother leading the Challenger Series rankings and getting through the tough heat. Alistair Reginato from Australia going all right. He's poised sort of there or thereabouts to strike in 18th at the moment. Luca Messinas, you know what he can do. We've seen him compete at the highest level, compete really well. A lot of power, a lot of spark. Jordan Lawler, of course, coming off a win in the very last event. And here's Reginato down to Biz. Gets that a little wrong, goes over his toes, over the handlebars. So not the start he was hoping for. He'll wash that off real quick. But Emma, already, just first takeaway, just from that wave. It's
Yeah.
pretty dreamy out there.
That was dreamy. I think that's better wave than we've seen in the last heat. And yeah, I think unfortunate to start your heat with a wave like that and just come a bit unstuck like we saw. But he has another great looking wave. A little bit fast though.
Seen us with plenty to aim at there, but a bit too much. And it just ran away from him. Couldn't engage and get down the line in time. But good stage of the tide right now. I guess we're around about mid, aren't we? Maybe just past the mid, actually.
Yeah.
And it looks like there's plenty of water on that sandbar. The winds are still light.
So dreamy. It's
Just
so
looks
dreamy.
looks so like, I guess just the blue as well.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, people go to about how big the surf is or like how strong the wind is in terms of numbers. I just think how blue it is like how good it is.
Yeah, it's so blue. And he has a replay of Geordie's wave that we missed. Nice. I mean, great. Close our turn. Smaller wave. But, yeah, and he has a replay of McGill. I like that first carve. Oh, and some innovation. I think that's a good one. Start the heat.
Yeah, you think surfers with experience like Miguel Pupo, I feel like there's quite a lot happening in this lineup, right? You've got 4 surfers in, there's different sorts of ways, and there's kind of a lot of different variables. You just feel like someone with his experience be able to kind of just smooth that out and keep a cool head. I think surfers like Nat Young that we saw earlier as well, you know, similar kind of the same generation really in terms of when they first got on tour. But like with that extra experience, maybe a few of these little doubts coming in and these different things that feel like it's like a huge thing to have behind you in order to make good choices in your half hour.
Definitely. Like we've said quite often, you know, there's so many younger guys, older guys, all mixed up together. But to have the ability to keep cool, calm, collected, and your mind strong. And, I mean, we've seen it a lot more with the Challenger Series, but on that World Tour level, you're never safe till that last moment. But I don't know. I mean, I know maybe, like Geordie said recently, that he's had a confidence boost winning that last event. For McGill, I know I used to get a confidence boost if my sister just made the heat just before me. So hopefully he's feeling good, happy vibes.
Messinas fades the takeoff and then gives it the treatment, full-blooded. That wave, though, completely sucked out and went real steep on him, and he buries the nose and goes down. So Messinas, a couple of stuttering false starts from him. Plenty of time, though, just 5 minutes or so gone by the time he gets back in the lineup. A lot of time for him. However, good numbers in for surfers Pupo and Lawler. They got 6s. 6.07 for Miguel and a flat 6 for Jordan Lawler. Great way to open up with a 6.
Yeah, that's definitely a great way. But close 6s, which we start to see coming into play when you're needing backups or towards the end of the heat. Here we see Alistair up again.
Regginato, look at this section he's got in front of him. It just wasn't really sure. It started to run, almost looked like it was going to barrel. Then it looked like there'd be a section down the line. In the end, it was sort of none of the above. And unfortunately, from his point of view, just unable to really tee off on that. Didn't really find exactly what he was after. It did look nice as he paddled into it, but he is looking for, rather than just sort of trimming and enjoying the face, he does want sections to try and hit hard, and he's going to have to do that. Because we've already got 6s on the board from 2 surfers. Messinas, small numbers in for him, they'll fill in, but thinking about surfers at sort of stage of the career that he's at, and he's had a taste of it at the very highest level, and he's shown us that, you know, he's got the skill set, A, to get there and also compete and stay there. And by now, you know, you're no longer the young and up-and-coming thing, and you're like, maybe not a veteran exactly in terms of the right word, but you've got enough experience under your belt to kind of know exactly where you want to be, and you feel like it's rife for him, particularly this season. It's a good time for him to really show up, show what he can do.
Yeah.
Put his name in the hat to get on the championship tour for 2025.
Yeah, I think that experience you have, you feel like, I think it comes with also some pressure, you know, pressure where you know how long you grinded to get on that tour when you did, and then to feel like, okay, now I need to kind of start that whole battle again. You've got to keep that energy going. But yeah, I think going into heat, I mean, we've got quite a mixed heat with, like, as we call, I mean, even the young guys, veterans, and some of the younger guys. You know that they've also had a taste of that World Tour, so you know they've also got some insight there. But I think it definitely gives you a confidence boost.
Under the 23-minute mark in this, still the pair of 6s.
Hello,
the best of it from Lawler, winner of the very last event over there in Sydney. Stop 2 of 6 on the Challenger Series. Miguel Pupo fell foul of the cut on the CT after Margaret River. He's back on Challenger duty. Paddle effort there from Messinas, didn't like it. Here goes Lawler right now off the bottom, nice and vert, and spanks it. And again, just rotates, starts with the shoulders and then goes through the hips, the legs, and gives it 2 good cracks of the whip. So already he's got a 6 under his belt. We get another score here. And when the timing's on like that, Emma, you don't have to sort of scratch between or adjust your line, particularly on the face between maneuvers.
Yeah.
A, it feels great as a surfer, but also from the judge's point of view, it's easier to reward the points. You don't have to go too much into the details. Meanwhile, with an alley-oop rotation and An unsuccessful one. Messina's thrown that away, but this has been an interesting score for Geordie.
Yeah, I think, like you say, when you feel just such a smooth first turn when you start a wave, like we'll see on this replay. I mean, that first turn, he had so much speed right in the pocket. You can't help but go into the next turn where just you're in time, you're feeling confident, and you just know, let me finish this wave.
21 minutes, 40 odd seconds to go in this. A quick spin from Pupo, will it be? Here he goes, the Goofy, the veteran. And we'll pick him up and he'll belt that hard.
So good to see. He definitely had me backhand turn.
Does seem like one of the surfers very comfortable with his job as a professional surfer. You see some surfers around, they've got to real kind of load up on that intensity. They've got to really bring that fight to themselves in order to fire up, which is, you know, if that's what works for you. But Miguel, in general, just feel like he cruises a bit more through it, and just surfing a heat is sort of part of the natural flow of his day. And he just looks, everything looks so polished. I think he can extend that to his surfing as well, which just looks really good. Someone else was able to show us some brilliant surfing in the last heat. Winner of the last heat, standing by for a chat with Mike.
Cowley, coming from a island where it's full-on reef breaks and heavy waves, how do you prepare for a beach break like this where it's multiple peaks and a sand bottom?
Yeah, I'm from an island where there's always all reef breaks, and I think it's because I learned how to surf on the beach break in Tahiti, the north side of the island, so it's all beach and little beach break. And yeah, I used to travel a lot when I was junior and stuff in Europe for my region.
And this was a great heat win to get your roll and momentum going in Ballito. Talk us through the board that you rode in this heat. We're interested in finding out the dimensions and telling us a little bit about it.
Yeah, this is my Magic 5, 10.5. For me, just a half it changing the whole board. I'm really picky with this, and I know it's a nightmare for Jayas and my coaches. But yeah, it works really good, especially in this condition. That was the one I really surfed the most in my trainings before, and then yeah, I really like the board. This is a Monster 10. This one is for like kind of like every conditions pretty much, and then yeah, that was a good board for me today.
Well, well done making your heats. We really look forward to seeing you through the rest of the competition, and all the best for the rest of Ballito Pro.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Great job, Carly Vast. All smiles through to the next round. Plenty more in the tank from him yet to come. Let's see what he could do in the latter round, see if he can get himself well up the ratings on the Challenger Series with a big result here in Ballito. Someone has already got a strong finish. Lawler on your screen, won the last event in Australia. And he's full of confidence, full of beans. Couple of sixes for him, decent. The 6-6 for the 2 turns on the backhand. It was Emma. A softer wave, but it was a clean and sort of steeper, maybe slightly smaller, but nice and steep, and he belted it. 6-6 is great.
Yeah, he belted it, and that rail surfing is what's been rewarded. And like we've mentioned, just that confidence that you can see he goes into a turn knowing what he can do, and he knows this wave pretty well, and it's paid off.
18 minutes and 15 seconds to go in this. Lawler with the lead. We're still waiting for Miguel Pupo to throw up a second score, really. He's got half the job done in terms of getting that 6-0-7, but still at the moment having to be a little patient. Things have slowed up a touch. Had a few at the start of this one, offering us some nice looking sections, and it's sat down a bit. There's the look at the top 10. You can see Samuel right at the very top of it, and that's the platform he built. A runner-up finish. Snapper, his big bro, Miguel, just riding over the roof of a section and then opening up the whip. Sure. And a different sort of turn from the one he was unable to do on the last one. A bit more room to move into that one, and able to get that rotation on the board back towards the beach before he hit the whitewater, Emma.
Yeah, he projects so well, and he just keeps so light on his board that it just feels like he gets so much speed going into those waves.
Reginato here uses his priority on that one. Will he use it well? He won't. And he sort of made a late decision to go up and hit the lip there, it looked like. And he just kind of snatched at it a little bit. And he went down. That's another mistake from him. And that's the sort of turn. He's such a quality surfer. It's the sort of turn the Heat would be making in his sleep, really. But unfortunately, from his point of view on that occasion, he throws it down and he's stuck. Hasn't even got anything over a 1 so far, so he's in all sorts at the moment in terms of his scoreboard. But the good news is plenty of time, actually. 17 minutes out here is an eternity. Short paddle out, and hopefully plenty of waves on offer. Here's another look at Miguel Pupo.
Oh, I love the way he used that as like a ramp to go into this turn and rode it out so smoothly. That closeout turn was so good. Nice. He seems stoked.
Yeah, it was a gift, really, wasn't it, that section? We've seen a lot of them just race at our surfers and somehow race and go soft at the same time and then suddenly fold in on themselves. That one was just sort of sat up so sweetly for him, begging for the treatment. He didn't need asking twice.
Exactly. Begging, as you say. Yeah, we've seen, you know, when that closeout section presents itself to you, I think you go into it feeling like, oh no, is this going to be another one of those where the wave comes from the other side, is going to bounce me off? Or like that one, have a clean little entry into that closeout turn.
So Pupo's number, when that comes in, he'll certainly consolidate in his second place position. Will he threaten the lead of Lawler? Possibly, if it's to the tune of his other score, which was a 6.07, he might. That's where we are in terms of numbers. 12.6 is the total from Jordan Lawler. He's also got priority as well. So far, so good for him and the water in this one. And we're still waiting for his compatriot Reginato to get skates on here and fire up. He does have time to do that. He's back in the lineup now. He's down the priority order. It's not been massively significant. We've seen a couple of times surfers have to cede and give way, but we do have multiple peaks here, a little bit creased up with the swell. So opportunities up and down the beach. That's the picture at the moment as we reach the halfway point in this one. And it is still Lawler and Pupo, you 1-2. We'll see a paddle here from Reginato. What's he got? Trying to get some speed going. Eventually finds it, and then a very nice big punt, spins it and lands it. So a great way to answer back after a couple of missteps, couple of stutters. And he just scratched around to find that wave, find that speed, and then saw that ramp there. And again, a surfer of his caliber, any kind of section like that, he will give that the treatment. And very nicely done. And important to stick that on, Emma, at this stage.
Definitely, and I think we've seen, you know, he's had pretty much throwaway scores up until this moment, and a couple where you could see he was frustrated, just wasn't landing a maneuver, where now I feel like his heats, for him mentally, he's only started now.
He'll make his way back out, and that number will drop soon enough, and it will get him right back in this heat. 14 on the clock here. Reginato has got his campaign fired up by stomping that rotation. And he'll need to try and get back in this heat to continue his participation here at Ballito. At the moment, Jordan Lawler already with a win on the Challenger Series. He's going well in this one. Miguel Pupo, the veteran, too. That's your 1-2. Join us on more live action from the Ballito Pro right after the break.
Come here with respect, you're always gonna have respect back. Also, the wave itself can put you in your place.
Welcome back to the beach. 12 on the clock, and the scoreboard's been shaken up considerably right now. We'll pick up live action. Big belt from Lawler, the heat leader, who absolutely hammered that thing with speed. He'll get back on his board and get out the back score. Coming in for his compatriots, a massive one. Excellent number. And from nowhere, really, a pretty scrappy start to the heat for Alistair Reginato. And he saw a section, he went deep, he found it with no priority, found an inside wave, Emma, and then found himself a ramp, launched it 8-3-3 for him. How good does that feel?
Too good. I think the mentally being able to keep his cool when he had quite a couple of shockers just before that wave. 11 minutes left, but as we've seen today, the dreaded end of the heat, everything starts changing, big scores start dropping, but to have an 8.33, now he just needs a backup.
Yeah, and if you're Pupo and Lawler and you're getting sixes and you're thinking, all right, yeah, okay, we're chipping away at this now, all of a sudden you have a look over your shoulder, a monster score comes in the excellent range, and maybe your feathers are getting a little bit ruffled.
Definitely. Here's a replay of Lucas' wave that we missed. He's managing to connect some waves too, which we haven't seen him quite do. I like the slide there. The first two connecting turns were great too, and on the rocks, so knowing he needs it. And here's Jordan Lawler, just one turn. Nice turn, but I don't think it's going to affect his scores.
Yeah, we've got a heat on our hands here, 10.5 on the clock. Reginato, he's back at this with that 8.33, a massive number for him, and his requirement, well, it's a tiny one right now. He won't be surfing to that. 1.74 to threaten the second off Pupo. That won't be what Alistair is after right now. And Messinas with a bit to do, particularly when Alistair does get a reasonable, even if it is just a reasonable, modest number in, it'll be a tough requirement for Messinas. He does have a 5.47. That's the positive part for him. But he's going to have his work cut out here. 10 on the clock. Really enjoyable to see how these scores. It has been a theme, Emma, throughout different ways of getting them. You know, we talk about power, see big numbers come through Nat Young, getting 8s by just belting it backhand. Classic kind of stock up and down surfing. And then, you know, completely contrast that someone is having a bit of shocker, really can't find anything, can't land anything, wobbly waves. And then you go right up, slip inside everyone, go deep. A wave that's maybe half the size of some of the sets. And then you get that rotation, big full rotation to the flats, 8.33, massive. Here we go, here goes that guy. Reginato, what's he got for us here? Stings the first one and keeps the flow and the speed up, and he'll tag the second one, and possibly just doing that slightly on autopilot, that second tag, because look, maybe the energy just gone from the body. Seat surfers get that wrong. Meanwhile, that is an absolute hammer. Love that from Miguel Pupo. So, bringing the ruckus there and absolutely smashing it. And what a great exchange.
Yeah, I think it was, I mean, Alistair, it felt like he was pretty confident that he needed to just do those 2 turns, which he did. But then seeing Miguel's closeout turn on a big wave, for me, it's a bit more critical. I feel like things are going to change.
Yeah, well, let's see where this goes with the panel. It's another theme that's been recurring. It's tough to be a judge here at Ballito, because so many different types of surfing to try and figure out on the same criteria. Here's another look at Alistair. So brings that one down and stomps it, but how's this for power and aggression?
That was world surfing.
The section as well, the real contrast between those two sections. One came after the other, so we'll compare those two, but just how hollow that wave was now top to bottom from Miguel. And really, I guess identifying that off the bottom, he allows his board to hang up there, and when you do that, it looks dramatic when you ride out of it.
It does. And I think Alistair's wave, you know, for him, he got that score doing an air, but all his waves before that, he kept falling on turns and turns and turns. So for him mentally to have landed those 2, but then unfortunately, I think on his paddle back out, he saw McGill's massive turn.
Let's see. So surfers like Jordan Lawler could be under a little bit of extra pressure here when he was thinking, all right, I'm nudging things up and getting 6s. All of a sudden, when these next scores come in, let's see where we are. Meanwhile, Messinas trying to get that one. Never really committed to that alley-oop rotation at all there. It's kind of a throwaway for him. Has a little look around. He could be buoyed psychologically just by the fact of what Reginato's been able to do, really. Sort of similar kind of position. You've got plenty of time, really, in terms of 7.5. You don't need long to get scores. You get an air, you'll go excellent. Number in for Reginato. 5.7 goes to first place position. Here's another brilliant surfer with the Championship Tour experience, Jacko Baker. He's got a tough heat, though, taking on Minho Muela and Azuchi. That'll be coming at you in 7 minutes' time. The one on the water right now, though, is real interesting. And we are watching really a contrast of styles go down. A real clash of different surfing approaches is great to see. And that power approach from Miguel Pupo, that one hammer of a turn on a steep section, is going to go right up through the scale in terms of the score for him, close to the excellent range. Just one judge to drop in. He's at the moment in third. He's not going to be there for long. Let's see where this number goes for him. It's a good chance he'll go to first. Certainly second place. We're just waiting for judge number 5 to pay out that big hammer of a backhand hit from Miguel Pupo.
Yeah.
Just the way he kicked the board. We talked about how even sort of tempered he was in his general preparation, but just the way he kicked that board away,
Yeah.
he knew it was going to be a good number, just by virtue of the fact that section was so steep.
Yeah. Oh, man, I feel like you never feel safe.
This number's in 7-5 for Pupo. It'll keep him in second right now, and we speculated on it. Could be Lawler in trouble. He is 6 on the clock. He's got to roll his sleeves up here. He's got priority. That's the good news for him. But he's, after building up a lead and chipping away and building a pretty good lead at the start of this heat, all of a sudden he needs to make that mental switch now because he is chasing numbers, Emma.
He is, but what he needs isn't much more than, you know, what he's got. But as we've seen in surfing a Challenger Series heat, you don't really want to get just what you need because guys are dropping 8s and 7s with a couple of minutes to go. So, you know, it's a hard one because he's got 6.6 rides or 6-point ride for 2 turns. So does he wait and just try find something he can get 2 turns on quite safely? Or does he wait for something bigger and try go in the excellent score? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he basically needs a 7 for all intents and purposes. You just think about the rhythm of the heats, what we've seen from the swell. Things are improving, more energy, but there's only so many of those waves up there in the 7 and 8s in a heat, right? There's a handful of them, but there aren't 10 or 12 of waves like that.
No.
We've used up a few in this heat already. Be interesting to see how many there are left. This was the recap and the early start from Pupo. It looked decent from here as he opened up and going on the forehand for a change.
Yeah, I mean, haven't seen too many lefts this morning. And this was Geordie's 2-turn combo. I mean, that first turn was really great. And he's looking good. He's projecting out of his turn so well with confidence. This air is what put Alistair back in the game after a really slow start. And then trying to get it back up quite quickly, which it worked.
Backing himself up there and putting himself in the lead in this one. But how about this stuff? Just the raw aggression on a big section. And you love to see it. It's cool to see the contrast between the airs and then just full-blooded assaults on the lips. Similar kind of payoff. Judges went in favour of what Reginato was able to do. A lot of that you'd think was the pop, really. Didn't have loads of speed going into that air, actually.
No.
Sometimes you see that speed line, that trajectory is just basically finishing off where their speed was taken. But that one, kind of like popped it, almost ollied it into the rotation. Very cool to see. And the judges just appreciating the technical nuance there. 8-3-3 for him. Crowd enjoying this on the beach. It's setting us up for a big finish here. And now the ball is in the court of Jordan Lawler. And the question for him is to the tune of 6-9-8. Here's Pupo loading up himself. Goes massive and inverted as he flips it backside. And he'll go down, but serving a little bit of notice. You know what? It's not all meat and potatoes. He's definitely got a progressive game. Meanwhile, Messinas needs to fire up here. Good spark in the first turn. The second hit, he clips the white water. It's a little just bouncy. He does just about recover that one. It's decent stuff from him. It's certainly better than his 1-5. He'll improve his overall score, but he needs to get into the excellent range, Emma. Didn't see that there.
No, and I think he needs a bigger wave. I still think that first wave we saw in the beginning of the heat where Alistair unfortunately just came unstuck, that would be great if we see another one of those rolling in. But we haven't seen as many of those in a heat. And with 2 minutes 40, it is feeling a little nervy.
Yeah, so what are you thinking of your Jordan Lawler right now? You know, we talked about it. He got a couple of 6s. You don't need much more than that, but just has a momentum of the way the heat's gone. He's had the wind kind of taken out of his sails. He hasn't done anything wrong himself. It's just where the waves have fallen in terms of where he's been in the lineup and his surfers that he's competing against, what they've been able to get. He needs to try and find something here and just squeeze everything he can out of it. He's already had that winning feeling in the very last event. He's in deep here, way too deep. And that'll eat up a bit of clock time. That'll also allow surfers now that are leading him in terms of scores and priority to keep watch on him with 2 on the clock. Here's Messinas loading up, trying to find some speed. He'll travel through a lip, which will clip him on the head a little bit. And that's not the excellent score he's going to require. By the time he gets in the lineup, it'll be about 90 seconds or so to try and find himself that big 8. And that feels huge. Let's see if he could go about doing that. Meanwhile, Jordan Lawler is sitting there and paying very close attention to him, the veteran in the form of Miguel Pupo, as the scoreboard superiority and priority. What happened here, Emma?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Jordan is those are 2 quick. Oh, he's very stoked with that. He got those turns in quickly. I feel like he's done the job, but he needs something a little more exciting.
Okay, so that was a wave we just saw on replay. I don't think we saw live. We saw his last effort, the closeout that he went down on. But prior to that, 2 quick turns. And he's asked a question. 6.98 is what the panel are looking for. 6.9, well, what he's looking for. He wants that answer from our panel of judges. It's going to be under that as it comes in. He tried to sell it a bit, but he's going to need a bit more where that came from. It's going to be a mid-range number for him, but he essentially needs a 7. And it'll come in around about a 5, a low 5. So it will be a throwaway number for him. Final 45 seconds now. And Miguel Pupo with that priority will be keeping a very close eye on him. So Jordan Lawler coming in here 5th. He won't be happy to go out at this stage, Emma.
No, he's really touched on how that last event win was the confidence he needed. He felt like he was in a bit of a rut before that. And he had a great heat yesterday, but it is hard. Like I said earlier, I feel like he did what he needed to do in the heat, but when McGill and Alistair got those 7s and 8s, it made it tricky.
Yeah, Pupo will just make sure by taking that wave, and he'll be absolutely delighted. Look at this stuff. He's got so much spring in his step. He's just flinging up extra moves as he brings that one in. It's really just a blocking wave, but thought, you know what, I'll just express myself and surf this one. So Miguel Pupo started off with that 6, and then the 7.5 for the big backhand hammer. And his experience coming through, and basically the cool head on his shoulders as well, and that calmness throughout the heat. And when you're asked a question, to be able to respond in the best possible way. So we're all wrapped up here. We've got numbers to come in for our surfers that are leading this one. This was that last effort of Pupo. Be feeling pretty good about life right now.
He is, and that innovation that we've seen, Alistair do, he seems happy with it. I don't know. What do you think? Do you think it's better?
I just like to see him stoked. He's one of those guys, we talked about that. He's always good positive energy. And obviously, when you're getting waves and you're getting scores, it's much easier to find that. When he's relaxed, he's at his best. He's competed for so long at the very highest level. Of course, got that CT win, didn't he, in Tahiti 2 years back. And that just shows his caliber and how good he is. And it's surfers like that do have the experience, do have that quality. They're going to be dangerous deep in the draw here at Ballito. We're all wrapped up. It will be the young Australian who'll get the nod there with excellent surfing to the tune of 8.33 for the aerial antics. And the experience of Miguel Pupo will head through the next round with him. A great looking next heat number 10 in our round of 64, about to hit the water. We're going to bring in Giggsy and Mike Frew for the call. More live action from the Ballito Pro right after the break.
The Hydro board short is something that I've used for quite some time now. One of the main key factors still is the no-tar fly. It's comfortable, it's convenient, and it works. Ultimately, what I'm looking for in a board short would have to be comfort and then convenience. If you add those two things together with a spice of color, you've got the perfect board short.
The Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill is brought to you by Kwadukuza Municipality, by O'Neill, by Monster, by SMG Yamaha, and by Corona. This is living. The Ballito Pro. This is the battlefield.
It's lunchtime in South Africa. Ballito Pro proudly presented by O'Neill. Another big power-packed lunchbox heat to unpack here. Marco Minho will take on Jackson Baker, former championship tour surfer. Watch for the young talent of Haitamula from Brazil and João Azuchi, one of several Japanese in the draw looking to make a dent at the Ballito Pro. Gixaliers alongside Mike Frew for the call. And a perfect beach day by anyone's standards, Mark.
Yeah, look at the watercolor there, the wind, and the sunshine. Gigs, it's a postcard perfect holiday day in Ballito. The bathing area to the right-hand side of the screen is packed. The beach is packed. The bank, the grass bank where spectators are watching the men surfing is packed. I took a walk through the retail area during our break. That's packed too. And what a festive atmosphere down here for a Wednesday in Ballito.
Welcome back to the lineup. Jackson Baker, let's see if he can make a dent. Former championship tour surfer, getting his Challenger series underway here in Ballito. We trust that everyone is enjoying the show. We know that everybody down at the beach is. It's a carnival atmosphere. Of course, Mark, you with the O'Neill brand, a big carnival you've stitched together with the junior event, the QS 1000 this year, and so much in and around the event site going on.
Yes, the Ballito Pro offers the platform to really do a lot more than just run the Ballito Pro Challenger Series here at Gigs. And having the infrastructure already in place on the beach, we were able to leverage that with 4 events this year. We had the Smith Shapes Rookie Rippers. We then had the Smith Shapes O'Neill JQS. We also then were able to run a QS 1000 Ballito Pro presented by Flojos, and now onto the Ballito Pro Challenger Series. So using that same infrastructure, we were able to include surfers from young under 12 surfing their very first event through to surfers like we saw in the last heat, experienced championship tour competitors, all at the same beach in the same 10 days.
Well, those young surfers partaking in the Rookie Rippers will be on the beach, soaking up the high caliber of surfing on offer here in Ballito. And no rides just yet if you just joined us. We are looking to unpack this heat number 10. It's the round of 64 surfers remaining in the draw, all the big names in it to win it. And still plenty of time to unpack it. No rides yet. Let's go down and hear from the winner of that last heat, High Value Entertainment, out in the lineup. Let's get some words from the winner.
Alistair, that wasn't the most ideal start to your heat, but you managed to turn it around and get an 8-point ride. Did you have a little strategy change, or did you just go for the air knowing you need a big score?
Yeah, the boys kind of put me under the pump to start. They got a couple of 6s early, and I had a game plan to do something like they did and get a 2-turn wave, and didn't really go to plan. So yeah, I knew there were good ramps out there. The Dakota, Joel and Oscar I'm staying with, and they've been saying how insane the ramps are, so I knew they were out there and I just had to land it when I get a good ramp.
Amazing. And you mentioned that this wave reminds you a bit of home. Is it mostly just the wave, or Ballito itself too?
Yeah, Ballito itself too. It's a really cool little surf town. School holidays here, so there's a lot of people, which is pretty similar to home. But yeah, it's kind of like a little punchy beachy, which we get at home, so yeah, really similar.
Amazing. Well, good luck for the next round.
Thank you. Cheers. Thanks.
Well, the Australian contingent enjoying the parallels of a similar culture on the East Coast to what they'll be used to. And Reginaldo into the next round along with Mickey Pupo. Great entertainment in that last week. This one a little bit flat to start, so just slightly slower. We're approaching the high tide. Mike, what are you thinking as we go to a replay?
I like that opening turn, a lot of projection up towards the lip, and not quite able to ride that out as clean as what we've seen in previous rides, Gigs. You can clearly see to serve. But here, what the high tide has done is there's not as many heavy closeouts as we saw this morning. And so what it's affording the surfers the opportunity to do is get 2 turns in at least on the higher tide, like we saw on that last wave from Heitor Müller.
Well, 12:30 local time here, heading towards lunch. So just about an hour and a bit until the high, 90 minutes to go until high tide. Just seeing the first time we've seen a slowdown in the rhythm here in the Indian Ocean today. But, just watching Heitor Müller, just tracking across the screen there now. What he's done, the young Brazilian Heitor is a new name for us. Saw him showcased at the Sambazon World Junior Championships all the way to the quarterfinals earlier this year. Heitor Müller, by catching that wave and establishing a 2-turn combo for the 4-3-3, he's now left the pack. He's going to go sit way over by himself. And that is because he's the 4th priority. So he just go, I'll break away for a bit. Dramatized version of breaking away. I mean, he's got about 80 meters up the beach there.
There are 3 peaks, 3 quite distinct peaks out there. We saw it very evident on the low tide this morning. You guys pointed out in the morning show on the low tide, just before that first heat gigs, we saw those 3 distinct peaks, and it's sort of connected through the day. And it has become a little bit less consistent as the tide has come in, but that swell's still sticking around. Yesterday, I got to be honest, I haven't seen a swell kick in on the KZN coast for a while as quick as it did yesterday. We woke up yesterday, it was kind of like in the 2-foot range, and through the afternoon, as it built to sort of 4 o'clock, I would call some of those late sets in the 6-foot region.
Well, don't write off our lineup just yet. A little bit of motion in the ocean here. And Mueller's broken way down to the south of the beach, and he's going to set him up for his second counting ride. A little bit softer as we're missing a little bit of sand in that part of the beach. Hence the action a little bit further over as into picture comes Jackson Baker, former championship tour surfer from Newcastle, New South Wales. And Jacko's always brought a lot of entertainment for us over the previous seasons. Little spill there for Marco Mignot as we see him come into picture. But we haven't seen anything of Jackson Baker in 2024 just yet, Mark.
No, we haven't. He's been injured. If you have a look at the statistics, the WSL has a fantastic database of statistics that you can access on their app. You go into the current heat, you click on the surf, and it brings up all the results of the year so far. And Jackson Baker, this is his first big event. Talking about injuries, Gigs, I actually managed to find out what happened to Mikey McDonough after we were watching his heat this morning. I went onto the competitors' deck there, and it was quite difficult to chat to him. He was really quite down. You know, he almost made that heat. But what happened, he was free surfing at a beach called Sunrise, which is just north of here. And there is a rock and reef section to that wave. And what happened, he jumped off his board after a wave, just a kind of innocent jumping off your board, and landed on a piece of reef, and it pretty much went right through the heel of his foot. He landed up with 5 stitches and has actually been on crutches the last couple of days. He managed to put a bootie on and serve his heat, but he was in a lot of pain, and a very, very disappointing end to his Ballito Pro. He says he actually didn't manage to surf at all after the injury, obviously, and that first wave in his heat was his first wave in about 4 days.
Yeah, and we could see the tentativeness earlier this morning in Mikey Madonna. And of course, we all wish him all the best, a speedy recovery. I'm sure he'll stitch that heel up in time for the US Open of Surfing a couple of weeks out. And he'll be going there with a new mindset, of course, still carrying that 10,000 points from the early season win. Jacko Baker, meanwhile, starting his campaign here in Ballito.
Jackson Baker, a very popular surfer on these shores. Everyone always looks forward to him coming to the Ballito Pro, an ex-championship tour competitor as well. And he's got just such a nice solid style, very well centered on his board. And man, he can do power turns like you've never seen when the wave presents an opportunity. I love watching his surfing. His surfing is just raw power.
Got one of the best moustaches as well in the game. Have a look at his speed and his flow, Mark. You're speaking about that. And he's quickly backed himself up with another ride here. So opening with a 5, and then judges will work on that number. And into a quick lead will be Jackson Baker here.
So with an injury, you know, it puts you out the water for a number of months and you have so much time to think about it, you're missing surf, it really plays on your mind, and you've got to manage your psychology through an injury like that. And he would have been chomping at the bit to get back into a heat and wait for that siren to go, Gigs. And you can kind of see it. He started this heat with great intent, and he's surfing with an elevated pace there. You can see in those maneuvers, he's looking like he's lost none of the spark that he had.
The man on screen, Heito Müller, competing in the juniors at the tail end of 2023, makes his first trip here to this part of the region in South Africa. No real results for him on the Challenger Series either at this stage. So fresh start to the campaign here for the young Brazilian on screen, already a 4.33 in. Got a couple of reasonable results out of the Challenger Series, the Brazilian in white last year. But nothing major to report about. He got a 9th in Saquarema. So yeah, he's able to pull on the Challenger Series singlet. And we'll see how, he's got a lot of countrymen here with him. Big Brazilian pack traveling over to Ballito again, as is every season.
Yeah, it's great to host the Brazilians every year. We always have a number of them, and they always bring the big varied pack comes through, from experienced campaigners like Jadson Andre through to youngsters like Heito Müller.
Almost halfway in the heat. We haven't even made mention of Joe Azuchi, the Japanese surfer holding priority. He hasn't paddled for anything. Everybody else has at least got to their foot briefly. Azuchi, of course, here to campaign as well, looking for those numbers in 2024. And here he goes, teeing up. Medium-sized wave. This one's on the inside sandbar. Just fractures up there. So in and out for Joe Azuchi. He'll go back to the drawing board, and yeah, actually a waste of priority if you want to argue that, because he sat for nearly half the heat to achieve that.
On the higher tide, what I've noticed the last 2 days, Gigs, is the convergence of swells becomes a little bit more evident. You don't see it as much on the low tide with the waves breaking, but on the high tide yesterday afternoon and again this afternoon, you've got a southerly swell direction as the primary swell at the moment, but there is still some of that easterly effect left over from the northeast yesterday afternoon. And you saw on his wave, I thought out of camera he was lining up for like a really radical end section, but it had that sort of big warble that came across the wave from the secondary swell that came through at the same time. So it can be a little bit challenging when you get one of those waves that doesn't connect properly on the bank. I felt like he could have maybe just tagged that end section. He waited so long for it, he might as well have done something. He could have got, 0.5 or higher.
Easy to criticize from the booth and on the sofa at home, but I think perhaps that wave a little bit more fractured and broken than if it had offered him even half a chance, he would have got involved in it. Quick visit back to the athlete area. Heat preparation coming up next. A couple more big names for you. The Australian Caleb Robson will be taking on Jackson Bunch, Jorgen Kuzene and Jarvis Earl in another power-packed heat coming your way. That's another big stinger, Mike, to talk through.
It's a pleasure to talk through heats when you've got beautiful conditions and waves like this, Gigs. We've had really generally average waves for a long time here in Ballito the last couple of months, and it's such a blessing that the ocean has fired up for the Ballito Pro. We went through a stage after Easter where I reckon it was probably 12 weeks or so we didn't have waves, and I'm talking waves that weren't over 2 foot for about 2 or 3 months. And
then you had a massive 10 to 12 foot east swell just to
basically
rattle it all up.
Just to basically take all our sand and dump it somewhere in the Eastern Cape.
Well, we are into the second half of the heat. It has been a slower one as everybody just slows it down for lunch. We'll take a quick break and we'll be back for more. It won't be a lunch break, but it will be a quick break and we'll be back for more from Ballito.
Welcome to Kwadukuza, the destination for all seasons. Nestled on the breathtaking north coast of the Zulu Kingdom, this vibrant town offers something for everyone. Kwadukuza boasts several beaches that have been awarded the prestigious Blue Flag, guaranteeing cleanliness and safety for all visitors. Our inland region offers a world of adventure. Get your adrenaline pumping with thrilling activities like ziplining, hiking and off-road biking surrounded by the natural beauty of Kwadukuza's landscapes. Kids will love our animal farm, getting up close and personal with friendly animals. Immerse yourself in history as you explore the rich heritage and legacy of great leaders like King Shaka and Chief Albert Lutuli. Conveniently located just a short drive from King Shaka International Airport and Durban International Conventional Center, making it easily accessible for both local and international delegates, with an abundance of world-class accommodation facilities, dining options and attractions nearby, you can truly make the most of your time in this magnificent region. Kwadukuza, the heartbeat of the North Coast.
It's a perfect beach day on the east coast of South Africa. You're with us in the Kwadukuza region, the heartland of the Zulu Nation. Of course, the rainbow country of South Africa. Gixeliers and Mark Frew breaking every little part that we can down, as it has been fairly rapid fire. Slightly slower heat on our hands here with around 12 minutes to go. Welcome back with Jackson Baker. No changes to many numbers since we were at the break. Baker leads with the 5 and the 417, so fairly low scoring heat here after a couple of rapid fire heats prior to this. And just as we mentioned, the tide filling in just a touch here in Ballito as we head towards the lunchtime mark. And priority back in favor of Haito Mueller, who again doesn't have a backup score to his 4.33, and uncharacteristically slow for Mark Mignot and João Asuci as well. So lots to get done in the water with 11 minutes 20 seconds to play.
By contrast to previous heats, this really is a slow one, Gigs, without any real form of fireworks yet. Jackson Baker just with those 2 mid-range scores. I just had another quick look at the full high tide. It's at 2:15. So we've got an hour and a half of tide still to fill in, and there really has been quite a dramatic change if you compare it to about half an hour ago, the heats that we had, like with Kawali Vast and that. But all full surfers with the same opportunities out there. But in terms of strategy, they're going to have to try and make the most of it, because they only have to beat 2 surfers out in the water. And however they do that, we'll get them through to the next round.
Well, João Asuci just working that one all the way through smaller waves, sneaked through the outside sandbars, found a little bit of a midsection to work with. And again, not seeing that score breaking the bank open. Prior to that, just a couple small decimals for João. You know what Asuci is in Japanese? It's a little bean.
Thank goodness you told me. Thank goodness you told me, Gigs. I thought you were going to make me guess. I probably would have got it wrong and had another bus come over me.
Well, the reason why I'm thinking bean is it's lunchtime, and there is a thing called a bean bunny chow in the area. I know Paul Evans will be right about now sticking his face into one of those. Let's see what Minot can do on the face of this one. That was a nice lofty punt, and we'll call it a completion as well. Smaller midsection on the inside, but that ramp came towards him, and the surf under the French flag, but doing all his surfing and groundwork in Mexico, Marco Mignot finally sets the heat alight again.
Yeah, for sure. He lit the firework on that one, and it exploded on the inside as he hit that closeout section. That was the flare that we've seen in the last couple of heats, and suddenly with a 20-minute lull, pretty much, Gigs, it's suddenly seeming to come alive here in the heat.
Well, more action coming our way. Oh, a little barrel, why not? Yes. Yes. We like that.
It's
Haito Mueller would have got the vision as well.
It's a pack of firecrackers they've opened out there.
And what about a little adrenaline paddle battle as well? You can see the power in Ballito on the inside sandbar, but Marco Mignot got to digest that tube of Haito Mueller right across his grill. And, well, finally some fun to talk about as we slip under 9 minutes. Meanwhile, priority's gone all the way back to Jackson Baker. We'll see if Jacko Baker can put himself in rhythm for an approaching set. And there's a good overview of the lineup for you surf fans. You see our water patrol out the back. Huge thanks again to SMG, Yamaha, and of course the local crew always just looking after us. What a celebration, all the businesses in the local region. So many sponsors to thank, Mark.
Yeah, we had a quick look at the. I had a quick look at everyone that's arrived and driven through from Durban for these lunchtime heats on the Corona, Vodacom, and Samsung VIP deck there, and they're getting treated to some great surfing. As you say, Paul tucking into his big bunny chow lunch. He's been frothing to get one of those, coming across from Europe to South Africa to help on the commentary team. This was a great looking wave. This is the one, if I'm not mistaken, with the little tube on the inside, pulls in. That was so nice and clean, Gigs. So clean. And we haven't seen a lot of tube rides today.
Well, also a replay for João Azuchi, who is one of the first surfers to sort of get into a critical lip area in the last 20 minutes or so. 7.5 to go. Judges thinking about scores for Haito Muli, who kind of just bowed down and accepted that tube. He hardly got into a tube stance. He just dropped his head and shoulders, but got a beautiful little barrel through the inside. Not sure what kind of points that's going to garner. But Marco Migno, we're waiting for his number. I think that's going to change the shape of the heat for our surfer in red.
So where João Azuchi is paddling out right now, that's right in front of Surfer's Lane. Look at this. Wow, that was a really nice late hit there. That was after his previous one. So he's actually had 2 waves, due 2 scores from the judges there, if I'm not mistaken, Gigs.
A little bit of rapid fire now. We had a couple of soft moments through this heat prior to the break, but now coming down to under 7 minutes. A couple of rapid fire moments. There's João Azuchi finding 2 waves in the lineup back to back. We'll wait for his numbers to register. Meanwhile, Haito Muli thinking about his tube. Not sure where that will go. And also he came out and I think he had to dodge one of his competitors because he could have maybe tried to tag the end section there.
I thought the same thing, Gigs, and he landed up sort of doing a flying dive over the back. But that would have just put a little emphasis on the end of the wave there had he managed to tag it. But that little tube was beautifully clean.
It was beautifully clean. So are the conditions here in Ballito. Glassy lunchtime. And you see the young Brazilian, Haito Muli, a new name to the Challenger Series. Here's a name we all know, Jackson Baker, back into screen. Jackson's dropped down to second, by the way. That big punt air, 7.5 for Marco Migno. We want to pull the tape back and have another look at that at some stage because that is the highlight number, 7.5. And still some work ahead for Marco Migno to do because one of his counting rides in his top 2, just a measly 3.6.
Here we go. This is the aerial maneuver. It wasn't the biggest wave, Gigs, but I think what scored it a lot there was the amplitude that he was able to get there. A full rotation aerial, lands, almost came unstuck, but rode it out nice and clean. He went into a little double up as he came out of that, and he banks the highest single wave score of the heat.
Well,
he really got a lot of heights on that, considering the size of the wave.
Very tail high for a 7.5. And could have maybe gone a touch higher than that. The landing was a little bit rumbly. Here goes Migno now trying to just solidify the lead. 2-turn combination. That's going to solve his problems and send him way ahead and drop his 3.6 as we go just under the 5-minute mark now. Jackson Baker waiting for another number for him as well. And, well, I think everybody's in the mix here with just under 5 to go.
Isn't it amazing how heat can change around in just a few minutes? We went through that very lully first 20 minutes, not many rides above about a 2.5 Gigs. It was 0.5s and 1s. It took that one aerial maneuver and suddenly we've got a heat on our hands, a battle. And it plays right in again to the tagline of the event, Lena Nkundla Yempi. This is the battlefield, which is what the whole Ballito Pro campaign is built on this year.
Yeah, we pay homage to the homeland, Zululand, and of course Zulu, the dialect, one of 11 official languages. I don't think any other country in the world has got that many official languages. And that's why we call it the Rainbow Nation. And everybody is loving their time here in beautiful Ballito. Still a couple of numbers to bring in, thinking that Marco Migno, just to make a point to his last wave, really clean and crisp surfing, well controlled, 2 power hits, expecting a good solid mid-range score to ditch his 3.6 from that. Haito Muli just searching and eking around. He does have the second priority, so he doesn't have to panic at this stage. There will be another opportunity for him, but he is sitting on a couple of lower numbers. His numbers are up to date, 4.33 and 3.67, finds himself in third. He's got to go into the fives if he wants to make a progression here in Ballito, and the judges just again waiting for a number for Jackson Baker to just exactify the requirements. Meanwhile, João Azuchi with priority down in fourth. Let's have a look at a heat recap here. Jackson Baker, welcome back to the Challenger Series. And he got a quick start here, Mike. 5-point ride to get the scorecard turning over.
So Jackson's second ride, it was a two-turn combination, finished nice and clean, medium-sized waves. This was the big aerial punt that basically lit the heat, and we've had some big scoring rides and lots of flair and spice after that. Oh, that really was great. It would have been amazing, or it would have been difficult for his competitors to have seen that from the back. Never great to look back and see your competitor flying through the air. You just know there's going to be something big announced by the beach announcers. Your situation may just get a little bit more challenging. So just having a look at some of his statistics from this year. Marco Mignot was actually a wild card at the Mio Ripcurl Pro Portugal, so he has surfed a CT event this year as well.
Well, let's see. Mignot, we know, is in the lead. And maybe was that an important wave? Jackson Baker knows he's sitting on a 4.17 in his scoreline, and he's got to just try and nudge a few extra numbers, but a good body language from Heito Mueller and rapid fire now with the sets rolling through Ballito. We've slipped under the 2-minute mark. Marco Mignot is definitely going to be out front, although we do owe him that last number for the two-turn combo. But Jackson Baker trying to ditch the 4.17, and Heito Mueller and João Azuchi now coming up to 90 seconds trying to chase him for that heat progression.
Heito Mueller has spent a lot of time on the right-hand side on that very deep peak, gigs almost the whole heat. They actually had to pan across on the beach cameras to get that last wave of him. Look how far across he split from the other three competitors, and he's spent most of the heat down there. So he's obviously seen something in the previous heats that's come through there that he's had his eye on, but not quite able to find that magic wave above the average score to attack the second place or first place positions in the heat.
Well, he is in third priority, so he's broken away with 1 minute to go. Not a big requirement, 4.85 requirement. And that's why we saw Jackson Baker just trying to get rid of his 4.17. There's no sand down in the southern corner, but the tide is filling in. Perhaps a couple of bowls are on offer. There is a bit of a tail half punt for Heito, not a particularly huge one. Does that find the requirement? Kind of looking at each other in the booth here, thinking perhaps not. But with 30 seconds to go, he didn't really have a choice. He broke wide of the pack there. And Jackson Baker now with priority to usher in the last 30 seconds of the heat. And Jackson Baker's numbers are confirmed. He did improve a 4.17 to a 4.33. And that's the requirement now, just nudging up a little bit to a 5.84 actually. So, yep, this heat is going to pretty much lock in. We are waiting for this number from the panel.
Right, so we haven't seen many waves of this type ridden. It's on the traditional Ballito Pro sandbank, close towards the rocks there at Surfers at Willard Beach. And Heito manages to find that inside section, gets a punt in as well.
Real soft in that corner, and he kind of didn't see a lot of height on that. It's only going to fetch a 3.8. So the young Brazilian on screen. Well, hold the phones. Some numbers are checking in here. It's a previous wave of Heito Mueller that's going to fetch a 6. So the heat turns over, and we'll just wait for those numbers to officiate. Been a relatively quiet heat for this man on screen, João Azuchi. And, well, rapid fire at the end there just to keep us on our toes, Mark.
Yeah, you know that wave that we panned across and we saw him do the closeout maneuver? We didn't see the start of that wave. I think that was that 6.5.
Well, there are your numbers, and that is the final shuffle. Jackson Baker with a mid-range 4 in his scoreline, couldn't defend, and Heito Mueller did find a score in the 6s. So an official result here for the round of 64 Heat 10. Marco Mignot is going to take out the heat advance, and the young, exciting Brazilian Heito Mueller, a new name to the scene. He will be advancing. It'll be at the expense of Jackson Baker and João Azuchi. Talking of Jackson Bunch, he'll be coming up next. It's lunchtime in Ballito. We trust that you're enjoying it. Stay with us. It's beach festivities here in South Africa.
Welcome to Kwadukuza, the destination for all seasons. Nestled on the breathtaking north coast of the Zulu Kingdom, this vibrant town offers something for everyone. Kwadukuza boasts several beaches that have been awarded the prestigious Blue Flag, guaranteeing cleanliness and safety for all visitors. Our inland region offers a world of adventure. Get your adrenaline pumping with thrilling activities like ziplining, hiking and off-road biking surrounded by the natural beauty of Kwadukuza's landscapes. Kids will love our animal farm, getting up close and personal with friendly animals. Immerse yourself in history as you explore the rich heritage and legacy of great leaders like King Shaka and Chief Albert Lutuli. Conveniently located just a short drive from King Shaka International Airport and Durban International Conventional Center, making it easily accessible for both local and international delegates, with an abundance of world-class accommodation facilities, dining options and attractions nearby, you can truly make the most of your time in this magnificent region. Kwadukuza, the heartbeat of the North Coast.
Welcome back to the Ballito Pro. Stop 3 on the World Surf League's Challenger Series. Proudly brought to you by O'Neill. And you are with us for the round of 64, Heat 11. Another big one. Caleb Robson, former championship tour surfer, not surviving the mid-season cut, is here to grind it out against the up-and-coming talents of surfers like Jackson Bunch. Watch for the experience of Jorgen Kuzene out there. And, well, talking of young juniors, former World Junior Champion Jarvis Earl in the lineup with us. It is a good afternoon from Ballito, Gig Saliers and Mike Frew on the call. And we're having a great time with it. We trust that you are as well, from no matter where you are tuned in around the globe. Beautiful beach day, beautiful conditions. And Mike, everybody's taken their lunch break and is down on the beach to celebrate with us.
Great to see. I see the hospitality deck is full, the Corona bar, the fridges are open, and everyone's enjoying themselves down here in Ballito. Don't let that picture on the screen deceive you. There are sets that have slowed down over the high tide period of the day, but if that last heat was anything to go by, sets coming through every 10 to 15 minutes, Gigs.
Well, we have 30 minutes to decide who will be advancing in the four-man format, such as it is at these opening rounds of competition on the Challenger Series. This is the tier of competition that feeds, come year end, the top 10 men up to the championship tour level, also the top 5 women. And we had a successful day yesterday, day 1 of competition, opening rounds of women's and men's surfing. We're into the second round of men's this morning, day 2 of competition, and it is being well lapped up here with the school vacation. Of course, we don't celebrate 4th of July quite the way the Americans do. That'll be coming up tomorrow and leading into the weekend. But we have our own version of celebrating, and that is typical of the beaches here in midwinter. It is the southern hemisphere. And a lot of the country cold and chilly and wrapped up. And, well, here we are in a subtropical zone. The town of Ballito, just a 10-minute drive north of the King Shaka Airport. So you're getting a little bit tired of the colder weather down in the Cape or up in Johannesburg. Jump a flight, why not? We've got a big weekend of fun planned here, as we still have a lot of surfing to unpack with many of the world's best here to entertain us.
Looking at the pedigree of the surfers in the heat at the moment, we got Callum Robson. Gigs, he started off the year really well with a 9th at the Lexus Pipe Pro, and he didn't get results in the rest of the events to back that up, and unfortunately was cut at Margaret River. Jackson Bunch, wearing the blue singlet, he came second at the Slambozon World Junior Championship, so a surfer of very high junior pedigree and talent. Jordan Kuzino actually hasn't surfed an event this year. The Ballito Pro is the first event that he's surfing. And then Jarvis Earl. Check this out, Gigs. Let's just check if there is a break in the action. I want to give you some statistics of Jarvis Earl. Just see if anyone has a look at that wave. They don't. So Jarvis Earl this year has won the QS Urban Surf Pro. He's won the Central Coast Pro. He's won the career pro. He's won the Burton Pro Junior. He's won the O'Neill Smith Shapes Pro Junior. His trophy cabinet is full already this year, and we see him here in Ballito. We saw him on the stage at the O'Neill Smith Shapes Ballito Pro Junior. He took out the win there, and just on form this week so far, you'd have to say he's one of the favorites for this heat. He's already surfed close to 15 or 18 heats this week so far in Ballito.
Well, let's see if Jarvis Earl can carry the winning feeling. Let's see if this man, Jorgen Kuzenay, also looked like he's booted up there with that front foot. And he'll get his campaign underway. Jorgen Kuzenay, now 30 years of age, and one of those surfers that came ever so close to qualification several times. If you think back to the then QS series, back to 2016, 2017, 2018, and 19. Jorgen Kuzenay was always just floating 2 or 3 slots out from qualification. He's taking a bit of a break from it all, and he'll give it another crack here in 2024. And, well, lots to talk about here. Caleb Robson, the new version of getting bumped off. It's always a story for us as well. Mid-season cut, a brutal step in the championship tour after stop 5, and Callum Robson, as you mentioned, after a great start at Part for a 9th, didn't find anything to back it up, and he's amongst it here at the Challenger Series. The winning feeling in 2024 for a young surfer in the name of Jarvis Earl. He's not going to get that one underfoot, so really nothing really getting any grip at this early stage of the heat here.
No, he's certainly not playing games either, going for a turn like that on his opening ride. If he'd stuck it, I think that would have gone right up there into the excellent section of the scoreboard. It was a solid wave, but you have to make your turns to bank the score. If you don't, it's kind of all or nothing, and that most likely a complete throwaway score for him, Gigs.
Still plenty of time remaining here. 22 minutes remaining on the clock. And of course, we're talking of that winning feeling of the young Australian on screen, Jarvis Earl. Let's reel it back and have a look at a couple of big moments from him at the Sambazon World Junior Championships a season or 2 back. And his surfing absolutely on point in the Cardiff region. And well, spicy surfing and part of a legacy of goofy footers coming out of Cronulla as well.
Yeah, the most famous being one of the guys that influenced us, Gigs. Guy by the name of Mark Okalupo.
Now Jarvis Earl absolutely on point in that event. And, look at the smiles all around, and we love the World Juniors every year. You get to have a look at it. Of course, Jackson Bunch also part of that discussion. He's made the finals as well at this level. But Jarvis Earl gave the world a little bit of an insight into what he was doing. I mean, how about his win in Cruy as well? You were reading that list of accolades on the regional qualifying series. And a 2022 World Junior Champion in Jarvis Earl. Good spirit amongst the young Aussies. I've been talking about it for a while as well, the young Australian push. We are seeing it here in Ballito. Of course, names like George Pitar in the draw as well, still much to talk about. And, well, we did lose a couple of Australians as well. Geordie Lawler not getting through a heat earlier today. To me, that was a little bit of an upset. But, yep, the young Aussie push being spearheaded by Jarvis. And can he carry that through? Nothing on the scorecards yet. And just a 4-pointer for Jackson Bunch. And we're talking about the junior talents, the young Hawaiian. Jackson Bunch into an early lead here.
So Jackson Bunch was also a wild card at the Pipe event at the beginning of the year. So these surfers have certainly got some of that experience at the very highest echelon of our sport, the World Championship Tour. And you see Jackson actually has been here for some of the junior events this week as well. So similar to Jarvis Earl, he's also surfed a number of heats. Hasn't quite managed to take the win, but you can see how comfortably he looks out there, Gigs. And that's from surfing also in the range of about 15 heats already this week out here in Ballito.
Yep, he's been here for a week and a bit before, getting his reps in. The O'Neill Smith Shapes Rookie Rippers, the QS 1000. Let's have a look at Callum Robson, the big hitter in this heat from Evans Head on New South Wales coast of Australia. Callum become a household name now as well with those runs on the championship tour. And again, as we mentioned, not making the cut care of that stop at Margaret River. So he's back at it here in the Challenger Series. And this is where you bring the championship to a level. to the young qualifiers trying to get to the championship tour themselves. And that's what makes the Challenger Series so exciting, Mark.
Did you see on that air how much his front foot went forward on his board? Actually, he landed with both of his feet, the back foot about 10, 15 centimeters ahead of the deck pad and his front foot right towards the front of the board. And he landed very flat like that, then pulled his front foot back into the normal position just after he landed. So a very difficult maneuver that to land, especially with all that white water around you, Giggs.
Well, we'll wait for numbers for Callum Robson's punt to the air. Let's go down and hear from the winner of that last heat.
Marco, that was a slightly stressful, slow start. Then you managed to drop that 7. Towards the end of the heat, you're just hearing everyone else's scores come through. What were you feeling? Were you feeling strong with what you had?
I mean, the beginning of the heat was really slow. No, but I mean, besides Jackson, he had to fight like a 5 in the beginning. So, but then I was like, just focus on your thing, and if there's no ways for the heat, that's life. I mean, it was not my fault. There was no ways to express myself. So I was like, just focus on your thing, and yeah, and the wave came, and I did a good air, so felt good, and the rest was pretty good for me.
Yes, and I'm sure you've got some friends and families back home if you want to give them a shout out.
Pues quiero decir a todos allá en Sayulita, a mi familia, a mi hermano, a todos ahí, pues saludos. Et aussi bonjour tout le monde en France. Ça fait du bien de passer et allez, on va tout donner là pour la prochaine et pour le reste de la compète.
Amazing. All the best for the next round.
Well, thanks, Emma. Thanks, Marco Mignot. He's through to the round of 32 here at the Ballito Pro. Meanwhile, number in for Callum Robson. You spoke of the foot shuffling for the 5.5 on that landing from that air. And might even try and get another look at it, because that is our highlight score at this stage with a little under 17 minutes to go. Callum Robson now looking to back himself up and get rid of the 2.5.
So a lot more action in the first half of this heat than we saw previously. So he loads up, sees the section that he wants to ramp off. That air didn't have a lot of amplitude in terms of height off the wave, but the landing was very technical. He landed on the front section of the board. If you saw there, the fins were completely out the water. As then the board landed back on the water, the fins engage, going backwards, and what that does is then swing the board around. As the board flips around like that to face the beach again, Giggs, that's often the most risky time for a surfer to fall off. And if you manage to navigate that transition, then generally it translates into a relatively good score.
Well, relatively good score it is, 5.5. He'll take it for now. Clock on to 16 minutes to go. Looking at Jackson Bunch's numbers, sitting in second. Also, a couple of softer scores, not indicating his exciting surfing. We heard Marco Mignot just reference it, just a little slowdown in that heat, nothing he could do. And then we had that flurry at the end, so perhaps a similar script about to unfold here for heat number 11. Jarvis Earl, low priority, looking for a couple of little double up top waves on the inside. Meanwhile, Jackson Bunch, who's been surfing on point in his visit to Ballito in 2024, will continue. He'll be getting rid of a 3-pointer with that. Of course, the young Hawaiian. Let's have a look here. Jarvis Earl. Where's Jarvis in the game? Might have been a bit of work before that, but again, we spoke about it earlier. Guys are starting to end up waves right in the little rock coves now with the tide filled in.
And you got to be careful of the rocks. Look at the rock sticking out there, Giggs. That's right where Jarvis was, you know, just a couple of seconds ago. And that's what caught Mikey McDonough out, unfortunately. You really do have to be careful. Those rocks are sharp. Interesting that this heat is being led by Callum Robson with that aerial maneuver. We've definitely seen the surfers apply a lot more airs in the last couple of heats, Giggs. And this is Jarvis coming through to the inside. Probably not the best finish on that wave. First turn was nice and sharp and snappy. And then just quite an average kind of second turn. That was not average. That was sharp and snappy, Giggs. And straight into a third one for Jackson Bunch, our wine competitor.
Yeah, perhaps the best score of his smaller wave. The downside to that, maybe just a slightly smaller. Here's a big set. Judges love paying these ones out if you can get into the big critical section. slightly softer coping, but Callum Robson's used his CT experience there, and he's picked out a good, solid backup score for himself now. And so that will just put a little bit of pressure on the rest of the players. Jorgen Kuzenet in a... Where is he in the mix here? I see his scorecard open as well, so perhaps he would have shared some of the last minute of action. But Jarvis Earl, meanwhile, bumps in a number, just a 3-1-3 for Jarvis. That little down-the-line run for him with the soft float at the end. We'll go on his scorecard for now, but this was a nice meaty wave for Callum Robson.
So Callum uses that floater to get around the section. This one, he tweaks the tail out and rides it through. So a bit of a tweaked out floater to end the wave there. And then this was Jorgen's wave. A similar kind of turn to Callum Robson at the end, just getting a little hung up at the very end section. Also, the differentiator between those two waves, Callum's was a much bigger set wave. Jorgen's had a little bit of that foam on the wave from Callum's previous wave, and it was a little bit smaller.
Well, both big, strong, natural footers. We'll see how the judges square those two scores up against each other for a discussion. Meanwhile, clock's now gone under 13. Scorecards open for Callum Robson. Jackson Bunch, that spicy set of backhand turns. Waiting for that number to appear. And of course, that wave of Jorgen Kuzenet as well. Little visit to the athlete area. Heat preparations for Carlos Munez. He'll be coming up shortly. 12.5 minutes to go. Another fresh wave there. Jorgen Kuzenet, that one didn't look pretty. He'll be out of there, and we'll just, again, wait for those numbers to settle. And what a beach day we've got on our hands here. But if anything, the ocean just slowed up a little bit, taking its own lunch break. But for now, small set of numbers. Everyone's in the mix in this heat here. 12 minutes to go, and, well, we say we are waiting for that backup score of Callum Robson to come in, and that'll give us a target to chase for the remaining 12 minutes.
Jackson Bunch has had two sort of average scores there. Jarvis Earl with a lower than average type of score if you consider what he's done at Ballito this year so far, and a couple of scores still to drop in, as you say, Giggs.
Well, there are your requirements. Jackson Bunch chasing a 4.01. We'll just pick up on Jorgen Kuzenet, switching directions here, a little in and out. Judges still thinking about the scores for Callum Robson and Jackson Bunch. We'll take a quick break, and we'll be back on the other side to confirm the numbers and some more exciting surfing coming your way as well. Stay with us. It's beautiful Ballito.
People don't realize what they're doing to the oceans. We got to hand it down to the next generation. It's going to be such a pity for people not to be able to experience what we've experienced.
Welcome back to the show. It is the Ballito Pro, proudly presented by O'Neill. The third of 6 Challenges Series stops in 2024. We're up to date with the numbers. Callum Robson backed himself up with a 5.5. And that exciting fizzy backhand surfing for Jackson Bunch, a 7.17. That's the best score of the heat thus far.
I think Jackson, or Jarvis Earl is having an uncharacteristically slow heat here, gigs. He's normally very busy. I've watched every heat he surfed in Ballito so far, and he normally banks 2 mid-range scores in the first 5 to 10 minutes, and then he builds on that with a couple of airs.
Well, here's the best wave, a 717, Mike.
Wow, he went so vertical up there and threw a chunk of spray in the air by hitting it in the critical section on a solid wave.
Well, apologies, that wasn't the 717. The
That was
717 was that repertoire of turns, but backing himself up here, he's going to be trying to ditch the 4-point ride now, Mark, and I think one single hit like that, when you hit it that hard in that critical a section, the judges can't help but throw out some numbers, so we'll wait for the scorecard to update again. And that's how it is in the 4-man format. There's the Challenger Series. First and second advance each time. Third and fourth fall away. No second chances. And, well, Jackson Bunch is going to put pressure on the rest of the competitors as he improves his numbers. Again, a 6.9 for a single maneuver.
We haven't seen a lot of 14-point scores in heats yesterday, and this morning we've seen a number of heats going into that range with 2 7s or an 8 and a 6. So as the pedigree surfers improves and the guys get into their rhythm through the rounds, gigs, the score's ramping up too.
Well, Jackson Bunch putting his hand up here in Ballito, proving that he is at the top of the game and wanting to go all the way perhaps to qualification at the end of the year. Let's have a look at Callum Robson as well. Of course, we celebrate so much about Callum Robson, and he's had some amazing results through his short career. And as we mentioned, didn't make the mid-season cut, but we love the caliber of surfing that he brings to the sport. And let's go back and have a look at Callum Robson from a few seasons back, winner of the Gold Coast Pro back in 2022. Similar surfing to what we saw from Mikey Madonna this year as well.
Wow, tearing the waves apart. There's some nice solid swells showing what he's capable of on a running point break with a lot of power, surfing a completely unbranded or unsponsored board at that point in time. Of course, this rocketed him up the ratings and put him on the map, gigs. And look at that, high-profile event. And certainly that was big news all over Australia when he lifted that trophy.
Well, that's what a Challenger Series win will do for you. 10,000 points. And set him up for a full season on the Championship Tour in 2023. And then, well, followed it through to 2024, not making the cut. And here he is, full loop back on the Challenger Series. But lots of new names knocking at the door as well. One of them is Jackson Bunch in 2024. 7.17 and a 6.9 for the heat lead as we go back to the water with 6 minutes remaining.
So Jarvis Earl had priority before we went into that replay of the win for Callum Robson. And coming back to live action, I see Jarvis Earl's lost that priority, but there aren't any scores that have come in. So Jarvis Earl must have paddled for a wave and lost his priority. Now, is that a mistake, gigs? Because running out of time, he's going to have to pull something in the excellent range out the bag in order to snatch that second place and move up into the advancing positions, either Jackson Bunch or from Callum Robson. I would say Jarvis Earl at this stage is going to have to get a wave and really boost high with a very technical air, if it's a closeout type of wave.
So you're asking for the 814 from a single maneuver?
Potentially, because I can't see this happening from turns on a small wave. Gigs, what do you think is going through his mind sitting there? He's lost priority now. It looks like he's moved away from the rest of the competitors with 5 minutes to go. Let's see how smart he can surf. He surfed so many heats.
Well, I mean, he's got a 0.9 in his scoreline. He's going to turn his attention to an inside wave. Let's see if he goes for the punt. Yes, he does. Oh, and just gets ankle tapped off. So that could have been the solution that maybe would have put him in a 3 or a 4. But still, that would then be a building block score. He really does need to find himself at least a 5 in the lineup really, really quickly if he wants to build a 2-wave response to the requirement currently being held by Callum Robson, who also, by the way, now has the priority and sets the level to advance to the heat at 11.27.
I think so. Jarvis Earl, his intent was obviously to go big on a single maneuver and try and bank the score there. He would need 2 of those type of maneuvers, as you said, and time really up against the wall now.
Well, I can tell you what Jackson Bunch has done is he's done everything right. Let's see if Jarvis Earl can respond to the 2 exciting young juniors brought into profile this year, care of the World Junior Championships. And we'll quickly transition back. Another wave in the set for Callum Robson. He'll wrangle with that one, a little bit of a rickety lip. Not sure how that one will pay out. Don't think it's going to improve on his 5.5. But Jackson Bunch has done no wrong in this heat. Mike, 7.17 and a 6.9 has set the pace. And I'll tell you who's had a very slow heat here is Jorgen Kuzenay. Is he going to come into the picture here as we're already down to 3.5 minutes to go?
No, he's carrying a 1.77 as part of his top 2 scoring waves. He's in fact had 6 waves, and out of those 6, one of the counting ones is a 177, so frustrating heat for him.
Well, Callum Robson got out the gates early as we go to the heat recap. To the air for the 5.5 to start. He did back himself up, and here is that 7.17, still the highlight score of the heat, and it was just spring-loaded, coiled-up surfing from Jackson Bunch.
And this was Callum Robson again, a big wave, probably the biggest wave of the heat so far. 2 turns, drifts the tail on the second run right in front of Jorgen Kuzenay, and then this was that one massive hit from Jackson Bunch that was enough to get him up into the lead, and he's held that lead probably for the second half of the heat.
6.9 for a single maneuver. Here goes Jarvis Earl to the air, and he's not going to get himself loose of that one either. So this is a heat that will just go in the garbage can for Jarvis Earl. One of the few bad heats perhaps he's had in quite a long time. He'll sit and reflect on this as he'll be packing his bags. We're not seeing a solution just yet. An 8.14 requirement. We want to close the door on him too early, but with a little over 2 minutes to go, let's see if Jorgen Kuzenay can write a script for himself. Holds the priority, does have a big requirement in the mid-range 6s, and with that not being completed, we pretty much can almost now confirm that Jackson Bunch and Callum Robson have done what they needed to advance to the round of 32. But of course, still just under 2 minutes to go, so we won't surmise just yet. But it's just been a pattern that hasn't gone Jarvis Earl's way in this heat.
I wouldn't count him out just yet. 90 seconds still to go. There is a bit of time to still get it back out there, Gigs. But the form surfer of the heat by a long way for sure is Jackson Bunch with that backhand attack. He's used a similar maneuver on every wave to get the score. He hasn't really varied that too much. It's been solid hits that's got him the lead in the heat. Well, but I did say don't count out Jarvis Earl. But I fear now, after that wave and not really capitalizing again, he may now just be running out of time.
Well, he's just found himself in a downward spiraling pattern. It does happen from time to time. It's hard to produce 100% on all heats. Not even the world's best can do that. There will be just 1 or 2 that go astray. So his visit to Ballito going astray for Jarvis Earl here with under a minute left to go. Jorgen Kuzenay again had the opportunity with their wave for 2 or 3 minutes back, also let that one spill. But I'll tell you what, Jackson Bunch, exciting surfing, and maybe a little testimony to the fact that he got a number of reps early on here in Ballito, coming early for the junior qualifying series events, and of course the QS 1000. Let's have a look here. Is there anything left in the tank for Jorgen Kuzenay? Inside out for that one. Does hold it together. And that could, well, that'll end up in Jorgen Kuzenay's scoreline as well. And I'm looking forward to going for my bunny chow. Let's have a look at this big end section here for Jackson Bunch. And he's not going to replace the score either. Already a 7.17 and a 6.9 in the hat. Everything done right for that man on screen. The young Hawaiian is on his way to the round of 32. What are you thinking, Mark? Any last comments on Callum Robson here?
Impressive. He really impressed. Jackson Bunch on a tear, and unfortunate to lose Jarvis Earl. He'd garnered a lot of support on the beach from a lot of the juniors supporting him. Unfortunately, that run coming to an end. But great to see another youngster burning his way through the draw, Jackson Bunch.
Well, the Hawaiians on the front foot here. We'll take a quick break shortly, and we'll bring in the A-team of Paul Evans and Greg Emsley for the call. It's festive in and around the Ballito Pro. Stay with us. We trust that you are enjoying the show from South Africa.
If you come here with respect, you're always going to have respect back. Also, the wave itself can put you in your place.
Welcome back to the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. Heat's coming thick and fast. Lots of big names out in the water going at it in good conditions. Meanwhile, in the studio, a very special guest. Time to say hi. Marco Migno, how you feeling, mate?
Feeling good, feeling good. Happy to be in Ballito.
Good to be back. How'd your heat go earlier?
So it was a super slow beginning. I was like, what's going on? Is it me or? And then luckily I just got a wave and I was able to do a good score, and that put me in the rhythm to catch another wave, and felt pretty secure for the end of the heat.
And overall, your context of your year at the moment, looking for a big result here, of course, but you're feeling good about the way things are going, the way your surfing's going?
I feel good. I feel good. Of course, Australia didn't go the way I wanted, but I guess that's how competing is, you know. Sometimes you're gonna do good, but you gotta stay confident. Stay clear that where you want to go. So yeah, I'm super clear where I want to go, and that's the CT for sure.
Good stuff. Let's check out Michael Rodriguez of Brazil, Nolan Raposa from the USA, Alan Cleland Jr. from Mexico, Carlos Munoz from Costa Rica. So we talked about these four surfers. They're just brutal with the amount of talent in the water. So those up-and-coming surfers taking on ones with slightly more experience. I guess you know quite a bit about Alan, spending a lot of your formative years in Mexico. What's he like as a competitor?
Alan is mi hermano, you know, like he's a rough competitor. Like sometimes you see him like chilling and stuff, but he's a warrior, you know. Like when he goes out there, he's going to win, and he's a really good competitor. Like if you see his heats when he has a really good comp, 8s, 7s, 9s, it's always big scores. So yeah, he's a solid competitor.
Yeah, full-on surfer, and he's got a bit of everything. Here he is in live action right now. And he'll just prod that one up and try and bring it down over that bouncy section. It goes past the rocks at the bottom of the beach here. That will be incomplete for him. We saw a quick vision before of Rodriguez. We know about his experience and his skill set. What he's been able to do 10th right now on the Challenger, which is a pretty good position to be in. Greg, I'm just thinking, you know, 6 events on this tour, 2 already under your belt. If you haven't had a result so far this season, looking to pick things up here, you know, you ideally just like to kind of wipe the slate clean. How easy is that to do with each new event to just kind of not look at what's gone before? I guess a bit like the golf one, right? You have a bad shot, but it's all about the next tee off.
Yeah, and it's such a limited amount of events. It's good to get a good start. The good thing, you know, if you have an okay start and you back yourself, and you know you could possibly be a winning type surfer. You win one of these events, you've got to go pretty wrong to not qualify because of the point structure. So I suppose you could always back yourself till the end. I guess that's what I would do. And speaking to a lot of the guys, they definitely do that.
Here goes Rodriguez. Nice looking clean wave for him. But just be a little patient with the first turn as he slices off that clean rail. And then he'll clip one of the lip, which is a turn we've seen him do a lot. Just adds a little bit of extra to click that back down. And that'll be a reasonable number for him to come in. Also, Carlos Munoz, excuse me, we had him in the studio yesterday. Fire that he brings. He's a really, really good competitor himself, and he'll go up to the lip a few times. An exuberant surf for Nolan. He's got a bit of everything. A lot of surfers getting close to the rocks in there.
It's pretty scary, actually. Like, you don't realize it until you like finish your turn. You're like, wait, I'm just right there. If I get hit in the rocks, I'm done. But yeah, I mean, we know what we're doing. So yeah, Nolan, really good competitor too. He reminds me kind of like Carlos. He's super cruising. Like, you meet him, he's like, oh, chill. But when he gets in the water to compete, he's like ready to go. Like, yeah.
Speaking of surfers who are ready to go, let's go down and hear from Jackson Bunch, winner of the last heat. He's with the Frou Brew.
Jackson, another great heat winner here in Ballito. You seem to be in a really good rhythm. Do you think that's because you arrived early and you've had so many of those junior heats to get you warmed up for the Challenger Series?
For sure. I mean, a heat's a heat, and to be able to do the QS before the contest and surf a handful of heats is always nice. And those heats were 20 minutes. This is a 30-minute heat, and just a little extra time is all that takes to get 2 waves.
Then, noticing in your heat now, there wasn't a lot of variation. You selected your waves carefully and you stuck to one solid turn. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, I mean, I just know my backside snap's pretty good, and as long as I can get vertical and beat the lip down, I mean, yeah, if I can get 2-3 turns like that, it should be a big score at least. So yeah, I'm stoked to get 3 turns on the one, and then that one big one turn was a treat to get a 6-9 on.
And then just quickly, one last question for you. I noticed these little channels on your board that run down the rails like that. Just quickly tell us about that. I don't see it on a lot of board, what that's about.
Yeah, so it's just a lot of board testing with my shaper, Uncle Glenn Manami. I was breaking so many boards, and we needed to figure out something to keep me on the right board, the same board, for a somewhat decent time.
That's great feedback, thank you, and good luck for the rest of the event. You're on a tear, and I hope it continues for you.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to say thanks to my family and all my sponsors. I bet my dad's at home watching. Thanks for the support, guys. Yeah, thank you.
Down there. Look at those love handles. Those little channels on the deck.
I saw that. I like it. Something to hold on to. Yeah. A bit of love handles. Glenn Manami has been shaping for years. I mean, when I was at Grom, I would look at the Glenn Manami.
Blue Hawaii.
Yeah, the Blue Hawaii. That's what I remember how cool that was. So I've been around for a long time. And it's amazing. We talk about shapers from around the world that have been around for a long time. They're more than shapers. They become like mentors. They know what's going on with the ocean, and they're really good to talk to all the time.
Rodriguez with loads of speed, and he looks just greased up on that board, and he's cutting the water really easy. Looking very nice indeed. Meanwhile, there we go. Munoz flares one out and stomps the landing. And he'll look just to try and work this thing over.
Oh, Carlos.
Good finish from Carlito on the end there. But love to see him land in that punt. We just picked it up halfway through, stomped it and had more in the tank. And exactly what you were talking about, Marquez. He's cruisy guys and he's pura vida on land, and then get him in a heat and he's full on.
He's full on. Like, I'm telling you, when you feel it in the water. He has this like heavy energy. But overall, super good surfer, good guy. Oh, Alan.
Here we go. Alan Cleland, this one will just push a little wide for him, and he'll wait patiently, and then give it a little bit of a slap, and then just wrap that one and finish off. Never really kind of committing to that wave. It just pushed just a touch soft on him.
Yeah, it's pretty hard. I mean, sometimes you think it's a good wave, and then it ends up being like a pretty bad one. And sometimes you go on bad ones, and they double up, and they give you like 2 big turns. So you never know actually when you go on a wave like today. Because, like, by example, Jackson in my heat, he left me that 7 point. And sometimes when you grab a wave, you never know what's going to give you. So sometimes you got to go.
20 minutes to go in this one. Scores the best of it thus far. It's Raposa with that 5-6. He's in the lead. We are waiting for a number to come in for Rodriguez, though, so that will change for sure. He's actually got the high number of a 5-6-7. He's going to get another score to add for that as well. We're going to get a number for Carlos Munoz. We didn't actually catch the fullness of that maneuver. We did the rotation above the lip, landed it, but it looked pretty healthy from what we saw. And a couple of quick tags as well on the end. So when those numbers come through, we'll have a little more of a legit total. There's a lot of crew on the beach down here. It's a nice, lovely winter's day, really, if this is your winter. And we're really enjoying the show going on here. I guess one of the other unique things, just how close to the shore everyone is. A real easy way to watch. Here goes the American Raposa, deep off the bottom, hard, real nice. Whips that tail out, recovers it well. So full amplitude surfing in big turns from Nolan, and that was really enjoyable, Greg.
You know what I've noticed with Nolan? He's come here for a number of years now. He likes to go big, but often goes too big, and will get that first big maneuver. And, you know, you could almost ask him, how's your second turn coming along? Because often he'd fall on the second one. But, you know, he'd go so big, get so excited, not be incomplete, where we've seen him put two waves together, super solid. And it's almost like he's thought about it. Let me complete some waves and then go a little bit over the top. I wouldn't be surprised if we now don't see him relax and go for a couple of airs, especially on the forehand. But, I mean, there's just so much torque in these turns, and just this down in the wave and just a solid finish. He's going to be in a good position with two good scores on the board. And give him that bit of freedom now to sort of express himself. You know, he loves to go to the air and express his surfing.
He's up again here. He goes Raposa, not waiting for that score to drop. He's back on it, and he'll hammer this a couple of times. Another two-turn combo with a shaka just before the rocks. Maybe didn't get quite as much of that second turn on that wave as he did on the previous. Let's see where that goes with the judges. With a bit to do, they do love a two-turn backhand combination.
I mean, it was really solid. I think it's going to almost go excellent. I mean, that first turn was really big. I didn't see that. I mean, I didn't see all the heats, but that's definitely one of the best waves of the day to my point of view. But yeah, Nolan back-to-back waves. He's feeling good, huh?
Yeah, he's definitely looking sharp. And this replay, you know, even this wave, just solid. And he's getting that rotation and forward ahead of the wave, not getting stuck with that white water and all that turbulence. It's just good, clean, strong surfing.
Yeah, good numbers coming his way. Plenty of points. Let's see where he is. 5-6 already, his high. I'd say not the last, but the previous last for sure. He's getting better than that, and a good chance of improving on the last as well. Let's see what the panel thinks. 17 minutes and 15 to go in this. Rodriguez with a couple of fives at the moment. That's the figure to aim at. Number in for Carlos Munoz. It's a 4-6-7. He's got a couple of quick throwaways from then. So that rotation that we saw him land for Carlos gets him in that mid-range conversation. Haven't seen a lot of Al Cleland so far. Just a couple of small numbers, twos. Plenty of time left for him to do that, though. Just thinking about what Alan's able to do and the type of surfing that he does. You think about the CT, and there's some surfers that you think if they can just get the qualification part done, they'll really shine on the CT. He's one of those surfers with the big barrels, like explosive, amazing air game, super aggressive. I mean, where could he go? It could be incredible.
Yeah, I think Alan's for sure like super complete surfer. If he gets on tour, it's going to be easy surfing for him. But yeah, this is the hard part.
Raposa is on a bit of a tear here. Of course, the American contingent have been super solid on the Challenger Series last year. Big squad of them getting on the CT as well. Back last year, he had a big result, a solid performance back on home sands. Let's have a look at he was able to do at the US Open. Third place is huge. I mean, all Challenger Series have equal points, but the US Open just feels a little bit bigger than everything else. And the smaller conditions, not a problem at all for him. Comes from slightly further down in Orange County, in San Clemente. It's a short drive up to Huntington. Be able to surf these waves. He's been doing it basically his whole life throughout his Grom years. So putting that experience together with plenty of spark all the way for a semi-final finish. Also feels like quite a good one for the sponsors, right? You get a semi-final at the US Open. Feels like the whole industry's there. It's quite a good one, you know, for sort of keeping the wheels greased, so to speak, Greg.
Yeah, it's a good one to do to do well in. And he's always had an interesting approach at Huntington. It just looks different, you know. He's you know, very drivey with his surfing. He extends a lot on the turns, and and a lot of aggression through the turns and the airs, and really fun to watch. I enjoy. He's got that little bit of X factor.
Yeah, good number in for him previous to last. 7-5 for Nolan. He's got another score to come too. Rodriguez here hitting this hard. How's the flow on this, Marco?
Oh, wow, those turns that he does, like, they're so explosive. Like, you see him in a session, like, he does a lot of those turns. You can definitely see he has it on lock, and I feel like those type of turns for these type of conditions is perfect, you know? Like, this is really explosive, looks big, a lot of water comes out, and yeah, I think he's the type of guy who always dropping scores in the heat, like, really dangerous guy.
All right, another set standing up on the sandbar here. It will be Rodriguez again. He's up, and he'll extend this one out. You know all about the air game. He's looking for a ramp there. Wasn't forthcoming for him. But you know exactly what was going through his mind right there. We're going to get another number in for Raposa, 6-6-7. So both of those two ways that he caught within, 50 seconds between paddling into the first one and kicking out of the second one, and all of a sudden just piling on the points. 14-1-7. Here goes Munoz. And again, looking for one of those ramps. That one just stretching away. And we could be on for a bit of an air show as we get in towards the last 13 and a half minutes or so of the heat here, because everyone is looking and realizing there's some ramps out here just on the stage of this tide. There's not a lot of wind out there, just maybe a light breeze coming from the left of your shot. And at the moment, this one very nicely poised indeed. We're still waiting for Al Cleland to fire up here. He's got the priority. Doesn't have much on the board in terms of points. Game face is going in for preparations for surfers who've had good relationships with this wave in the past. Jacob Wilcox, perfect 10 guy last year. At the moment, it's Nolan Raposa, the American, leading the Brazilian, Michael Rodriguez. We got a quick commercial break. When we come back, more live action from Ballito.
The Hydro board short is something that I've used for quite some time now. One of the main key factors still is the no-tie fly. It's comfortable, it's convenient, and it works. Ultimately, what I'm looking for in a board short would have to be comfort and then convenience. If you add those two things together with a spice of color, you've got the perfect board short.
Welcome back to live action here from Ballito. Absolutely streaking down the line. Your heat leader, Raposa, on the backhand, the goofy with a high line across a stretched out wall here. And he comes up and he's breathing a bit there. There is plenty of power and bounce in this whitewater. Meanwhile, behind him, looking to fire up the Costa Rican, Munoz just ollies one, lands it, collects, and clicks it into the lip. So comboing up, going above the lip, and then tagging a finishing section. Rodriguez, backside attack from him. Not a lot of attack there. He'll kick straight out, 11 on the clock here. Raposa leads this one. Rodriguez 6-7, puts him in a pretty decent place in second. And all the work is ahead of Munoz and Cleland at the moment. Their numbers, they nudge it up a bit. Let's see where that last ride can put Carlos Munoz. Going to get number in for him. It's a tricky section to try and do in air. He's been looking for that for a little while. He found one there. All right, here goes Al Cleland. What's he got for us? Nice steep section. Board just gets away from a touch on the first time. He does real well to join that one up, but never really able to quite give it the treatment there, Greg.
Yeah, it's. I'd like to see Al, really step it up. He's been very impressive. Of course, he's one of our surfers that have qualified for the Olympic Games at Chopi. Will be representing Team Mexico, and of course out of Pasquale's Mexico. And he's doing some work with Julian Lasser, I believe, the coach, boss coach. So I'm sure he's got some good advice and some good strategies for this heat. But time is against him. This wave should put him in a decent position to attack a second score for an advancing position. But yeah, some strong numbers on the board from our top two at the moment. We see this replay from Nolan, and yeah, so just a little bit of a mistake there, but not going to go into his top two. And you can see your number 1 and 2 at the moment just playing around a little bit, looking for some bonus numbers, but they're not going to worry too much about that. Both sitting on healthy heat totals, and some big numbers to chase for Muniz and Cleland if they want to advance.
9 minutes or so on the clock here. Big numbers required for the likes of Al to try and chase that down. 9.97 the number for him. 9 on the clock. He's going to need to do something crazy. Go perfect in one wave. We'll get a couple of waves and look at the score and break it down. A couple of sixes will be good. Just on that conversation about the Olympics representing Mexico, how big is that for Al? Do you reckon he's feeling the pressure? We know how good he is in the barrel for a start. We know he charges. But having the whole country watching, I guess that's pretty huge for him.
Definitely. I mean, I feel like pressure, it's yourself who puts the pressure, you know. I feel like he should be relaxed because he's such a good barrel rider. It's first time in the Olympics. I think he should go enjoy himself, you know, because like that he's gonna be for me he's in the top 5-10 best Olympics surfers for Chopo. So I hope he goes relaxed. I think when he's relaxed, he does really well, so I hope he's gonna do some big barrels.
Yeah, potentially like a really big moment for surfing in Mexico as well, because it's a place where people go to surf from outside. I mean, you know, along with Indonesia, probably one of, if not the best places in the world to go and surf, but to have a genuine world-class surf start, that is huge. Here goes another one, Carlos Munoz, who loves representing his country and does it always with style, as he'll throw away a rotation and heat just getting away from him a bit here. You've seen him kind of speculate, but just looking, I don't want to say he's looking lost, but just a little out of rhythm so far. And it's hard to find that rhythm, Greg. If it's not happening for you and you're 7 minutes or so left, how do you go about getting it back?
Yeah, well, you've got to say to yourself, I've got no right, you know, if you're in that position to get through this heat, but what can I, you know, what strategy could I pull off? Let's break it down. What if I can get something in the next 2 or 3, even 4 minutes, get a score of sorts? I've got to just calm down. I've got nothing to lose, really hammer, and then paddle back out, and maybe wide I get something special.
Emerald here, bang. That's that first turn, so much spray. The timing's crazy from him, and the boards always look so sharp. And that's a great finish. Goes close to a rock and another. He's all good. He'll just style that one out onto the inside. So collects that reverse. Meanwhile, here goes Cleland. And just using that back foot pressure to tag the lip there. Cleaning that one up for a finish.
Super active heat, huh? If you see like how many waves he got, it's crazy. Like, I mean, Alan got a 5.3, so gets him back in the heat, you know? Like, he only needs a 7 now.
Yeah, he's put his requirement right down, hasn't he? And just obviously it's easier to get a smaller score, but just when you hear 9.97, that feels a long way away. 7, you're like, all right, let's go, game on.
For sure. I mean, definitely today, because today to do a 9.37, it's really hard. But the 7, I mean, it's for sure makeable.
How'd you like this stuff from Michael?
I think this wave was really, I mean, the wave was kind of small, but the surfing was amazing. I mean, he did one huge turn and a big blow to at the end. I think it's going to better a little bit. Definitely going to go in the 6s.
Let's see where he goes with that one. Just looking to add the pressure, just add more points, make things difficult for surfers. Chasing him down at the moment, that's Munoz and Cleland. Carlos having a look, checking the fins are all still there. There are plenty of rocks on the inside. Great. We're talking about that sand moving around. The rocks don't move much, though. They stay where they are.
You know, and Mark Rodriguez had landed and he was just looking at those rocks going, I wonder when my fins are going to pop out. But Marco, you got a 7.5 in your heat.
Yeah, no, I was actually, I saw the rocks when I landed. I was seeing them, but I feel like when you're in the heat, your adrenaline's like bring on the rocks. I don't care.
It's pretty sketchy, but of course you have, what, you have one backup board on the beach too, maybe?
Yeah.
Just one?
Just one.
Yeah.
Today, one. I mean, you have two boards, and yes, you have one backup. But yeah, those rocks are pretty sketchy. So I think some people are going to end up without fins.
and I mean, of course, you know, your completion, the judges are quite strict on whether you've completed a maneuver. So you got to ride out in front of the whitewater clearly. So yeah, you got to pretty much go right towards those rocks.
Wow, big launch from Rodriguez, nice and drifty, covers a load of ground. And to your point about riding out, that's exactly what he's going to try and do right over the boil there. I mean, that was literally the point. Greg Emsley was just making, you have to ride out and get sort of forward momentum in front of the wave. Emrod very cooperatively gets the big punt, lands it, and then basically aims for that big dry rock. Is that going to be complete?
Well, that's the thing. He didn't really get ahead of the whitewater. I mean, it's, yeah, so the only way he was going to complete it was to possibly knock 3 fins out of his board and then sort of get up the shore break with no fins in his board, I guess.
But yeah, he's just showing us in this how competitive he is and the desire that he's got. So here's the recap and the early work from him. It's sharp, it's crisp, and the repertoire is so well-rounded, but we love this kind of aggression from Nolan.
Oh, just loading up, and he's just looking so positive, Nolan, and those turns are on point. And he just backed those, he backed about 3 waves in a row up with the 2-turn combos, and just got into a good position early on in the heat. Yeah.
Michael's so explosive, huh?
I think this wave was that 7-point drive. So getting the variation on it, riding out, and that one would have felt really good for him, getting that big opening turn, a good finish, click in between.
Big crowd on the beach enjoying this. We're loving this one as well. A really tasty heat in D3 on the clock. Rodriguez ain't done yet. This wave gets a little soapy on him and bends a little out to sea. He'll get out. Priority with the leader. Raposa appears in your shot there, keeping a beady eye on things, just slightly further down the sandbar and just paddling to drift into position. He's got a 7.5 and a 6.67, and the numbers are pretty close. It's less than half a point between Rodriguez, who's just underneath the American. Meanwhile, representing Costa Rica, Carlos Munoz. He's going to have to go big. He's looking for an excellent number, and he'll get that rotation done, blows out the tail, but it's just not super convincing by his own standards. Couldn't quite get the loft.
I mean, I think it's going to be his best score, so... But I don't know what the judges are going to think about that. It looked pretty good, but definitely not the best way of the heat.
Yeah, and it was always quite a bit of white water around, isn't it? Even when he launched, it just looked kind of quite white, rather than you see someone in the sort of ramp open up in front of them. Let's see where that goes numbers-wise. He might bring his requirement down. He'll get back in the lineup soon. Meanwhile, here goes Alan Clellens with a meaty, steep face and a really technical turn as he goes up to the lip, meets it, and just hangs it up. Lets the momentum push him back down. Ultimately, inside 2 minutes now, he's going to have his work cut out. Going to get a couple more numbers come through all round, actually. It's just Nolan that we're not due a score from. And let's see where this puts us. Munoz's number could be crucial. 8.37 is the excellent score that he needs. But if he gets better than, say, one of his 5s, his high 5, he'll bring that down a touch. 90 on the clock. What a heat this has been.
Oh, it's been exciting. I don't, that air from Carlos, it's almost like that wave gripped him. He did everything right. It just didn't release him.
Judges liked it, Marco. As you thought, 7.53, a good number for him. And he's right back at this. Wow, so he's brought his number down now, 6.17. He's in the lineup. So a good score for that from him. It was like almost like a cruisy energy to the air, just kind of pop and drift. Maybe it didn't look like had the jeopardy of some turns that we've seen. We're like, oh, is he going to make it? But it was super clean, and they liked it. They liked the technical aspect. And he's brought his number down. He's got a shot here, but he's only got under a minute.
Yeah, it's going to be hard for him to catch another wave. But, yeah, that air, I think what the judges liked was super vertical, and the section was pretty hard, like heavy section. So I think that's what made it impressive for him.
Raposa here uses priority. Bigger wave from him. Look at it, puts it right up there. And it goes super vert. And just really exploring different parts of the wave with that board. That was a meteor wave, and he's really enjoying himself on the backhand. Looks very light on his feet and sprightly. 30 on the clock. He's having a look around thinking, am I paddling back out? Am I going to sort of look like I'm trying to paddle back out. I think I'll just bring this in, actually. Final 15 seconds now. And numbers to tumble on our scoreboard all over the place. Let's see where we are in the lineup. It looks pretty calm, which is bad news for Chase and Surfers, which is Munoz and Cleland at the moment. We're going to be out of time here, so we're not going to see another wave ridden. But there are still numbers to drop in. At the moment, Raposa looking pretty good. That first place position, as is Rodriguez, but something for everyone in that heat there.
Oh, it was good. And I think Nolan's probably increased his scoreline on that last wave. It was a bigger set wave. Still got those 2 big hammers to finish. Good to finish on a high note going into your next heat. And Michael Rodriguez very polished throughout that heat as well. Carlos with that air coming back at the end. He just needed something in between just to back that up. And then Al just didn't really get the start he was looking for, but still looking strong. And he's, you know, going to head obviously towards Olympics. That's 23 days away. So lots of action coming up for our surfers.
Yeah, it looks like Nolan was asked for an autograph, but he's decided to do a crossword instead. He's thinking about the clue for 3 across. There we go. He's stoking out the fans. They absolutely love it. We're going to get numbers come in. We're caught up for Rodriguez. We're caught up for everyone, I believe. I think we're all good on the scoreboard there. Nolan Raposa, the American. He was a sigh of relief, not really from the way he surfed, because he surfed great, but just the fact how tough that was and the talent that he had out in the water. But he blazed that one really, and he'll be full of confidence with an extra pep in his step to bring into the later rounds. A really enjoyable one to call also. Great surfing. I always expect Michael Rodriguez to be crisp and sharp and fast. And that was really, really cool to see. It's time to thank Marco Minho for coming in and breaking it down, mate. We enjoyed having you in. Thanks for that.
Thank you for having me. And yeah, amazing heat, actually. So thank you, guys. It was a good little chat. So yeah.
Good luck for the rest of the event, mate. We're going to get a quick commercial break. When we come back, more great action. Not many heats left to run today. We got some heavy hitters out in the water. The surf looks great. Stay tuned.
Welcome to Kwadukuza, the destination for all seasons. Nestled on the breathtaking north coast of the Zulu Kingdom, this vibrant town offers something for everyone. Kwadukuza boasts several beaches that have been awarded the prestigious blue flag, guaranteeing cleanliness and safety for all visitors. Our inland region offers a world of adventure. Get your adrenaline pumping with thrilling activities like ziplining, hiking and off-road biking surrounded by the natural beauty of Kwadukuza's landscapes. Kids will love our animal farm, getting up close and personal with friendly animals. Immerse yourself in history as you explore the rich heritage and legacy of great leaders like King Shaka and Chief Albert Lutuli. Conveniently located just a short drive from King Shaka International Airport and Durban International Conventional Center, making it easily accessible for both local and international delegates, with an abundance of world-class accommodation facilities, dining options and attractions nearby, you can truly make the most of your time in this magnificent region. Kwadukuza, the heartbeat of the North Coast.
The Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill is brought to you by Kwadukuza Municipality, by O'Neill, by Monster, by SMG Yamaha, and by Corona. This is living. The Ballito Pro. This is the battlefield.
And it's a very good afternoon from Ballito. 6, having a look at the goofy out of Western Australia very recently of the Championship Tour Parish. Jacob Wilcox taking on Mimana Bray of French Polynesia, Cheyenne Crawford from Hawaii, Gal Costa from Brazil. I'm Paul Evans, joined by Greg Hemsley, and another great-looking quartet of surfers. Some we know plenty about, others are emerging talents. I like the way Costa surfed in the previous round, actually, and I'm really looking forward to seeing how Jacob Wilcox goes about his campaign out here at Ballito.
full international matchup in this one. Jacob Wilcox, of course, getting that 10-point ride last year. We saw it coming. Amazing. Lots to talk about. As you mentioned, Kyle Costa yesterday, solid performance. And a bit to talk about with Mihimana as well.
I think these are his conditions. Mihimana's really good in this kind of surf. You know, you think surfers from Tahiti are going to be Teahupu specialists. Tell you what, he's really good in these punchy beach breaks. He's really good at putting heats together on the Challenger Series. He had a shocker in Australia. He'll want to make amends for that right now. Of course, he appeared as a wild card in the Championship Tour event in Tahiti at home. Also, a CT wild card for Cheyenne Crawford at Pipe at the start of the year as well. So there's just so much talent out there, and it's going to come down to, obviously, surfing your best fun in the best ways. But trying to get a little bit of favour, a little bit of luck with the ocean as well. Just trying to get something going, a little bit of rhythm. We saw Nolan in that last one. You know, you catch one wave, you get a good score. And he was only in the right place because he was basically just paddling back from that one wave. And guess what? Another one pops up. Thank you very much.
Yeah, Nolan. His strategy, his approach, and I just had a fantastic heat. Solid, board looked good, and he's looking to be fired up. I know he gets a lot of support here in Ballito. Spends time with Shane Sykes, and they're good mates. He'll get a lot of energy from Shane and a lot of tips and advice. So he'll be in a good corner.
So half an hour for surfers to post their 2 best numbers and to set up a platform, really thinking about results on the Challenger Series and what kind of counts as a result. We had Hiroto Ohara earlier talking about, got that equal 9th in Oz, and you're like really close to a banging result. I mean, it's decent for your overall ranking, but you're just within grasp of doing something really big. Right now, it's still early rounds, round of 64. So plenty of rounds to make. As we see, nice poise and coil from Costa, and cat-like with his reflexes as he's just smooth, keeping that speed up throughout, and it's really crisp surfing. Nice to see.
Yeah, he's basically kicking off where he left off yesterday. Those nice combination of turns, and he's very clean with those rails. He gets up and over the section. There's no catch, just very smooth, and it gets a good glide and pushes that tail through over that section. And buckets of spray. He's got a bit of size behind him, so those turns have a little bit of torque.
Opening up with multiple maneuvers. Let another look here, Greg.
Yeah, so just setting up, gets that initial board speed, that whip with lots of spray, and that's what I'm talking about. Clean up and over those sections, pushes that tail, and it's just nice surfing all around.
So let's see where that goes in terms of the scale. Meanwhile, Crawford was having a little sniff there. Doesn't get it. Looks like Wilcox might be on here. Glassy face stomps for speed, and it'll just run away from him. That's where he wanted to be, where he's pointing. Couldn't quite get there, though. And that one just stretched out. So just a touch deep. There are those wider ones. That's where Nolan was getting good points coming in. Speaking of that, man, he did actually get an improvement on his last wave as well. He got his highest number, so dropping 7s and basically just ripping. Let's go and hear from Nolan Raposa, who's standing by with Mike Frew.
Nolan, that was one of the most entertaining heats of the day. The guys were just flying for airs all over the show. This was the event that ignited it for you last year. How did you feel out there?
Felt good. Definitely a little nervous getting the first heat jitters out of the way. The Oz leg didn't go well for me, but same thing as last year. It didn't go well for me because I wasn't even in those events last year. But I knew that this wave I like a lot, and having some regular footers, I knew I could just have a little bit of the backhand advantage, I guess, or have a little bit of variety compared to them. So it was definitely nerve-wracking watching Emrod and Carlos and Al like send huge airs. But I had to hold my priority and got the job done.
When you came around the corner here, you said to us, back where it started, we're back in the game, fired up. How does this make you feel now for the rest of the events?
Feels good for sure. I actually put up some scores the last 2 events. I felt like I just sat and waited, the priority paralysis, as Sanoa would say. But I am just trying to get the ball rolling this year, or this event, and get active. You know, I want to catch waves. I want to show the judges what I can do and show everyone back at home that I'm surfing good.
Well, great to see you back in Ballito. All the best for the rest of the event, and what a great event. What a great heat you entertained us. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thanks. Shout out everyone back at home sleeping. Phew.
Great job, Nolan Raposa. Yeah, just in that conversation about scores there, Greg. I just wonder, early rounds in an event, would you rather be getting through with 15s, a couple of 7s up there? Would you rather kind of getting through and maybe sort of saving a little bit? It's hard for anyone to go in post multiple 7s throughout an entire contest. What position would you rather? Oh, you'd be wanting to surf well and scoring big points.
Yeah, I don't think you really have much choice in it. Sometimes you build into it, other times you just start firing, and then if you are firing, you don't want to be pulling back. Everyone's so good that you basically at this level you got to fire every heat. To be honest.
Here we go, Crawford, with loads of flow and projection down the line, and he's opening up the body and taking it up into the lip. It goes a little bit awry on that last turn, but he covered a lot of ground there, just gliding over sections. And it is a beach break, but you get some of those running rights, does have that point break look and feel to it, and that flow to the surfing, which is always nice to see. And then, of course, the points coming on those big turns, those big power maneuvers, or the airs like we saw in that last heat. We've lost 5 minutes of this one. In terms of scores, Costa got a mid-range, and we thought that is your classic kind of mid-range heat opener from the sort of surfing that he did. And the score comes in as a high 4. Yeah, pretty much sort of par for the course. Judges using that to get the scale. We know he can go a lot harder and better than that. But a worthy opening. And we will get that number to come in for Cheyenne. Looks like Mimana, as yet, hasn't been tempted. Getting excited as towards paddling for anything at the moment. He'll be pretty patient for now. Sooner or later, just want to get involved in it, though, and get himself in that priority rotation. Costa outside will cede ground to the Tahitian. Mimana Bray, here he goes. Backhand for him, tucks that back leg in, and then opens up the body. It doesn't fully commit to that turn early on. Just kind of clicks it, really. Didn't want to do too much. We've seen a lot of people go down there, particularly after having a little wait to get away. Just made sure he finished a touch safe, maybe, Greg.
Yeah, it was just it's a setup for him. It's a start. You feel he's bored. He's not going to be wanting to keep that in his top 2 at the end. But just, you sit in the booth and time runs away with us. Looking at the time, it's just after 2 o'clock. We're pretty much a couple of minutes away from the full high tide, yeah? And the other thing is the Surfline forecast. We spoke about it this morning, and we spoke about light winds throughout the day. I sort of held my breath because we don't see light winds throughout the day at Ballito. Normally a little bit of a ruffle in the afternoon. So it's good that it's held off. I still think we will see a bit of an onshore breeze slowly starting to pick up, maybe on the change of this tide. But for most of the day, it stayed glassy and really, really nice. This is well into the early afternoon and still looking great out there.
Yeah, dreamy conditions, very much beach weather as well. A lot of people down there on the sand enjoying it. Water temperatures, they're nice too. And you might expect that sea breeze to kick in on a hot afternoon, but so far, so glassy. Here goes Costa. Look at this, speaking of glass, massive first turn and really late, and he does so well to hang on to that. So the first turn was a big hit into the lip, and he recovered it. It was all closing out all around him. It was like Indiana Jones, and the walls was caving, and he just sort of ran through the gap, didn't he?
It didn't look like 2 turns were on there at all. And that first turn, he just gets so much projection. And the spray that comes off the board is impressive, and did well to come off the bottom and attack that late falling lip and get into it cleanly. And let's check this replay. So watch this. Just a bit of a speed check, and then whack, that spray flies and manages to get that board up and strong into that lip. And that's a bonus, to be honest, to get 2 turns on that wave. That's bonus points for sure.
Wilcox drops the number. It's a 5-5. So Jacob getting himself a decent mid-range number as his first legit wave. Just a throwaway prior to that on a quick closeout. So the best of the opening encounter thus far. We're going to get score coming, though, for Costa very shortly. He's already got 1 mid-range number in. And we're also going to get a score for Mimana. There's the Aussie squad. They're sort of paying attention. I think they can see there's a little lull. And those beady eyes will be refocusing very much on the lineup when the waves come through, particularly waves for their mate Jacob Wilcox, who's out there right now, not really thinking about perfect 10s or any of the stuff that went before last year. He's staying very much in the present, just looking to try and get himself a couple of waves. Jacob, of course, surfed on the CT this year. It's a big rookie intake. And a couple of surfers that have been around for a while in qualifying. I mean, he's surfed a lot of events as a wild card throughout those years while he's trying to get his qualifying done. In the end, it just didn't quite come together for him in those 5 events, Greg. Yeah,
and he seems like a CT surfer. He's just got the big turns. He should be there, but he'll get back. And we do see up and riding. This is Mia Hamana getting a couple of turns. He's pretty happy with that. But I think that's just a mid-range. It's going to be a good mid-range score and give him something to basically build on early. But no one really running away with any solid numbers.
Yeah.
At 5-5 from Wilcox in the first 10 minutes. Yeah. But
Maybe a bit of relief there as well for me, Mano. Just kind of getting himself in the game. Needed to get some combos going. That first term was a quick snatch, 2-6-7.
Yeah.
Not a lot to get excited about there. There's the first one. He sort of showed a bit of rhythm. I think he'll feel like he's in that conversation. Good number to come in for Costa. 6 drops for him. Goes to the lead. So that was that rapid-fire 2-turn. Meanwhile, here goes Wilcox. Smooth off the bottom. Whips up on the backhand by cracking it. And there he goes. Waits patiently for that lip just to stand up and offer him something to aim at. Puts it up. Pushes off the back foot. And he'll finish on the inside. So for sure, that's going to count for him. He'll lose that small number, the throw. He got the 0.5 early on. So 5-5. Let's see where it goes in comparison with that. Maybe something of that magnitude, maybe not quite as much.
Yeah, I think it's there. But yeah, maybe just under somewhere there. I mean, it was a good first turn, clean, and it was critical through lots of spray, and a bit softer now with the higher tide. But I liked what he did with that last turn. He could have sort of gone up a little bit earlier and just carved down, but he just sat on that tail a little bit longer, held that bottom turn just to make that last turn as critical as possible.
We've got a paddle here. We've got the outboard motor going for Costa. Really wants this one. Chin on the string. He's on with a spring in his step, with some speed and with a ramp. Nope. It is a quick kick out for him. You really want to try and find something to boost your heat leader there. Under the 18-minute mark, score to come in for Jacob. Also, Mimana. Wilcox will go again here. Bang. He'll tag that. And once more. So vicious stabs. And completes those turns before he goes into the kick out. Just to your point about him being, he feels he looks like a CT surfer. That's true, but I mean, so do at least 22 other people, right? There's only 22 spots at the cut, and there's just so much talent out there. I mean, you can't have everyone on tour fitting into 22 spots.
Yeah, you got the talent, but I mean, you take your three sections of what makes a good surfer, and we talk about skill, strategy, attitude, and not all the surfers fit those. Tick all those boxes well enough, and where Jacob's got, he's got the skill, his strategies are really good, and his attitude's amazing.
Yeah.
So that's why when I look at that, he should be one of those surfers that are in there.
Well, trying to get straight back on tour for 2025 here on the Challenger Series. Another big performance and result here in Ballito would be invaluable towards that end. 17 minutes and 50 on the clock. Going to get a score to come in for Mimana Bray eventually. That'll lock in. Also a number for Jacob Wilcox to come through and see if we'll shuffle things around a bit here towards this high tide. Just put a little bit of a lid on some of the sets. It's just going to sit down and go a little quiet now, which will give our judges a little more time to work out these numbers. Here we go. Mimana Bray's number 457. Puts him in second for now. Going to get a score for Wilcox as well. I think we're getting 2 scores for Jacob, aren't we?
Yeah. And this one was further down the beach. Oh, no, this was the first one. So watch how he just delayed this one a bit just to get nice and critical. So that's that turn I was talking about. He wanted that wave to count. He wanted that wave to be in the score line, and he worked for that. This was Mihamana's turn that we saw further down the beach. And getting a couple of wraps. Actually, I don't know if we've seen that wave. So got the 3-turn combo. And they've sort of found a little bit of a double up into that next sort of bay past the black rocks there. That's got a little double up just before it hits those heavy black rocks. But that's quite wide of the judges. They're going to have to be watching the replays to get a good look on what's happening on those waves. It's got a nice reform, that bank, and you get those 3 turns, but it's almost like a bit of a high-tidy rip bowl look to it for me in front of the judges where we are now with white and green. So that is Cheyenne and Cow. It's a bit steeper, and it's in your face, and it's those heavy hitting turns. I think this is still the better spot.
Number in for Wilcox, 5-2 for second to last. Can he get another score in as well? So he's in first at the moment, and he might improve on that further. Just thinking those was quite far away from us, but they did look pretty spicy, those turns. Had a lot of whip to them and plenty of speed, which always looked good from any angle. Wilcox at the moment leading this one. He might improve a touch more. That high number is still with Costa. So for in second at the 6. That's all a picture of calm and relaxation out there. We'll use the swan analogy of the legs going underwater on the surface. Everything looks very serene indeed. Maybe they're boiling cauldrons of anxiety on the inside, Greg.
Maybe. Yeah, it's obviously different surfers approach things differently, but you've got to be calm in your heats. I always say if you go out for a heat, why shouldn't you do your best surfing you've ever done? You've got your equipment that you've saved for the competition, your A board, you've got a new wax job, your coach is telling you where to sit, you've spoken, and you've got priority. So there's no reason why you shouldn't go and get good waves and surf your very best in a heat.
It sounds very easy when you say it like that, mate. I'm convinced. Yeah. Why do I sign up? 14 minutes and 50 seconds to go in this. We're all becalmed here. Numbers in for Wilcox. A 5-4, his last, will be his backup number. And he edges just slightly further in front with a total of 10.93 from the Brazilian. Kwadukuza. Meanwhile, Bray still doing a little bit of chasing work here, as is Shine Crawford, who's as yet to fire up. Going to go to a quick commercial break. Just this remaining 14 minutes or so to go. We'll wrap that up and hope things fire to life with a few more sets on the other side of the break.
Welcome to Kwadukuza, the destination for all seasons. Nestled on the breathtaking north coast of the Zulu Kingdom, this vibrant town offers something for everyone. Kwadukuza boasts several beaches that have been awarded the prestigious Blue Flag, guaranteeing cleanliness and safety for all visitors. Our inland region offers a world of adventure. Get your adrenaline pumping with thrilling activities like ziplining, hiking and off-road biking surrounded by the natural beauty of Kwadukuza's landscapes. Kids will love our animal farm, getting up close and personal with friendly animals. Immerse yourself in history as you explore the rich heritage and legacy of great leaders like King Shaka and Chief Albert Lutuli. Conveniently located just a short drive from King Shaka International Airport and Durban International Conventional Center, making it easily accessible for both local and international delegates, with an abundance of world-class accommodation facilities, dining options and attractions nearby, you can truly make the most of your time in this magnificent region. Kwadukuza, the heartbeat of the North Coast.
Very good afternoon from the Challenger Series in South Africa. Stop 3 of 6, the Ballito Pro. And we're watching right now the Brazilian out of Fernando de Noronha, Kwadukuza, just tagging it hard. And we've been mentioning his balance. He'll need all of that to try and hang on there. That powerful whitewater eventually overcomes him. You see him getting swept up the beach, pretty much under the noses of fans who are watching things from a much more chilled position there. On a delightful afternoon in Ballito. Costa finds himself prior to that score in second place position and advancing currently out of the round of 64 here on the Challenger Series. Priority is with our surfer out of French Polynesia, Mimana Bray, at the moment looking for a number to the tune of 614. And the Hawaiian Shine Crawford, he's been quiet so far. He needs to get going and fire up here, Greg. He's looking for a 7. He's been off the pace a bit.
Yeah, you've got to find those waves with the steep sections. We saw Shine getting, 1 or 2 waves covering that distance, but sort of the floaty sort of turns up and over, a little bit of ripple on the top of his waves. So didn't have much option, but he wants to find those double up, bowled out waves that give you that point of difference, those heavy hitting turns, 1 or 2 turn combos straight in front of the judges.
All right, well, this is a great place to watch a surf event from, wherever you are on the beach. But if you find yourselves in the VIP, things look pretty good. Let's go and chat with the Frou Brute, who's out and about. Well, we'll try and find Mike in a sec. For the time being, we'll just stick with live action here. 11 on the clock, and our competitors spread out across the field. Costa makes his way back into the lineup right now. And we're all caught up with numbers for him. It will be just a small throwaway. We've got a number to come in for Shine, though. We're talking about his campaign, trying to fire it up. The best way to bring your score down is obviously replace your high score. He's going to do that here, actually. So a number come in for the Hawaiian. Let's see where this puts him. Pretty crucial at this stage. Before we get down to that 10-minute mark, things start to get quite tight. At the moment, it's a 7-1-4, the number that he needs. But it looks like his score's going to come in and help him considerably with that. So he gets a 5-6, and that comes down to the much more manageable 5 right now. And we're game on in terms of this heat grade, because surfers in 3rd and 4th are very gettable scores for him. Mimana in 4th position at the moment with that priority, and his next wave could well be crucial.
Yep, and this is what we want to see. Heats where everyone's in the game. It makes it exciting. But I wonder if they've taken into consideration the time of day that this heat is happening, because we're pretty much on that dead high tide. We often see that high tide lull in the action, and we've almost been seeing that a bit compared to that previous heat where multiple waves were ridden. A lot less rides in this one for sure. It's definitely a quieter heat wave-wise.
Yeah, it's been a lot quieter, hasn't it, so far? And obviously when that does happen, you'd much rather have the points on the board, the work done early on. One surfer's done, that's this guy, Costa, and he just sort of stalled that one for himself, just to give himself a bit more opportunity, and goes on the most leisurely release of the tail you've ever seen. Doesn't reverse it, comes back around the same way, and there's plenty of glide and cruisiness. It looks cool. It's not going to be loads of points in that, though.
No, they obviously with the rotations, judges look at how quickly you recover, but I think that just, felt so good. He didn't want to force anything. It was like, I'm going to enjoy the ride.
He does look very smooth indeed as he makes his way back out. Let's go and check in with Mike Frew.
I'm here on the VIP hospitality deck that's sponsored by Corona, Vodacom, and Samsung. And what a beautiful afternoon we've got in Ballito. Probably, I'm going to call it the best day we've had in 3 months. There's waves, there's no wind, and there's cold Coronas in the fridges. I'm here with Paul Canning, the director of O'Neill in South Africa. He's come down to watch the action. Paul, what an afternoon.
Oh, it's absolutely incredible. Ballito's really shining today. I might be a bit biased, but I definitely think this is one of the best days on the Challenger Series so far. We've got Shion in the water now, and the action's just so close up to the beach. It's nice and punchy and powerful. Nearly every 10 minutes we've got an air reverse happening, and yeah, it's just incredible to see. Amazing down here.
Love that. Paul Canning is enjoying his view, checking out one of his team riders. Crawford out in the water right now. He's back at this, got himself that 5.6. And looking to try and improve from there and just stay alive in the event. Here we go. We've been a little wave start. Looks like we've got some quality. Mimana with priority from deep. Look at this wave stretching out in front of him. Oh, and he almost had a little too long to think about that and somehow puts that down. Meanwhile, swinging Wilcox. And he doesn't make any mistakes there at all. So dealing with a steeper section, all kind of compressing on the backside of the rocks. Jacob Wilcox disappeared for a while. I'm sure we'll see him again in a sec. But very well surfed just to finish off that wave strong. All that momentum feels like sort of going into a bit of a hole. And just to be able to hang on to that. But what happened for Mimana? Nightmare.
Oh, he was, to be honest, he would have been so excited loading up on that bottom turn, seeing that heavy section. And he was probably starting to think there's 2 turns here, and maybe that confusion caught him a little bit. And we do see Kyle Costa loading up. Oh! Just getting disconnected from his board. But yeah, often you got to focus one turn at a time, and you're half looking at this turn, and then the wave rushes ahead of you, and you get a bit confused on what to do.
Crawford there, just putting plenty of body into those turns, a bit of flex as well, and he's going to need to bring that. You see, he's reinvigorated with the paddle, but he's going to have to fire up a touch here because he is chasing numbers. The Brazilian with that 6 on the board has just given him bit of a margin. 5.08 is that requirement currently for Shine Crawford. Wilcox is leading the heat prior to this. Let's have a look.
I like this wave. This was wider from Amir Mani's wave, and I like that section. And see how that does that double pump to attack that last maneuver. He saw that section, got the first turn, and then out of the second turn, as he came out, he did a quick pump into the next bottom turn. He saw it was racing ahead, and he just wanted to make sure he was dictating to the wave and not letting the wave dictate to him.
Another chance for Bray here. Another good-looking opening section. And just not the rhythm to that wave that he wanted at all. He had to go up, sort of off of the board up to the lip. By the time he did that, the wave running away. And he's not looked like the sort of kind of rhythm and flow that we'd expect from him in these kind of conditions so far. He struggled to find... I mean, obviously you can't affect the waves breaking, but you have to identify the waves that you think are going to look good. But even when he has had good sections, he just looked a little bit off pace. He's still got 5.5 minutes, though. Someone has found rhythm. It's Costa, and he'll punt again here. And he'll get that spin done and just land a little bit off the tail. And he won't land it. He'll go down. We're expecting a number to come in for Wilcox that could very well improve his position in the lead in this heat. And talking about those manoeuvre choices and how many manoeuvres you're fitting in. That wave started soft, and it was always getting steep for him. And it's crucial to get the timing just to make room for himself. Really impressive the way he did that, Jacob. Let's see how impressive judges are. We'll find out soon. Last 5 minutes here. Going to get number in for Crawford as well. Let's remind ourselves how this one's gone down. Heat 13 of the round of 64. And it's the Brazilian Costa who's been very smooth from the outset, Greg.
Yeah, Cow's just been, on every opportunity and making it count, and just strong surfing. And this one, he got these 2 big turns, and that was the 6-point ride that he had. And then Jacob just solid, just wrapping through all these maneuvers, nice and strong with the finishes as well. And just further down the beach, he's had multiple waves. He's just been taking every opportunity as well. The surfers in first and second, Wilcox, and of course Cal Costa. Just they've had multiple waves that have been in that mid-range or above.
Did get the improvement for Jacob, 6-2 for him. And now just extends that lead and just puts a bit of extra daylight on the surfer in second, who's sitting on a 6. And he's just wanting to get in that conversation, get in the 6s. And he's got the favourable backup now as well.
And there we have a little bit of bait fish on the surface of the water. And there's our water safety.
Is he throwing a rod in there? Is he having a flick, or do you think he's just watching?
No, he's just having a good look, little afternoon, look at the bait fish. So we've had a couple of these schools out and about, further out the back, and of course this is the Dolphin Coast. So that you can see how far out it is. We were saying the other night it would be so good to get a boat and go out fishing, because it's really, it's a great spot for fishing. Of course, the dolphins, and it's just beautiful out there.
Big whale yesterday, didn't we? Had breach in behind the lineup during the heat, which is really, really cool to see. Plenty of dolphins up and down. Really just so alive, this marine environment here. An absolute pleasure to be surfing on this coast and enjoying the waves. Let's see, we've got a bit of a scatter here. It's like everyone got a signal to move to go and paddle somewhere else. So we've really split the pack all of a sudden. It's hard to see why they suddenly decided to move, but here we go. They're all getting away from each other here. So Wilcox is identified Costa, and he's going, all right, I'll stick with you. And Shine Crawford has moved up to second place, a crucial number. Well, 2 important numbers, the 5-6 and then the 5-8. So without getting much on the board, those 2 waves at the moment have got him advancing. He's also got priority, Greg.
But I think that was a split we saw. The beach announcers would have read out the scores, and suddenly you saw strategies change. You saw our 2 surfers splitting.
All right, Mimana hits, found himself a left, a nightmare. That wobble through the wave just catches him. And not what he wanted at all. And, that's a very standard-looking wave. He's got a bit of a wall to run it. He'll aim at it and just smash it. And he can't get that done. It's just frustrating for him. You see a little splash there. So Crawford went over after those scores came through. So to see if he could try and cover Mimana.
Yeah, I think what's happening is Shion is trusting that Jacob will take care of Cal Costa, and then he's going to try and take care of Mimana. So, you just hope it works like that if you're in that advancing position. Doesn't always. But that's to me what I see. And you look at your priority standings, and a surfer in that advancing position, you've got to make those calls.
Yeah, I suppose the dangerous part of that strategy is that Jacob's in first. So if someone else was to overtake, he'd still get through in second. Sean would be the one who's kind of relatively vulnerable there, because he'll be the one that drops down if third or fourth get the score that they're required. Let's check out the final minute of this. It is Wilcox, so recently of the Championship Tour at the moment. He's alive in the Challenger Series here in Ballito. This guy needs a wave. Costa, he looked good from the start. He got the 6. What he hasn't been able to do is improve since then, though. And with that 4 in his total, it's left him vulnerable to a late charge from the surf at Hawaii, who did surf as a wild card on the Championship Tour at Pipe at the beginning of the season. And from not getting a lot of energy, not much mojo again in this heat, he's backed himself to a couple of 5s and he's put himself in an advancing position. Final 30 seconds, something of a shocker of a heat for Mimana Bray. He's been way off the pace here, bit of a nightmare from him. It just continues, even on that last left we saw. Here goes Crawford, and he's built up some speed, and he will punt one and kind of drift that down to the flats. Just the tail kind of overtakes the nose a touch. I'm not sure if he was necessarily trying to rotate. Either way, it'll be inconsequential, we think. I don't think got any other ways around. Oh, here's a desperate paddle from Costa, and ultimately it's an unsuccessful paddle. So the smooth Brazilian, Kawa Costa, who looked good early and set the pace in this heat, he's just been forced out of it. Maybe not enough in the lip.
Somewhere in the fight, back that up to really be in a comfortable position, and found himself dangling in 3rd place.
Well, another enjoyable heat all wrapped up there. Wilcox just checking the raft, making sure that thing stayed off the rocks. He went past him a couple of times, but it looks like everything's fine with the equipment. The surfing looks sharp from him. We've got some great-looking surfers hitting the water. George Pittar, he's been amazing already this season. He's taken on Husano, Dunphy, and Slauson. We can get a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll bring in Giggs and Mike for the call. More live action from the Ballito Pro right after the break.
People don't realize what they're doing to the oceans. We got to hand it down to the next generation. It's going to be such a pity for people not to be able to experience what we've experienced.
Welcome back to the show. It is the 3rd of 6 stops on the World Surf League's Challenger Series. And what an afternoon we're having here in Ballito. It's a good afternoon as we greet you from a beautiful seaside town in South Africa. Welcome to the sweet Nolan Raposa, and of course Mike Frew will be calling the action for the heat ahead. Nolan, welcome to the set.
Stoked to be here. This is epic.
Yeah, loving it. It's not your first visit to Ballito?
No, it's not, but I always love coming back to this place.
And tell us a little bit about Nolan Raposa in 2024 before we get too stuck into the action. How's the campaign going for the season ahead?
A little slow start, but I mean, this is exactly how it was last year. I didn't compete in the first 2 events, and so my campaign started last year here, and I'm stoked to get it started again here again.
Well, Nolan Raposa will have a bit of insight for his fellow countrymen like Michael Dunphy and Levi Slauson out in the water contesting the round of 64. Heat number 14, we're into the afternoon here, 2:30 p.m. and it's just been a packed carnival type atmosphere down here in Ballito, and we'll get some waves coming our way from Maxime Huskina and someone that's been in fine form in 2024 thus far, George Pittar. Mark Frew, where are we seeing this heat going?
Well, I've been looking forward to watching this heat all day, especially with George Pittar. similar to Nolan, this is where his campaign started last year. When I interviewed him after, I think it was his second heat last year, he said to me this was the furthest he's ever gone in a Challenger Series event, was George, and he's had a stellar, an absolute fireworks start to 2024. And he's come into the Ballito Pro this year as a big global name in surfing.
Well, Georgie Pitar already on the score sheet with a 7, and we're going to get Nolan Raposa to just break this down a little for us.
Yeah, George, man, he's been lights out the last 2 events, and it's not a surprise to see him going off this heat.
We want to know when you're going to get a wild card invite, because we've seen Georgie Pitar really go well at the CT level as a wild card in 2024. Meanwhile, down the beach, Maxime Huskino, someone that has crusaded for more than a decade. And back into picture, George Pitar. So we're getting that pattern here this afternoon, guys. It's been the theme all day. It's been a bit of Gatling gun, rapid fire, sort of quieter patches in the heat. And then how was your heat out in the water for you, Nolan? Let's talk about how you navigated your way through that heat win.
Yeah, it was a stressful one, that's for sure. I did what I wanted, get the ball rolling for the start of the heat, and got the 2 scores I wanted, 6 and a 7, and then kind of was just holding my priority. But here goes Levi.
Let's have a look at Levi Slauson. The young talent, not going to pull the trigger too much on that. 30-minute heats on offer, still a lot of time to go as we'll break it on down. We trust you're enjoying the show with us. And, of course, with us, Nolan Raposa. Marky Frew, we were just chatting about Georgie Pitar in 2024, and a strong start with that 7-pointer.
Yeah, solid start, and as we've seen through the day, if you can get that mid to sort of high range score, so between a 5 and a 7 within the first 5 or 8 minutes, and then back it up with something before 20 minutes, so in that first 10-minute segment of the heat, you got a great foundation to start doing some more explosive surfing in the second half. That heat with yours, Nolan, I went onto the hospitality deck afterwards, and they were calling that the most entertaining heat of the day. You were smashing it. The Carlos was going absolutely crazy and was such an entertaining heat.
Well, live action, Georgie Pitar with that strong 7, now looking to back it up. Combination, just a little, lets that go. Bit of a fractured swell in the lineup, almost 2 swells crossing over. You see the easterly bumps moving left to right across screen. The bigger, more ranging, big period south swell coming in. And it's made for contestable conditions all afternoon long. There's been no complaints with the conditions. Meanwhile, someone that's got no complaints at all will be Jacob Wilcox. Let's go down and hear from him.
Okay. Jacob and Ballito seem to go hand in hand. We've obviously not forgotten your 10-point ride. Slightly different approach to this heat. You know, how did you go? What did you do in that one?
Yeah, it's a little bit different to last year. I think it's like going to be a bit more of a grindy forecast. Last year was probably the best year I've had since I've been coming here. I don't know. I just kind of got it done in that heat. I wasn't actually too happy with the performance. I feel like I had a few waves at the start that I didn't surf to the kind of full potential, or to my full potential maybe, but I had some fun actually, like towards the end though, like getting real close to the rocks. That got the heart rate going and kind of added a bit of excitement to what I thought was maybe a little bit of a boring heat. But I'm happy to get the job done, and yeah, keen to move on to the next round.
Nice, and you've obviously been coming to Ballito for a couple of years in a row. What's your favorite thing about Ballito, the people, the place?
It's a really cool atmosphere down here on the beach. Hey? There's always so much energy around here. All the locals are so friendly and really make us feel welcome at their home here. And yeah, the waves are really fun too. But probably my favourite thing is probably all the steak. You got great meat quality over here, so I love that. I love tapping into that. And yeah, it's a beautiful place, and I'm stoked to be back here.
Nice. Well, all the best for your next heat.
Perfect. Thank you.
Well, someone who had a good visit to Ballito last year, Jacob Wilcox, made the top 10 at the end of the season, got the job done, and then that unceremonious mid-season dump. Jacob Wilcox is back at the Challenger Series level. I see you nodding, Nolan Raposa, next to me here. Of course, you had a good run here last year, quarterfinaling, and then semis at the US Open. I mean, and then kind of get to the end of the year and just short of the mark. I mean, how do you process this all?
Yeah, it's a lot to process. You know, trying to get consecutive results is always tough. You know, you see guys that win like Mikey Madonna and then going into the next round and, you know, losing first heat. It's a lot of highs and lows in these events, and it's really just maintaining the consistency in these events is what you see guys qualifying on the tour with. You know, Jacob Wilcox was a good example of that. Same with Cole Hauschman. And the year before that, Rio Wada, like, you know, Leonardo's, like all these guys are really consistent, and that's something I think all of us aspire to be like.
And I mean, just hitting you straight back with the question, how does Nolan Raposa get his consistency up? I mean, how do you guys approach this program?
It's just staying calm, you know, getting the heat started is really the key for me. I feel like I definitely learned my lesson in the first 2 events in Australia, not getting started and not catching a lot of waves. It's for me specifically, I like to catch a lot of waves. For someone else, I don't know, like Cole Hausman or someone, like they can manufacture scores on just 2 waves ridden. But here goes Dunny.
Well, let's have a look at Michael Dunphy. He's been campaigning for just about a decade as well. Brings those special moments every now and then, does Mikey Dunphy. And we'll see where he goes in this one. Of course, he always loves coming through to South Africa. We love having him here as well. Just back to heat preparation. I mean, Mark Frew and I both want to pepper you with questions. But Nolan, beyond managing heats, are you doing a lot of work nutrition-wise, cardio and exercise-wise? I mean, it's a whole approach these days.
Definitely, yeah. No, I try to keep going to the gym, and my key really is staying flexible. I feel like my body gets really stiff. So, like, I'll do a lot of yoga. My girlfriend's a yoga instructor, so she keeps me nice and loose. But then also I've been trying to put on some weight because these judges, they love the spray. They love seeing powerful surfing in the lip, and if you can throw lots of water out the back, then I see them scoring waves really high. George Patar is a good example of that. So I've actually put on 10 pounds in the last year, which I felt like is...
I was about to ask, what is the magic weight? Where is the weight? I mean, look at a guy like Cole Hausman. I mean, he's 220 pounds, right?
I wish I could get there.
You'd look like Oki then.
Oh, seriously.
Yeah. Well, listen, it's great to break it down with you. Let's just go back to the heat for a moment as we've slipped for the first third of it. Now under 20 minutes to go. Georgie Patar backing himself up here, Mikey Frew. 4.83 just to add to it for now.
Yeah, there's that foundation that he's built in the first third of the heat. He now can start flaring out and build on that. He'll be looking for something to drop that 4.83 and distance himself from the other 3. Maxime Husseneau also got a reasonable foundation there. He's got a 5 and a 4.4, so also got 2 scores on the board that you can certainly improve on. At this stage of the heat, it looks like Michael Dunphy and Levi Slauson still looking to kind of get into 3rd and 4th gear there.
Well, the 2 Americans down in 3rd and 4th, of course, alongside us. Nolan Raposa, any insight or any intel that you can share with us? How do you get to travel much with Dunphy or Slauson?
Oh, yeah. No, I wouldn't count those guys out, but here's George about to get a little further out in the lead. Oh, never mind.
And traveling with the guys, how do you guys all team up? There's a good spirit amongst you all. Let's have a look at Levi Slauson here.
Big air. Oh.
Approaches it. Now around the corner. 2-turn combo. That's going to garner some scores for him, and that'll go a long way considering his score chart is pretty empty right now with a couple of decimals. So bringing himself into the story here.
Yeah, no, he'll take that for sure. I've stayed with Levi the last couple events. I've actually had dinner with both Levi and Dunphy last night, and I love hanging out with these guys. They're classic.
Let's have a look at Maxime Husseneau, former world junior champion, just pedals that board away. Plenty of time for him as well. And we're seeing the pattern in the ocean here. It's the Indian Ocean, those long-range south swells making for the big scores when they do come. A couple of little softer patches in between, which gives us a chance to, throw a few loose questions around. I'm not going to ask you just yet. Let's have a look at this one.
I really liked how he tagged that first section. It generated a lot of speed that's enabled him to get up the lip. You need a lot of speed to go into that end section. In your heat, Nolan, I saw there were a lot of those big closeouts at the end, and you really handled that well. You went into those things at mock speed, and you came out really well. Talk us through that end section you've just got out the water.
Yeah, I mean, they're really tricky because there's a lot of lumps, especially with this high tide right now. Like these guys, so a lot of guys I see going under the lip just so that they can maintain stability. Front side is definitely really hard because I see a lot of these guys the board gets away from them. But Levi is a really stocky surfer, and he's been really consistent this event and the last event. So it's no surprise to see him getting a score under his belt. And Dunphy too. He had a big end section there. I think he got a little score under his belt as well. So I see these waves. There's so many waves coming in that that no one's ever out of it. So this is going to be a good battle at the second half of this heat.
Well, look inside the athlete area. Dimitri Polis and the crew getting ready. And we're still waiting for that score to drop. Judges just having a good old ponder on Levi Slauson. We think of Georgie Patar's 7 setting the pace for the heat. Could expect to score in and about that neighborhood when the score lands, Mark.
Yeah, I think that it's going to certainly get him into the heat. He's going to have something to get back into the fight here. And I think the score looks like it might have dropped in.
Well, it's on its way in. It's looking like it's going to be in the sixes. Yep, it's going to be a 6.17. Still leaves Levi Slauson down in fourth, but now chasing a much smaller requirement. And that is a stepping stone in the right direction. And just back to Nolan, you guys had supper last night. Let's talk about Ballito and the cuisine, the flavors, the colors. You enjoy your time here, right?
Oh, yeah. No, just like Jacob said earlier, that the steak, we all had some steak. I think Levi and Dunphy had some ribs last night. They were delicious. I've had picanha the last 2 nights, actually.
I'll go the meat eaters here. And Ballito, let's have a look at Georgie Pittar. Again, 2 maneuver contribution here. Just trying to nudge his way, keeping the momentum going. Looking to now improve on a 4.83. May have done that marginally. And straight back into it. Levi Slauson, fourth priority. Hucks one to the air on the inside. Sandbar, and that'll be useful. And just like that, he's turning the heat over, Mark.
Really, really like that. I mean, that's commitment right there, getting a bit of amplitude in the air. If they show us the replay, Nolan, I'd love you to talk us through that, because these airs are so technical. And you're an air guy yourself. You're always boosting all over the show. I see a lot of clips of you online. And in the last couple of heats, after about 11 o'clock, once the guys started boosting, it's become very entertaining. Take it, Nolan.
Levi, this is the stab high air section. He grabs the rail, and he had it under lock the whole way around. He knew he had that from the start. So that's no surprise to see him pulling one of those off in this heat.
Well, Levi Slauson turns the heat over. He had nothing but decimals about 3 minutes ago, and another score on his way. Having a look at his requirements, chaps. Where's he going with this? At least up into the top 2 now.
Yep.
So that air, that was a front-side rotation with what, an indie grab?
Front side grab, I guess. I think indie's a backside. If you go backside, they'll do indie, but I'm not the skater to call someone out like that. I've been called out plenty of times for stuff like that.
But a nice big boost. And tell me, when you're going into those kind of sections, that was a solid wave, and he gets a bit of amplitude there, grabs the rail to keep the board engaged on his feet. That's the section where you can often come unstuck, but like you say, you can tell from his body language, he knew he had that thing down, eh?
Yeah, he was been doing that in all his free serve sessions. Like, that's kind of a average air for Levi's standards, to be honest. And I could see him going straight up into the first place position.
Well, here's another guy that is no stranger to the air, one of the best in the world, Matthias Hurdy, coming up next, taking on Dimitri Polos, Riro Ito, and Winter Vincent from Australia. Lots more value still for you this afternoon here, coming out of the show in Ballito, South Africa. Meanwhile, Georgie Pittar did improve a number with a 4.9, just nudging and a little head. Judges still working on the previous wave to this. And Levi will just go to it again, another version of it. A couple of flexible sections here, and well, talking of flex, we'll just go down on that last one, but we're starting to see signs of a big number coming our way for the previous ride of Levi Slauson.
Yeah, one more score, and there it is. An 8.17 for Levi. Put him way out into the lead.
There it is, from fourth to first. That's how you do it. And that is how a World Junior Champion behaves in the lineup. Signs of good things to come for the young American. What other intel you got for us on Levi Slauson that we can't Google?
He's a funny character. He actually recently just got a new girlfriend, I think. I don't know if I'm supposed to say that, but secret girl, who knows. But yeah, he actually just got back from Japan as well. He did really good in the stab high contest. I think he lost in the semis, but if you watched it, he did a huge air to move on from the elimination round. I think it was him and Albie. But yeah, I mean, he sends the hugest airs. I think when we were in Narrabeen together, he was doing some crazy airs. I think he's going to be in the Snap 4 movie that's coming out next, or maybe this summer, who knows. I don't know when it's coming out, but he's making some really good films and really good clips.
Well, Levi Slauson is keeping us entertained in this visit to Ballito. And while the judges ponder all of this, we'll sit back and take a little breather. Stay with us. It is the Challenger Series event from Ballito, South Africa.
People don't realize what they're doing to the oceans. We got to hand it down to the next generation. It's going to be such a pity for people not to be able to experience what we've experienced.
Welcome back to the show. You're with us in South Africa for the third stop on the World Surf League's Challenger Series. And while you were away, we've got a few more numbers to talk about. 7.53 now in for Levi Slauson from the pool in Japan all the way to the lineup in Ballito. It's a good afternoon. Gig Cilliers alongside Mike Frew and guest Nolan Raposa, as we see a completely different shaped heat to just a few minutes back.
Michael Dunphy's been coming here for a number of years, at least 5 or longer than that. Does he give you guys much advice coming to these type of locations, Nolan?
Yes, definitely. He's got the crystal ball, to be honest. He can see the future sometimes, I feel like he knows when guys are on and get results. Like, he'll call it when someone gets a result before they get the result. And he's just been so experienced. Him and Nat Young, they're kind of the vets, and they've kind of showed us the way, and they keep us on our toes, definitely, when we're competing against them on the regional tours and here in the Challenger Series. So, yeah, we always look up to Michael and Nat Youngs and like Evan Geiselman's as well. Those guys are leading the way for us, leading the charge.
Last year, there was a really strong American presence at the event with Cade Matson, Cole Hauschman, that crew that were here with Kaloya and Dino as well. And it seems like that you get these little pockets of energy that form around the nationalities. And what sort of crew are you hanging with this year at the Ballito Pro, and who's part of your posse here?
Well, I'm actually staying at Shane Sykes' house. He was kind enough to house me, and his whole family's been super awesome and generous. They've had some amazing lunches and dinners. The first night they fed us some good steaks, and Shane's been whipping me up some coffee, and I've been shopping at his little juice bar down the street, and yeah, he's been and actually, to be honest, his brother Justin just fixed Levi Slauson's board that he buckled in the heat prior to this. So yeah, Levi did a big straighter in the heat before and buckled it, and then just this morning, Justin Sykes fixed it for him within a couple hours. I don't think he's riding it because he was a little nervous, but he might be back on that board next round if he moves on.
That's awesome insight. That's exactly what the type of stuff that we're looking for, that we can't get on the beach interviews and that kind of thing. So
yeah, I'm phoning the Sykes. I want to move in.
Yeah, their Mia Sai bar in Salt Rock is awesome, and it's great that that everyone can visit there. And they were actually at the Lembe fundraiser last night, the Sykeses, and I think that Shane's releasing his movie tomorrow night.
Tomorrow night, I think it's going to be a big party, some good food, some good dinners early, so won't be too late. I think some of the competitors can show up because we won't be out too late. I think the movie starts at 6 or 6:30, and he showed me a couple clips, and it looks like it's going to be really good, so I highly suggest people go check it out.
Well,
we look forward to that.
Lots to look forward to. Of course, the Sykes family, amongst a lot of other people playing host. I remember, many families open their homes. It's a great way to travel. We see it all around the world. I remember in many years previous, even Kelly Slater would not stay, when he'd come and do the Gunston 500 days, he'd always just stay with local families. And, yeah, we love that tradition. I think it makes it a more personal experience, too.
It's awesome, yeah. I mean, I think back in 2016, he housed me, and then recently, like the last couple of years, he's came over for the U.S. Open in California in the summer times, and he stayed at my house, I think, a couple times. So I was super stoked that they allowed me to stay at their place again this year. But I've been hanging out with the Myers mentorship crew, so like Nat Young and Levi and Alyssa Spencer. But here we got a ride from Dunphy.
Well, let's have a look if American Dunphy is looking for a barrel and finds a few sections. Maybe a sign of what's to come later in the forecast, Mr. Mike Frew, because we are expecting that southwesterly buster tomorrow. That's going to just straighten up the sandbar a little more, and there's still plenty of swell on tap in our waiting period here.
Yeah, I tell you what, I was looking at the Surfline forecast this morning, and there's probably 2 mornings coming up where I'll throw it out there, Gigs. I think we could have a solid 6 to 8 foot morning potentially, And with that tide's low in the morning. Over the next couple of days, we're going to see low tide at 8 and 9 o'clock in the morning. And all we need is some solid sets, and we might see some nice thick barrels, which is what it's known for here. You've been here a couple of years. You would have surfed all the breaks around here, and you know what it's like when it gets solid. It's a nice thick barrel when it's on.
For sure. I mean, even just today, there was a lot of push. It was pushing me into the rocks. I actually cut up my toes a little bit. But last year was cooking, man. That was like some of the most fun Ballito I've ever surfed. But everyone always looks at the, was it 2011 swell when John and Pat Gadauskas were getting backdoor tubes that were huge. Like, that'd be pretty crazy if that was the case here. I don't have boards for that.
Well, you've got a good ding repair guy, that's for sure.
I'll have to call up Justin and hopefully maybe give me a step up or two.
Well, we've slipped under 5 minutes remaining, and really the scorecard, no movement over the last few minutes as we yarn on all the fun stuff about traveling the world. But Levi Slauson in a firm position here with the 817 and the 753. Georgie Pitar, for his caliber, a soft backup score there for now, Mark.
Yeah, I mean, look, you want to build a heat, and I really feel like while we've been talking, as you said, nothing's happened. We had an explosive first 5 to 8 minutes of this heat, and gigs similar to one of those earlier heats we called. It's about a 20-minute lull that we've had. So sets every 15 or maybe 10 to 15 minutes. We seem to be in one of those lulls at the moment with just a couple medium-sized waves coming through.
Well, inside track for Dunphy. Will he go to the air? Yes, he will. Just not putting it in underneath again. So just awkward on the landing. Back to the drawing board. And he may, with that fourth priority, just sort of move around a little bit. We might see him veer off to the left of screen. But for now, he needs to stretch out and find a 7.77 in the lineup. Maxime Huskino has also sat really quiet for a while, holding that priority, so maybe the chance for the door to open. Meanwhile, let's have a look at the heat recap of what has unfolded here. And it was Georgie Pitar early on that really got things moving.
I like that second turn, the way he fled the tail out. Then we had Levi Slauson. This was the one that set the tone for the heat. Stomped that thing and stomped an 817. Then he backed it up with this, another little air. Here we go, and I think that was the 753, if I'm not mistaken, and went into a second turn. Not able to quite hang on to that, but all the money was done on the wave in terms of the air, and that positions the heat and the leaderboard as we see it right now. Can I ask another question, Nolan, before the heat winds down here? Obviously, with Ballito being now after Jeffreys Bay, J-Bay's already happened. What do you, and a long gap now with the Olympics happening before the Huntington event. What are your plans after Ballito, wherever you finish up?
You know, I've kind of just kept it in the air a little bit. I would love to go to Namibia. I mean, obviously J-Bay is like a perfect spot to go to, but as a goofy footer, if there's a swell going there, I don't see why you wouldn't go there when you're already across the world, you know? Like, it'd be stupid not to get some time over there and have some of the waves of your life. But we'll see. We'll play it by year. I always love being home because we travel so much, you know? I mean, after U.S. Open, we're going to have a long leg from Portugal to Brazil, and, you know, sometimes that can get a little bit tiring, but We'll play it by ear for sure. I mean, I'm definitely staying at the right place with the locals, so that they'll have me locked into some good waves for sure.
I happen to know a person that's very, very dialed into the forecast there, and that'll be able to give you a lot of tips. I'm not sure if I can say it on the forecast, but he is in the general area of the Ballito Pro and close to us at the moment. I'll let you know after the heat.
Down to under 2 minutes to go. And still no movement on the scorecard as we approach 90 seconds. Levi Slauson, Georgie Pitar on their way to the round of 32. Unless Maxime Huskino finds a 6.91 in the lineup, he does have the priority. And a couple of lines approaching here, so a last roll of the dice here for Dunphy as well. He's got to go into the 7.77s and beyond, and he'll be frustrated with that. And, well, back to the drawing board for Dunphy on the Challenger Series. He has a big moment for Maxime Huskino. Slams it, not right up in the top corner, dare I say. Sort of 2/3 of the way up. Single maneuver. Can he knock on the door for 6.91 with that? I'll throw that back to you, Mark. You can answer that question.
Gigs,
Giggs is famous for throwing me under the bus in the last 45 seconds of the heat. It's his heat strategy with his fellow commentator. But I'm not sold on that one. I'm not sure if it's the 6.91 that is required. George Pitar has possibly surfed a stronger heat here, not by too much. But Levi Slauson with that 8.17 and the 7.53 Giggs, he's got this heat on lock.
Well, Maxime, who's going to wait for that score to settle? Talking points of that big maneuver is there wasn't a lip line up at the top. It was more sort of a whitewater foam bash. So perhaps not getting the number, and to confirm that he won't. So numbers are official. We're up to date, and we're down to the last 10 seconds of this. But a good air show nonetheless from Levi Slauson. And we're looking forward to seeing where he goes in the next round here at Ballito. We are expecting continual swell to pump for the remainder of our waiting period. And it's looking like if nothing changes, the numbers will settle with George Pitar on his way to the next round as well. And yeah, they were good value heat all round, albeit a few slower patches in that. And great to have Nolan Raposa in for a couple of key comments and some good opinions, and of course some good info on all of the food as well. Official results here for us. Levi Slauson with the 8.17 and the 7.53. Georgie Pitar goes with him to the next round. We'll lose Maxime Huskino and Michael Dunphy from the draw here in Ballito. And, well, they'll be packing their bags and on their way back to California. And, well, Nolan Raposa, you'll be staying because thanks for joining us in the booth. It's been super fun to chat. And good luck for the rest of the event. Cheers, mate.
Thank you, boys. Lock up, brew.
Shot brew, and well, yeah, Nolan, you'll be getting ready for the round of 32, so we'll be looking forward to that. We trust that you're enjoying the show. Stay with us. It's the World Surf League's Challenger Series. More to come. Stay with us.
Come here with respect, you're always going to have respect back. Also, the wave itself can put you in your place. Beautiful Ballito, 3 p.m. in the afternoon. And the heats continue here in the second round of the men's draw. Round of 64, heat 15 starting to unfold. Welcome to beautiful Ballito. Giggs Cilliers alongside Mark Frew for the call. And another entertaining heat coming your way. Matthias Hurdy, former world junior champion. Someone that is no problem going to the air, one of the best at it. And he'll have just paid a little attention to that previous heat as he makes his way back out, and he'll take on Winter Vincent, who's already found a 4.17 in the lineup. And well, look out for surfing from Dimitri Polis, the American out of Ventura, California. And then also the Japanese surfer in Rauro Ito. It's a good afternoon as we continue the show.
Yeah, the penultimate heat of the day. What a beautiful day it is in Ballito. Giggs, a perfect winter afternoon on the Kwadukuza coastline of KZN.
Yep, the Dolphin Coast, they call it. Absolutely crystal clear water, see-through clear with visibility. And of course, lots of marine life, some good fishing as well. Tons of dolphins going past, and just a glorious place to be. Subtropical temperate climate. And the rest of the country, it is midwinter in the southern hemisphere. Everybody a little chilled, but well, the people that were clever enough to book their holidays to the seaside resort of Ballito. Well, they'll be having a great time here with us as we get the approach to the line from Dimitri Polis, rock solid surfing, and he'll get his opening score for us.
He absolutely knifed through that one. Generated a ton of speed, positioned the board perfectly on that closeout thick lip here at Ballito. And I really enjoyed that ride, Giggs. It was a solid opener there for Dimitri.
Lovely hack there coming into screen from Matthias Hurdy as well, who's just pulling the trigger already, wave 3, looking for answers in the lineup. But you saw Dimitri Polis's banner there, ranked 15th coming here to Ballito. Kiriva 25th at Snapper Rocks, a 9th in Narrabeen. We're looking for more from Dimitri Polis in 2024. And can he go all the way? A bunch of young Americans making the push at the Challenger Series level as well.
Giggs, this heat's pretty loaded, and at the top of the heat, let's just check this out. It's Dimitri Polis's first wave. That's the one I really liked. Did you see I lip-lined that thing? He really got the board up there, and a difficult maneuver, especially with the way breaks on that bank, and the speed that he took into that projected him through the turn and confidently rode it out. So if you go into those things too late, Giggs, you have no chance, but he went into it with real power, and it showed as he hit the lip.
Dimitri Polis, solid leg work there as well. Lower center of gravity, driving his board through that. We're expecting a good number. That'll set the pace for the heat. Nothing other than that, really. Well, there it is. It's going to be a 5-point ride, so smack in the middle of the scale. But a single turn, that's okay. He'll bank that for now. And again, Matthias Hurdy has found a 5.5 also for literally a single snap in the pocket. So, as we mentioned, tide filling in this afternoon. Not as much of a lip line. Been a couple of softer opportunities. And there's a big pop there for Winter Vincent, who had a solid run yesterday in the opening round of competition, Mark.
He should have. He's one of the O'Neill team riders at this event, all the way from Australia. And I know he's got a lot of support back home that have dialed in to watch the heat late at night there. And he's actually traveling with his mom here in Ballito. They came across, and he had a great heat yesterday. Paul Canning and the O'Neill crew all down there actually on the beach for this heat. And they're enjoying some great surfing. Giggs, just something I want to point out that's just started in this heat. You see how there's a little bit of a ruffle, a tiny bit of a ruffle of wind from right to left on the screen. That's the start of that southwesterly wind. It's not quite a cold front, but it's a weather system that's going to start making its way into Ballito over the next 24 hours. And that is what we expect to bring the swell.
So a southwest buster surf line forecasting for tomorrow's conditions. Of course, a little bit to get through before we get there, but very similar patterns of geography when we compare it to the east coast of Australia. You know, those regions in New South Wales and, of course, up to Queensland. And, well, the southwest busters, what they do for us here is that buster starts blowing, and within 6 hours it's ushering in a whole new energy loop of swell.
So we're expecting that, having a look at that surf line forecast again, just to get up to sort of 10 to 15 knots tomorrow morning, if the forecast holds, and then going into the 25 to 30 knot range from midday tomorrow. And what that does is it brings the southerly swells up here, those big, thick, grunting ground swells. And you know what else that does, Giggs? It brings a bit of sand.
Brings sand. It also starts to blow the sardine shoals that are out at sea up the coast as well. That is a phenomena that happens. It's a strong tourist attraction these days as well along the entire KwaZulu-Natal coast. And of course, well covered by documenting by National Geographic and such. But an incredible marine ecosystem in this part of the world. And as I say, strong attraction from the diving community, the fishing community. And then, well, of course, if you know where to go, on what tides, on what banks, then plug in with the local surf community and just sneak yourself a trip down here, because as a surfer, there's plenty on offer as well. Well, talking about lots to offer, let's go down and hear from the winner of that last heat, a high-value entertainment heat, be it at that.
Okay, Levi, that's the highest heat total of the event. Both waves going to the air. Chat through those two aerials with us.
Yeah, it was a fun heat, super stacked heat. I knew I was going to have some tough competition out there. the start didn't really go how I was planning to go. I actually missed a wave with priority, which I haven't done since I was really young. So that was a little bit weird for me to start like that. But then I just, I kept myself composed, and I got 2 waves and stuck to my plan of doing a couple errors and doing a couple turns. And I'm just having fun. Really happy to be back in Africa. This is like one of my favorite places in the world. So I'm just enjoying my time and having some surfs.
Nice. And I know you had to get your board fixed just before this heat by local Justin Sykes. What happened with that?
Yeah, I broke my board yesterday on my heat on one of my last waves. Probably the best board I've maybe ever had, so it was kind of a bummer. But yeah, the local boys here, I know Shane and Shane Sykes and his family, and they're all really nice. And yeah, they offered to fix my board, and they actually brought it down right before my heat. I didn't end up riding it because I felt a little weird hopping straight onto a fixed buckled board in a heat, so I switched to one of my other boards, which I have a lot of really good boards, luckily. So I was fortunate to get the board done by those guys, and hopefully I'll have it for the rest of the event.
Nice. Well, amazing surfing, and good luck for the next heat.
Thank you.
Well, a 15.7 heat total for Levi Slauson. He's on his way to the round of 32 the next time that comes around. And surfing on point, looking good. And we're looking for more from Levi Slauson. Meanwhile, out in the lineup, let's have a look at it. No real numbers have moved. Coming up to that 20-minute remaining mark, so 1/3 gone, 2/3 to play. And 5.5 for Matteo Hurdy, his talking point. Winter Vincent was quick out the gates for the 417, literally in the first 90 seconds of the heat. Nothing really backing it up. So you see the lineup here. Full tide pretty much right about now. In fact, we've gone just past that high tide mark, so the energy's starting to turn around in the lineup. On that tide turn as well, you mentioned a slight ruffle, a new wind starting to show itself on the face of the Indian Ocean. It's been a quiet heat for Riari Ito, and that is a 2-turn combo that's going to bank quite nicely for our Japanese surfer. A number of Japanese making the trip over again. And of course, it was great to have Hiroto Ohara in the studio earlier today as well. And he's become a real banner bearer for the up-and-coming Japanese crew.
I really enjoyed Riari's first turn there. It reminded me a little bit of Jackson Bunch's heat earlier, where he got the board right up at the lip. And if you listen to Jackson's interview, I don't know if you caught that on the beach gigs, I said to him, you only did the backhand turns. There was no variation in your heat. You didn't go for airs or any other kind of turns. And he said, I know what my strength is, and that's what I was surfing to. And look at this first turn, right up at the lip. You couldn't have got more critical in that first turn. Backs it up very quickly with the second one, Gigs. Nice ride there from Surfing White from Japan.
2-turn combos has been the theme through all of yesterday on smaller conditions. Today, that swell ramping up a bit here in Ballito. We'll just see where that number goes, because that'll bring him into the mix. Pretty much everybody other than Matthias Hurdy still lacking a backup score, and then, well, everyone beyond that. I want to see some 6s and 7s out of the lineup before this 18 minutes is done. But for now, we'll just sit back and wait for that number. And I've got a feeling it's going to be, well, it could end up being perhaps the best number of the heat.
It wasn't the biggest wave. It wasn't. It was, I'd call it a medium set wave for our Japanese competitor. This is a better looking, if you had to call it a set wave. Oh, look at that. Dimitri Polis, 2 big hacks. And he rides out of the second one. Gigs, I didn't think he was going to come out of that foam. How's as the wave carried on, the projection of water from that turn was still coming down from the atmosphere that he threw it into.
Yeah, strong surfing from Dimitri Polis. We saw it in that first turn off the lip. Now his second wave's going to bring him right into the story. He opened with a 5-pointer. We'll bring that replay and look at the trajectory down the line here.
Yeah, so he's generating a lot of speed, gets up onto the lip, and the real money turn on that wave was that second one. He was right on the lip line, almost a floater effect. He was on top of the barrel there as it was coming over onto the explosion on the sandbank. And
well, that was a rail driving floater with a bit of redirect.
It really was. It was impressive. And Gigs, it's difficult to ride that thing down, because as that reverberation of the white water comes back at you off that sandbank, we've seen many surfers, some of the most talented in the world, get unstuck on that closeout turn. And Dimitri riding it out nice and strong. You can see from his body language, nice and compact, low down on his board. And I think that is definitely going to come into play for the heat.
Well, better numbers starting to make their way to the scorecard now. This is Matthias Hurdy just grinding out a couple more turns on the inside. He's chosen a smaller wave. This is going to put him right in a little rock cove between a set of rocks. And he'll just work it, a real grindy type of wave from Matthias Hurdy. And that's okay. That'll just keep his scorecard moving. He's got to improve on a 4.8 now. You feel now that the pace has been set by Dimitri Polis with a 7-point ride coming into the card. So now we're into the double digits for the heat leader with 12 points made up of a 7 and a 5. So something for everyone to chase, and Matthias Hurdy will want to replace a score. And that was a little bit of a grovelly working wave, no real action in the lip from him. But there are those numbers confirmed, a panel of 5 judges. One of them going as high as a 7.5, but averaging out for the flat 7.
Giggs, it's incredible how much these heats ebb and flow. You know, it goes through a bit of a lully section of the heats. Then you get a couple of minutes with big explosive turns on set waves like this. And the heats can turn on a dime. We've seen a couple of heats this morning, or even over that lunchtime period, where we don't have anyone catching any waves of significance for up to 15 minutes. Then one wave will come, someone will do an air, there'll be a big turn, and it just ignites everyone else in the heat, and suddenly we've got so much to talk about.
Well, the Californian on screen from Ventura, and making his second visit to Ballito here. Last year got a 9th, so campaigned well here, and then really ramped it up with a semi-finals in Portugal. So starting to make his impact on the Challenger Series. Saw signs of him last year, Dimitri Polis. Looking forward to seeing what he can bring to the 2024 visit here to South Africa. No great numbers from a 9th in Narrabeen, 25th for the first one, so that's the throwaway. Of course, 6 stops all in all, and you can drop 2 and count 4. So Dimitri Polis in the discussion on the Challenger Series for the year ahead.
So let's look at who's got priority right now. It's Winter Vincent. He's in 4th place in the heat. He's going to have to use that priority quite cleverly now going into the second half of the heat, Gigs.
Well, 14 minutes, just over 14 minutes to go. Scorecard is up to date. We'll wait for that next set to approach here in Ballito. We'll take a quick break from it. We trust that you're all enjoying the show. It's a perfect beach day in Ballito. Stay with us. We'll be back for more as we continue at the Challenger Series.
The Hydro board short is something that I've used for quite some time now. One of the main key factors still is the no tie fly. It's comfortable, it's convenient, and it works. Ultimately, what I'm looking for in a board short would have to be comfort and then convenience. If you add those two things together with a spice of color, you've got the perfect board short.
Challenger Series action coming at you from beautiful Ballito on the east coast of South Africa. It's a good afternoon. Gig Cilliers and Mark Frew making the call with a little over 12 minutes to go as we start moving to the tail end of the second round of the men's draw. And before the break, Dimitri Polis had fetched a 7, put himself in a very strong position to look for the heat advance to the next round. Of course, 4-man heats, first and second advance each time, third and fourth fall away. No second chances here on the Challenger Series. Let's have a look at what unfolded during the break.
This was Winter Vincent looking to get on the board. and get a solid score to try and attack the positioning in the heat. It was a much smaller wave than what we've seen the rest of the guys get, so I'm not sure how that's going to factor in. While Matthias Hurdy, second placed, goes for the big air. Had he landed that, we've seen those big technical ones like the last heat score big. But for me, looking at those two waves that we missed during the ad break there, Gigs, Winter Vincent's small to medium-sized wave with kind of average turns, and then Matthias Hurdy getting a slightly bigger one, going for a big boost there, not landing, so it's not going to go into his top two.
Well, how's this for a little surprise? Nice little tube ride as well for your heat leader. So it's all fun. It's all good.
Dimitri Paulus has certainly got the magnet out there at the moment. He's getting all the little nuggets and even gets a little cover up there, Gigs.
Beautiful warm water conditions. The visibility is high. It's the Mozambique current just bringing in all that warm water. So just, you know, perhaps surfers using thin 2 mil wetsuits at best. But you can pretty much do a heat in a pair of board shorts if you really had to.
Oh, absolutely. It's not too cold out there. Actually, Jadson Andre, I was surfing with him on Tuesday, I think, and the water was kind of chilly, and all the guys he was the only one out there in board shorts, and Sheon Crawford and Cade Matson were asking him how it is, and he was like, nah, boys, I think you could probably do a heat in boardies. It is a little bit chilly, though. Gigs, looks like a score's dropped in there for Winter Vincent. It's come in a little bit better than what I thought the judges would have thrown at it, but it's put him in the mix.
Well, that first turn, very technical as he just shimmied that hips and legs in underneath that first snap, brought the completion two-turn combo for a 6.07. That becomes his highlight score, but it's that 417 now that he's got to work on, which was his opening ride, and just a marginal improvement on that, but he is chasing down the second place that currently Matthias Hurdy is occupying, and Matthias Hurdy's no slouch, and you know that Matthias Hurdy could improve on a 4.8. Let's have a look at the Brazilian, the young talent, snapping away. This is an inside wave for him, and well, three-turn combo. The last turn a little soft. You see the frustration. Going to claim it anyway because there were two quite sparky turns at the beginning of that run.
So priority is with Riato Itu, with Winter Vincent in second priority as we wait for the scores to drop in for Matthias. See if that was enough to try and snatch that lead from Dimitri Paulus.
Well, let's have a look. Priority being used down the line. Ito's not going to be able to pull into the tube, so he'll go back to the drawing board. We saw two surfers getting going. Winter Vincent a little further over to the south end of the break. He might have found a section to slam into. We'll pull back the tape and have a look at that. 8.5 minutes to go. Plenty of time still, and everybody in the mix here.
So Winter Vincent finds a set wave, goes up at it. A lot of flare, tweaks the tail out at the top of that turn. Solid wave, that, Gigs, and as we can see, there's still a lot of energy out there in the ocean this afternoon.
Well, we alluded to him getting rid of the 417, and perhaps he's done that with that single turn. It was fairly inverted. Not the most solid lip line to attack, but there was some crunch up there, and he managed to hit it with a good angle. So we'll see where the judges go with that score. Well, judges' scorecard open for Matthias Hurdy, Winter Vincent, and Ariari Ito. Not seeing much going to change on Ito's scorecard. And meanwhile, look what's happened. Priority all the way back to the heat leader again.
So Winter Vincent is a tall guy, Gigs. He's probably 6'3", and if we get another replay of that wave, it was well overhead for him, so you can get a gauge of the type of swell that's out here in Ballito at the moment. Oh, I thought we were winding up for something big there from our heat leader, Dimitri Paulus. He was coiling up for a big launch, but I think in his mind he didn't get that little ramp section that he was quite looking for. So he'll be back out there.
Definitely seeing a little bit more consistency to the lineup again as we've passed through the hard side mark. The bay starting to drain out a bit, pockets cleaning up. Here is our Japanese surfer down in fourth place, and well, he'll go back to the drawing board again. There's still 7 minutes. We've seen heats turn around very, very quickly. We saw Levi Slauson switch a heat from fourth to first in just 2 minutes in the heat previous. Here goes the Australian. And everybody appreciating his surfing here in Ballito. A little bit lazy there for the end turn. We're still waiting for a score from Winter Vincent, that big single vertical hit.
He's got a beautiful style, very fluid surfing, quite a lanky guy, and he takes a big frame into the turns, and accentuates the end sections and throws a bunch of spray. So I'm to see what that score comes in at, Gigs.
Well, Dylan Moffat keeping a close eye on things. He's got his tough heat too. Luke Thompson, the South African, is going to be in it, along with former championship tour surfer Ian Gentile, not making the cut. So this is the story of the Challenger Series. A lot of names you'll recognize and a lot of new ones putting their hand up. And that's what we love about the Challenger Series. Of course, 7 qualifying series regions, all pushing their talent. And then, well, you've got the Championship Tour emptying half the bus and getting rid of those passengers after Margaret River. So it all just converges here. And we love what the Challenger Series brings to the level of the sport. And it's tangible across all the tiers of competition.
Absolutely. When you say bus, every time I think you're going to throw another question at me.
We're taking it easy on you. There is your South African Luke Thompson taking out the QS 1000 Ballito Open presented by Flohos a couple days ago, getting a few reps in as far as heats here in Ballito for 2024. Saw him as a wild card last year in J-Bay as well. And Luke Thompson did a lot of surfing in the area before relocating down to the other side of the country to Cape Town. And looking forward to seeing what he brings.
Gigs, I don't have the full heat draw in front of me right now, but am I correct in saying that we just have Luke Thompson and Luke Schleipen still in the draw in terms of South Africans on the men's side?
We'll do a stock take at the end of it all in the post-show and figure it out. But it's been a big day where we took the field of 64 and we've cut it in half, 4-man heats with 2 advancing each time. And at the end of this, we'll be down to 32 men in the draw. Here's Matthias Hurdy, meanwhile, who's bumped down into 3rd now. Care of that big maneuver to the lip for Winter Vincent, a 6.3, has managed for the Australian to now steal the lead as we come inside the last 5 minutes.
All right, so they took a long time to drop that score. It was just that one big hit, Gigs. In my opinion, the biggest single wave that we've had of the heat is a 6'3" frame of Winter Vincent that went into that turn. It was well overhead for him. He buried the rail on the bottom turn and hit the top section. As you say, it wasn't a fat or like a really thick lip there, but that was enough to rocket up into the lead. And you're sitting in 4th for a good 15 minutes of the heat.
Well, 4 minutes to play. Matthias Hurdy now looking for a 6.23 in the lineup. Let's have a look at the heat recap. It was a quick start for Dimitri Polis. That big single turn would get him underway with a 5-point ride. He'd quickly back it up with a couple of strong moves to the lip here, including the 7-pointer.
Yeah, that was the power wave of the heat so far. Really went over that big barrel section. This is Winter Vincent on the 6.07. The judges really liked that end turn. This was the bigger wave. He got that big power gouge and rides that out. Just a 1 turn for a 6.3.
So that's how the leading scores have been built in this heat. Matthias Hurdy and Riora Ito are chasing the numbers now as we go down a little over 3 to go. They've both got the same requirements, by the way, 6.28 requirement. And, well, let's see how this one pairs out. Got a feeling that Matthias Hurdy... We're just going to a replay while we were recapping there, folks. We'll just pull the tape back for another roll of the dice. That's going to be another score coming Winter Vincent's way. Meanwhile, sparky snap from Dimitri Polis, the Californian. Strong legwork there, hammering into that junction at the end of that smaller wave, but pulling the trigger again. They're just not going to just sit there, Mike. They're going to keep the scorecard turning over.
So Winter Vincent had a bit of a shaky start by his standards in this heat, Gigs. He opened with a 4.17, then he had a 0.5, 0.8, and a 1. And at that point, I was like, he's kind of struggling to find his feet out here. But he went out, probably just took a deep breath, reset, and then locked in 2 6s.
Well, meanwhile, Winter Vincent keeps that scorecard turning over, nudges another couple of numbers in his favor, 6.63, his last wave now in his top 2. And just again, just sneaks that lead a little bit out ahead of Dimitri Polis. Here's some urgency now with 2 minutes to go. And Riora Ito is going to be back in the airport soon at King Shaka Airport and thinking about his trip to the US Open of surfing, because we're not seeing him putting numbers together here. It's not impossible, by the way. But it just seems you can almost tell surfers get into a rhythm. Now, talking of rhythm, does Matthias Hurdy, finally holding priority again, it's taken an age for him to get, does he break the pattern? He's been sort of catching smaller to medium-sized waves, and he's been throwing a good repertoire at them, but the smaller, softer lip lines of those waves have not garnered the points for the talented Brazilian.
Giggs, having a look at the jet ski on that wide shot, I thought I saw there might be a set at the back, but I think it's just wind. I'm not sure if we have a solid set coming through. Matthias Hurdy got about a minute or so to try and hang on to that priority. Probably not worth going on a medium-sized one. He needs something in the sort of
still to make his full impact on the global stage. We have seen him showcased as a wild card a number of times. We've seen him quarterfinal in Rio. We've seen him all the way to third place at the CT stop in Mexico, the Corona Open, 2 seasons back. So we know that Matthias Hurdy is the full package. We're just waiting to see. With now 10 seconds to go, we can talk all we like about Matthias Hurdy. Nothing is going to happen as we wind that clock down now, because you have to have a wave underfoot. And all credit to Winter Vincent really sneaking his way through that. And then the highlight score still Dimitri Polis with that flat 7 for the 2 turns.
Yeah, so smart heat. A good recovery there for me for Winter after a bit of a shaky start, Giggs. And the O'Neill crew will be stoked. Another team rider through into the next round at their banner event here in South Africa.
Well, a good afternoon of action here, and we are about to get Heat 16 underway. Heat 15, now an official result and in the can. Winter Vincent and Dimitri Polis are on their way to the round of 32 here at the Ballito Pro. We trust that you are enjoying the show with us. It's been a good one, Mike. It's been some fun calling the heats. And as I say, as the shadows start stretching here, we are teeing up for the final heat of the day's action. We'll call in Paul Evans and Alain Rui, a special guest for the call.
Welcome to Kwadukuza, the destination for all seasons. Nestled on the breathtaking north coast of the Zulu Kingdom, this vibrant town offers something for everyone. Kwadukuza boasts several beaches that have been awarded the prestigious Blue Flag, guaranteeing cleanliness and safety for all visitors. Our inland region offers a world of adventure. Get your adrenaline pumping with thrilling activities like ziplining, hiking and off-road biking, surrounded by the natural beauty of Kwadukuza's landscapes. Kids will love our animal farm, getting up close and personal with friendly animals. Immerse yourself in history as you explore the rich heritage and legacy of great leaders like King Shaka and Chief Albert Lutuli. Conveniently located just a short drive from King Shaka International Airport and Durban International Conventional Center, making it easily accessible for both local and international delegates. With an abundance of world-class accommodation facilities, dining options and attractions nearby, you can truly make the most of your time in this magnificent region. Kwadukuza, the heartbeat of the North Coast.
It's a very good afternoon from the Ballito Pro, presented by O'Neill. Last heat of the day to wrap up. It's been a really fun day of competition. In the studio, of course, we've saved the very most finest special of guests for last. Alain Ryu, welcome, mate.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
How's your day going? You're here in a role as a coach of the French Federation. Good day for France. We've got some French surf in the water right now. So far, so good? Or?
Yeah, this could make it better.
So also joined by Mike Frew, of course, to break everything down here, and a really important heat out in the water. Last one of the day. It's been really fun. The wind stayed light, conditions have been good, but check out the talent in the water. Recently, of the CT Ian Gentile from Hawaii taking on Justin Becret of France, Luke Thompson of South Africa, a very highly rated South African. He'll be carrying the hopes of that great surfing nation. Also, Dylan Moffat, the Aussie, who packs all sorts of explosive maneuvers. So looking forward to seeing how this one plays out in the next 27 minutes or so. Looks like we've got a small number to come in for Justin. How's he feeling at the moment? He's relaxed, he's calm. How's Becrae going?
He's doing really good. He's here with his dad and his brother and some friends. So he's got a bit of an entourage, and he's feeling good, and probably helps him to be more relaxed. Didn't bring his coach to this event because I think he was in Brazil for most of it, but he's been really good. He's super strong.
Yeah, Dogmarsh didn't make it over this year. He came to Africa for about 2 months last year, so he's here in Ballito, went to J-Bay, and then he went bush. He got a big 4x4, went off-road, took his son with him, had an amazing trip. So look, almost too much Africa last year for Dog. He's just missing this one out. I'm sure he'll be tuning in to see how Becrae gets on out in the water in a tough heat, but already a banger of a start. Look at that number in, 6.67 for him. So absolutely ripping in early doors, and a great way to get points on and put a little extra pressure and pile it on. You've been waiting all day for a heat, and when it comes, if you can open up strong like that. And otherwise, Alain, you're here with the role as coach, so you're just helping your French surfers go through, prepare for heats. And the Challenger Series has been a platform for you guys to really concentrate and do work with your top athletes. But in the meantime, let's have a look at this replay here from Justin. What did he do?
Wow, what a good start. Like, you love to start like that. Strong finish. Judges love to see that, and put it all together really nicely.
Yes, so tell us about your program you got going on. You're over here. What surfers are you working with?
Well, I'm employed by Surfing Friends, so whoever wants to work with me, whoever needs anything, I'm available for them, for whoever's French. And then, but who's committed for this event, I'm with Charlie Kivran and Mihimana and Gatien Delay.
Gatien has had a good run in Ballito. He seems to be quite comfortable at this location.
He is. Well, his second place was like, he's burst out to the big scene, but he's most comfortable in left, but he makes it happen. He loves when he's like switching and moving.
All right, Becrae having a paddle there. Really wanted that wave. Wave didn't want him. Still super glassy here. Very smooth indeed. That tide just running out of touch now. We had high water around about an hour or so ago. And right now, this one just draining off the bank a touch. Let's go down and hear from the winner of the last heat to get some info from what happened right out in the water with Emma Smith.
Winter, I feel like the conditions are pretty different to the QS heats you were surfing a few days ago. Did that throw your strategy, or how are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm feeling good. I was pretty nervous for that heat. Had some big names in there. And yeah, the conditions have gotten a lot better. All throughout today, it was really nice and glassy. And it's gone a bit bigger as well, so I stepped up to bigger board, 6.0, and yeah, feeling good.
Nice. And is there anything you want to say to friends and family back home who've been staying up watching you?
Yeah, thanks for everyone staying up late and watching me and cheering me on. Appreciate everyone back home. Thank you, guys.
Well done. Good luck for the next heat.
Winter Vincent looking polished as ever, very calm and relaxed. Couple of sixes good enough to get it done for him. A 6 for Becrae in this one opens up his account. Otherwise, a bit sleepy this one. Nothing to really get that excited about. We're still waiting for Gentile, Thompson and Moffat to fire to life. Let's see what they can get going. It's the last heat of the day. You've got to sit around and watch it all go down, or whether you're tuning in from home and just sort of try not to watch it too much, but you know you're going to have to come down and perform. So it's asking a slightly different side of that mental strategy. Then obviously, if you can come in straight out the gates, tear into one, as Becrae has done, that's going to feel pretty good. And overall, Alan, in terms of the surfing that you've seen on the Challenger Series, particularly at this stop, you're in Australia as well, right? How are you impressed with the level of surfing that's going on?
Really impressed. Like, a lot of kids doing really good, and a lot of names that you haven't heard before, and they just boom straight into it. Like,
we tend to think surfers that fallen off the CT, they're probably like that little class above. They're going to come down and it's going to be, you know, not easy for them, but they're going to be able to make relatively short work. But it's not really necessarily been that way. And you're getting surfers, I mean, like take Winter Vincent, for example, names that maybe aren't such big established names, coming up against veterans and doing the job.
Yeah, it's interesting to see, because usually it takes a few years for them to get used to it, see what the judges want, get their surfing level up to there, and then we've seen like a lot of like young kids the first year on the Challenger Series, and they're having big results. Like on the Gold Coast too, it was Dakota Walters, like really impressed me, and Winter Vincent and couple of other names, but it's really interesting to see, and keeps the older ones on their toes.
In terms of what you've been doing today and your role as a coach, what have you been telling your surfers? What kind of insights have you had for them prior to the heats? And what does a typical day look like for you when you arrive at the beach as a coach as opposed to a competitor?
It's a lot longer as a coach. You get here on dark, and because they all got different schedule, and some want to surf really early, some want to surf a bit later. But I'd say mainly my role is to help them pick an option and listen, see where they are, where they want to sit, and how they want to start, and help them identify what the judges want to see. Because you'd think they always want to see the same thing, but from one day to another, from one location to another, they tend to want to see different things. And it's just those guys are top athletes. So I'm more here to, they might have doubts, and I just support them in one direction more than the other one. But they have their plan. They know what they're doing. They're pro athletes. So I'm just helping if I see a little thing here and there. But
you did a great job with Gatian, obviously, earlier today. And how was his prep this morning? And was there anything specific that you think he might have done different that got him through that heat?
Gatian likes to sleep in, and I've been trying to wake him up early every morning. Come for the early, come and do the free surf at the contest size. Oh, it's too crowded. I don't want to do it. But he's really comfortable with that, and he likes doing that. He came and did his free surfing, but with the Rashi on. But he's really confident. He's got his own game plan, and he doesn't get influenced by what others say or think. And I think that's what worked with him.
He had a great heat this morning, and he actually mentioned that. He said, "I don't like to get up early." In his interview, I think on the beach this morning, and I was laughing at it because I was thinking, man, sunrise is the best time here in KZN, and it's when you got to get up and surf. Our surfing is not in the afternoon; it's in the morning. So we always get a bit of onshore or a choppy wind in the afternoon. You got to get up when you're surfing here.
This is a good afternoon.
This is true. This is true. If you compare it to yesterday, for sure. But quite a sleepy start to the heat. Giggs and I have been doing the last 4 heats or so, and it seems to be set only every 10 to 15 minutes. So you really got to be in the right position and take advantage of it. It's slowed down through the day. Can you see on the screen there's those swells that are starting? We're going to see a lot more of that over the next 2 days as it switches to more of a southerly ground swell. And you're going to have these lulls. And the last 2 days we've been relying on a bit of an easterly swell to create those peaks, whereas the next 2 days and into the rest of the events, I think it's going to turn into more of these ground swell type of lines we're starting to see this afternoon.
Are we going to see more waves near the rock there?
Definitely, and I actually reckon we're going to see some possibly 6 to 8 foot waves in the next 2 days.
Luke Thompson live action here, just clawing his way across this one and opens up. Quick whip off the top, keeps the board alive off the bottom. Goes nice and vert there with a ton of speed and projection and a really good finish. So you wait for a while, maybe nerves start to play a little bit, start to second guess yourself. That's how you respond. A great wave from Luke.
He has been on such a tear the last 3 months, Paul. He came back from the Challenger Series a little bit disappointed with his results in Australia. Didn't have the best results. The best South African there was Jordy Marie. I think he got a 9th at that Sydney event. But he came back, he reset, and since then he's won the QS 1000 in Durban. He went and he won the J-Bay Trials. He came back here and he's now just won the QS 1000 presented by FloJo's, which was earlier this week. And he really seems to have a great rhythm. He's picked a good set wave to start his account in this heat. That first turn was actually very similar to the turn he did to win the FloJo's QS 1000. He looks back at the beach. I know he's confident and happy with that. Elaine, what did you think of that as from like a coach's kind of perspective, not a judge?
That was a really good start. If you wait like almost 10 minutes, you're happy to start with that wave. He made the most of that. You don't see many waves with 3 turns, and that was like 3 good turns. So I wouldn't be surprised if he went in almost excellent range.
Yeah, that last manoeuvre as well, I didn't overcook it, did he? Seen a lot of people go down on that turn. He waited all that time. He just made sure he got it done. I'm not going to say nursed it, but he was just like slightly careful with the place, and I think that's pretty smart. He's going to get a good number.
Luke actually won the Pro Junior here a couple of years ago. I think he was 14 or 15 at the time. He was a good 3 years younger than the top surfers in that division. He was still a real youngster, and his mom came to us and said, look, what happens is after the Pro Juniors, the event moves on, all the Challenger Series type of people arrive, and the juniors aren't allowed on that surface deck. And we actually had to get Luke special permission to get onto that deck to hang with the surfers, which was pretty cool. And he's really just grown as a surfer and a person since then.
Look at Ian Gentile having a paddle there, Scratch, trying to get his campaign going here. Of course, he kicked off the season on the Championship Tour. Had a great year last year. Didn't go quite his way this year, but he started off all right at home in Hawaii at the Pipeline. Looking back, he's such a cool, cruisy customer. Doesn't feel any pressure. And some nice vision on some backdoor nugs for Ian Gentile. Third place finish for him. An excellent result to kick off the season. And you're thinking from there, particularly in view of what he was able to do last year, expecting big things from him, but his campaign after this pipe showing run out of steam a little bit. Ian Gentile all the way for a semi-finish on the North Shore to kick things off. Lexus Pipe Pro open up the 2024 season. We know all about the quality he's got. Some sort of slightly enigmatic, I would say, as a competitive surfer. We try and read into surfers and figure them out. It's quite hard to you can't really put him in a box. Like, what kind of surfer is he? Even in and around like the athlete zone, you don't really see him getting too hyped. I think he's quite low key.
Really low key. He's really quiet. He's
sometimes you see him come in. He looks like he might work in the media or something. He doesn't even necessarily look like a surfer. You know, he's not got the big headphones and kind of jumping up and down with elastic bands. He's just like, yeah. Very low-key energy. I like it.
He doesn't really hang out with all the Hawaiians or all the Brazilians, or because he's a bit of both, and he's got his own program and he sticks to it, and he surprised everyone last year. Rookie of the Year.
Maybe he's an undercover agent. Who knows? he's a mystery man. He's an electrifying surfer. Let's see if we can get him a wave. Good number in for the South African Thompson, 7.33. So really, really good. We touched on that patient start. That's kind of forced on you, really. There's no decision to make when no waves come through, so you just got to sit there. But when a wave does pop up, being in the spot's half the job, but then performing on it too. And that's a great number for Luke Thompson. So Becrae and Thompson, are we feeling the more positive about things? All right, here goes Gentile. What's he got for us?
His first wave on the halfway mark.
And down the line and blowing out the tail. Without too much of a backswing, getting that rotation completed. Very close to rocks on the inside, so he'll open up here. And again, not looking particularly...
On the rocks now, look at that.
That's not
They
what
are
you
tricky. A
see.
lot of surfers got stuck on them dink boards. Got a few stitches. I don't know if you saw Mikey McDonough.
Mikey, yeah, I saw him this morning.
So you're paddling back out, and all of a sudden
sketchy.
the sort of ocean drains sideways. And he just did well just to sort of roll off the board there, not duck dive into dry reef. I think he's fine. He'll be pretty accustomed, of course, to surfing over reef with the shallow finger paddle. As he makes his way out, they'll get a number come his way. How are we going to compare that to what Justin and Luke got?
Wave looked a little smaller, and you know he forced that a little bit. I had to see it coming just under, but first carve a bit slower, check turn, and he knows he's got to do something big. Throw it in the air, makes it, no problem, but sort of, you know, popped a bit and to the front. It's not really extended. I'd say it coming under those two waves, the two first wave that we saw.
Here's Becrae building up some speed here. What's he got for us? Hits it hard, it stays hit, and again he'll tag it and just click out the tail. So that's his second number. Meanwhile, Moffat gets involved. Nice tweak out of the tail, just dips that tail back towards the beach and then recovers it super clean. Just that one quick hit from him, and I think that will be relief just to get up and going and get a score on the board. He's sat there for ages.
Yeah, get the feet in your wax, and I like that second wave of Justin too, and that was a big turn for that first wave of Dylan Moffat. That was impressive. He comes out with like really big turns. He's a smaller guy, and then he has a dig at it. I remember seeing him in Portugal, Ericeira, and he was just throwing buckets and doing like really impressive, like stuff you didn't, you know, you weren't waiting on. Like he was really surprising.
In tight spaces particularly, some of those close-out sections you get, just feel he's got so much variety, able to mix it up, to throw different things down, and that surprise element always looks good. There's the squad watching on from the beach. They look pretty happy. Why wouldn't they?
They got their Coronas. They're surfing. So that crew, that's a mix of Ilembe. There's Paul Canning from O'Neill, Dog from Ilembe, Mark Jackson, he's from the Plettenberg Bay area, Barry Campbell. So all the crew come down to support Luke Thompson.
So far, so good for the South Africans. Luke Thompson, their young charge, he's leading this one at the moment with the high score. We'll get a number in for Becret. He'll go back to first shortly, just by virtue of the fact he's the only surfer to get 2 waves. But Luke Thompson, so far, so good. It's been a little bit of a slow burner for our last heat of the day. Let's see if things fire up when we come back from break. More live action from Ballito for the last heat of the day, right after this.
Welcome to Kwadukuza, the destination for all seasons. Nestled on the breathtaking north coast of the Zulu Kingdom, this vibrant town offers something for everyone. Kwadukuza boasts several beaches that have been awarded the prestigious Blue Flag, guaranteeing cleanliness and safety for all visitors. Our inland region offers a world of adventure. Get your adrenaline pumping with thrilling activities like ziplining, hiking and off-road biking surrounded by the natural beauty of Kwadukuza's landscapes. Kids will love our animal farm, getting up close and personal with friendly animals. Immerse yourself in history as you explore the rich heritage and legacy of great leaders like King Shaka and Chief Albert Lutuli. Conveniently located just a short drive from King Shaka International Airport and Durban International Conventional Center, making it easily accessible for both local and international delegates, with an abundance of world-class accommodation facilities, dining options and attractions nearby, you can truly make the most of your time in this magnificent region. Kwadukuza, the heartbeat of the North Coast.
Welcome back to the Challenger Series, a concerted paddle effort. The South African Thompson in motion here. Second wave for him. Clicks the first turn and then tries to just add a little more into his last turn. Possibly caught in two minds whether to push the tail, whether to just try and float that one and bring it down. In the end, does neither. He goes incomplete. It will count for him. Just a second wave. It'll be a small one. He's done good early work. We're starting to get scores filter in for Moffat as well. 9.5 on the clock. Last heat of the day. We're wrapping up the round of 64. We've got Alan Ryu in the studio alongside Mike Fruit. And we have an interested looking heat that's sort of, it's built up with some quality surfing, but not loads of reps. So it feels like surfers aren't going to get loads of opportunities. They will need to try and take them. And mistakes could prove costly. Let's see. A lot of talking points from a big day as well. We've got the Corona Zero post show coming up after this heat. We'll be breaking it all down, the top moments, the big numbers, all of the drama from a big day on the Challenger Series. Here's live surfing from the Australian Moffat, building up speed. And he'll punch that one above the lip. The tail drifts, and it'll be an incompletion for him. So that time will just continue to tick away. All right, can Thompson make amends? Right here, just grabbing another wave real quick and having a swing. An inside section. And he'll just push the tail out there and finish that. Crucially, just needed to finish and just kind of wash off the last wave. Don't think about it too long. He's still very much in this with the high score. But Cray's number for his second wave, just before we went to break, put him in first position. A 5-2-3 for him. Also got a 4-6-7 for Ian Gentile. And Moffat with an identical score as well. So different sort of surfer from those two. It was one turn from Dylan, multiple manoeuvres from Ian, giving us the same score.
We see that a lot. They like to see big turns on big sections. And it's a really slow hit, and probably one of the slowest today. Like, there's been a lot of waves all day, and it's must be hard for those guys out there to sit still and say, where have the waves gone?
They would have been amping to surf after this. There was that heat with Carly Vast. It was pumping, pouring through. They were just throwing down 6s and 7s all over the show in that heat, eh?
It goes to show, obviously, like surfers, you're always keeping an eye on the ocean, kind of taking any sort of info you can. But actually, you know what? It really just depends on the conditions that you get in your heat as well. And you don't want to throw yourself off the scent by kind of chasing ghosts that maybe you saw earlier on in the afternoon or even in the morning. Right now, it's becalmed a bit. There are waves out there, but with 4 surfers in the water, it will be about who can make the most of opportunities. They've all got the surfing level to advance from here. All right, here goes Gentile. What's he got for us? Opens up with a snap using that rail and then just adjusts the feet and tries to blow out the tail above the lip, and that will be an error from him. So we've seen a couple of incompletions on that inside section, and that is uncharacteristic stuff from him. Actually, he's got that 4.67 on the board. That's sort of a job partly done. He really needed to stick something there and get a number, but he will throw that one away and it will hurt his score. All right, cruising into this, Moffat. Then he slashes a layback and then goes up pretty vert and steep, just kind of punches it, stings it.
Ooh,
right on the rocks there. Critical clutch surfing from Moffat, and I think he's realised the sort of heat that he's in, what the conditions are offering, and he's not wasting any time in finding waves now, Mike.
The tide's definitely starting to have an effect now, draining out those last 2 waves. It definitely seemed a little bit hollower than the ones we've seen in previous heats this afternoon, and guys can get up into that critical section. Ian Gentile had a nice little jam there. Pity he couldn't finish off that wave, but it is definitely getting a little bit hollower, presenting some thicker little sections on the inside there, some corners that the guys can get stuck into. And 10 to 15 minutes for every set here, and I think we could be on for a good finish in terms of waves here. A couple sets pouring through at the end of this heat.
Coming back.
Yeah, it'd be nice to get a flurry at this stage, wouldn't it? We need some action. Gentile here is having a swing, and he's behind the section, so he'll just pump around it. It's a smaller one, and he'll open up. Just use the calf, throw up arms. The board stops completely.
You can tell they changed their game plans, and they're all waiting for the bigger ones earlier in the heat. And now it's like, all right, we got to make the most of it. And they're just catching smaller waves and then trying to do bigger turns and sort of forcing the issue a little bit. But they're adapting and they're catching where is on offer, because you can't surf no waves.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see you make these plans and these strategies and kind of envision where you're going to be. But ultimately, if waves don't come, what are you going to do? So, you know, some spots you can kind of paddle to the inside a bit and try and snaffle something. It doesn't really feel like that sort of energy here. It is being patient, but some of these smaller inside waves are seeing everyone push really hard, and they're taking risks. If they come off, they'll get the reward from the points, and otherwise, well, it'll just eat up a little more clock time. Moffat's score puts him in 3rd now, chasing a 5.57. So we've got a 4.17 for his previous to last. His last was just a throwaway. It's still Becret, the Frenchman, leading this. And Luke Thompson's got a good position with that high score, but he needs to work on the backup. Gentile, again, on a bit of a road to nowhere. He'll just flick off there. Thompson's still sitting on that 2.9. You've got to think as soon as he washes that off, he's well on his way. All right, here goes Dylan on a great looking wave. Just extends that floater and then tags it again. It's really technical surfing. Just in terms of points, though, on those maneuvers. The float's cool, landing it, putting it back up, kind of tagging it. It's nice and tidy. Is it going to get you right up there through the scale? Do you know what? He doesn't need to go right up there. 5.57 is the number that he's aiming for. Alan Ryu, if you were a judge, you giving him a 5.57? You're on the spot here.
No, it's, yeah. I'd say just under.
Okay.
We'll see. But
Mike
it
Fruit?
looked...
I like what you say in terms of it wasn't the big maneuvers. You know, the floater, he got nicely up onto the roof of that one. A little bit of an airdrop down, but nothing with incredible flair where we all went, wow, at the end of that wave. And I think you need that sort of factor to go over the sort of 6 or so.
Yeah, 3 minutes and under 30 seconds to go in this now. We're going to get score for Dylan. Otherwise, priority with our heat leader, Justin Becret of France. Second priority with Luke Thompson of South Africa, the youngster in 2nd, who has that massive 7.33. And that really does feel like it's just sort of swelling in size and stature, that 7 at the moment, just compared to what's going down, because we've seen waves that come through that look like they're offering at best 4s, maybe generous 5s, but having a 7 in your back pocket, that's huge right now. 3 on the clock, hang on. Got some energy here. Let's see. So from the other side of the beach, Moffat just happened to be there, and he says, you know what, I'll take this left. And he swings at it hard, gets the board all the way up, and he'll do some snowboard and try and stay on there. And then he basically got in on dry reef, and a little wry chuckle from him. He tried to hang on and show that he's riding out of that, but any further, and I think we would have heard the crunching sound of fiberglass on rock.
Yeah, he did all he could to hang on, but this is incomplete.
So Moffat will find himself all the way on the inside, still with work to do, pending that score to come through. It will be a small number. And he's dry docked a little bit there as well. But this tight up, it's just off the high, and what's happening is it's covering the rocks, but then after each wave, that rip just pulls the water out, and if you happen to be there paddling out, that's not a great place to be as the ocean just kind of disappears. Meanwhile, in the lineup, Bakray still with that priority, and the early work done from him, the 667 right out the gates. Absolutely invaluable for him at the moment with that lead. Thompson still sitting on a 2.9 in his top two, but still good enough for advance. This is a nervy one.
You know, these guys have waited all day to surf this heat, and the nervous energy of probably having to wait the entire day must play a factor here. They've been waiting since this morning, and there's been some high-profile heats, and having to watch all those heats. The end of the day, you know, it's a long time to wait, and I think that Justin Bakray has the best of this. He opened with that 667. That must have made him feel really good. You know, wash off the day, get a solid score on the board.
Moffat just trying to stick away from everyone. He's got fourth priority. Doesn't really want to see these guys getting close to him. He wants to try and find something all on his own. Final minute. We're getting towards that now, actually, just over it remaining. And that priority is with the surfers in the advancing positions. That's bad news for people like Gentile. And for Moffat, we're about to get covered here by surfers heading towards them. And it looks like Justin is heading towards Ian. Meanwhile, Luke will go over and say hi to Moffat. 45 seconds now, and a calm ocean is not what you want to see when you're chasing down scores now.
Yeah, it's a tough situation when the two first surfers have priority over you. There's really not much you can do.
So Ian just going on a little cruisy paddle, seeing if he can try and just find something, just basically get in motion and see what happens. Final 20 seconds or so in this, our last heat of the day. It's been another fun day of competition, and this heat, well, it's going to finish in the next 15 seconds. Here's Bakray in live action. He'll flare up, and he'll go above the lip. Won't quite get the rotation done, but what he did do was block any sort of attempt from Gentile to try and come back there. Well, hang on, right behind him. Okay, here goes Ian Gentile, looking for a 5.56, and Luke Thompson, who had priority, just decides to drop straight in, as is his want. He got priority. That's technically his wave if he wants it. So I'm not exactly sure why Ian Gentile was gesticulating. A little shaka to say, all good, bro. So that heat, not really the classic we were hoping for the amount of talent out in the water. We were hoping for fireworks. The ocean was just a touch sleepy on that one, but it'll round out a really fun day of competition. And it's great news for Justin Bakray. And good news for France. We've got their coach in the studio with us at the moment. Alan, thanks for joining us, mate. Good luck for the rest of the event.
Thank you, boys. Happy to see the result in that heat.
Yeah, so your day's looking a little better now.
Yeah, it is.
Anything fun planned this evening? Dinner with the team?
We find dinner's always fun here. Like, there's plenty of good places. So we debrief a few things and get ready for tomorrow again.
All right, mate. Well, good luck. We'll look forward to seeing you back down here tomorrow. That'll wrap things up for a really fun day of competition. All sorts of big statement performances going down. A few raised eyebrows as well. A couple of surprises. We've got loads of talking points for our Corona Zero post-show. That's coming at you right after the break. We'll be breaking down a big day of competition on the Challenger Series right after the break.
Welcome to Kwadukuza, the destination for all seasons. Nestled on the breathtaking north coast of the Zulu Kingdom, this vibrant town offers something for everyone. Kwadukuza boasts several beaches that have been awarded the prestigious Blue Flag, guaranteeing cleanliness and safety for all visitors. Our inland region offers a world of adventure. Get your adrenaline pumping with thrilling activities like ziplining, hiking and off-road biking surrounded by the natural beauty of Kwadukuza's landscapes. Kids will love our animal farm, getting up close and personal with friendly animals. Immerse yourself in history as you explore the rich heritage and legacy of great leaders like King Shaka and Chief Albert Lutuli. Conveniently located just a short drive from King Shaka International Airport and Durban International Conventional Center, making it easily accessible for both local and international delegates, with an abundance of world-class accommodation facilities, dining options and attractions nearby, you can truly make the most of your time in this magnificent region. Kwadukuza, the heartbeat of the North Coast.
If you come here with respect, you're always going to have respect back. Also, the wave itself can put you in your place.
We're inching closer to the second showing of surfing in the Olympics. Are you kidding me? Tahiti is going to be the ultimate proving grounds.
This is Tahiti bound at stop number 6 on the WSL Championship Tour, the Shiseido Tahiti Pro.
The stage is just so perfect for someone to be crowned the Olympic gold medalist.
Good afternoon and welcome to the Corona Zero Post Show. Another massive day of competition here at Ballito on the Challenger Series. Some upsets, some big storylines. We're going to be breaking down all of those talking points. Joining myself, Paul Evans, Greg Emsley, Emma Smith. Emma, you quick run up here down from the beach there.
Yeah.
You got your steps in for the day.
Hiding my panting, keeping it calm. But yeah, there was so much action on the beach now. We had a South African in the water, so I did the quick sprint up.
All right, let's go down and hear from the winner of the last heats. Our happy Frenchman, Justin Becret, is standing by for a chat.
So talk us through that heat. You had a couple of good scores early on to establish a foundation to build the heat on, and you surfed a clever heat. There wasn't a lot of waves in that heat. Talk us through it.
Yeah, I had a clear plan in mind before going in the water, and as you might know, it doesn't always work out, but this time it did. I was waiting. I wanted to take the inside first thing in the heat and get the first good wave that was coming through. And I did, and then the ocean kind of fell asleep for some time. I backed it up, and then nothing happened really after that. Luke got a great wave, and that was pretty much it. It was pretty hard, pretty slow, but happy to make it.
It looked like towards the end of the heat you moved across to cover that priority as well, just to kind of lock it down. You got a good win now into the next round. What is the rest of the preparation for the rest of the Challenger Series here hold in store for you?
I've been working a lot these past few years, and I feel like I feel way better. I feel like I'm improving in many aspects of my surfing and my performance. So it goes it goes the right way, and I feel good. I just try to enjoy every moment of it, you know. It's part of the journey. That's what you got to enjoy.
Well, congratulations. You through the next round, and all the best for the rest of your run here in Ballito.
Thank you.
Yeah, great job to Justin Becret. Relieved to get through that one. A heat that started really strong for him, but went a bit slow with a bit of drama at the end that I think we're going to come on to. But for the meantime, like our main storyline for the day here, we've got a lot of top seeds, a lot of reputation. But I'll tell you what, every time you paddle out for a heat, it's all about getting the 2 best waves. Doesn't matter where you are ranked in the world. And we saw so many top surfers go out. And it's always a bit of a surprise because it's such a form sport, Greg. And people coming here from Australia surfing, well, you're thinking, well, you got some momentum behind you. We're going to tell you names like Madonna, Muniz, Matson, Moraes, Schilling, Lawler, all of them falling out of the draw. They're out. Big surprise.
It just goes to show it's what we talk about, how hungry everyone is at Challenger Series level, and nobody's safe in any heat. It's cutthroat. Today's been an amazing day of surfing. It's been, you know, a lot of good waves, not too many excellent waves, but loads of good waves in that scoreline, and it's just been competitive. Every single heat's been that you've seen that hunger coming from all our competitors.
Yeah.
Okay, Matson, recently of the CT, he's out. Of course, he'll have 3 more events to get going. He'll be back in California next time out on home soil. He's going to try and turn his campaign around. But another surprise in Fred Moraes, just off the back of that win down there in J-Bay. Going out of competition, Jet Schilling as well. Very highly rated world junior champion currently. And Jordan Lawler, he won the very last event there at Narrabeen. And he blazed out here, got a couple of 60s. He was looking good at this point, but a late charge came from nowhere in that heat. It was a really, really tough heat. But, you know, reputation, your standings, your ratings doesn't really count for anything. It's all about finding the 2 best waves, Greg.
Absolutely. And it's, you know, we reached the halfway mark after this event. So surfers have still got 3 big events with lots of points. They'll reset. So it's almost impossible to get a good result in every single event. So, I mean, obviously you want to capitalize on the good start they would have had through Australia, but they'll reset and California next.
How long do you stay angry for, though, after you've lost? How long does it take to get over a loss? Some of these guys, couple of days, couple of minutes, couple of weeks?
Different for each surfer, but, you know, grab a Corona and make it better.
Old school, I like it. All right, well, some of those upside down smiles, they turned into more conventional smiles with performances from some of our contenders. Obviously, on day 2 of competition, you can't win the event, but you can put your hand up with statement performances, and if you're getting 7s or even 8s, massive numbers, that's going to feel really good. Surfers like Emrod with just so much spark and extra flow, and he felt like he looked like he had a bit of an extra gear today, this guy.
Oh, just Emrod was so clean, but this heat was just exceptionally good. Nolan was on point. It's the most thorough I've seen Nolan surfing in a heat. He's always had the one big maneuver, sometimes doesn't complete the second. Today he was just putting those combos together wave after wave, and Emrod was getting like 3-turn combos. We saw this one, and gets some little air to finish as well, the air rotation, just for a well put together clean surfing.
Yeah, brilliant heat this one was to watch. Carlos Munoz got himself back into this with this kind of surfing, got himself a good number with that, but it was just that one significant score from him. And well, we talked about the talent and sort of how high the level is here, and we're going to see heavy hitters go down. That's kind of what we expect. That's sort of par for the course here on the Challenger Series with surfers, Emma, that have recently come from the CT, and maybe some of those sort of surfers thinking that, you know, I might get this go my way. We talk about that young generation coming through as well, and almost a bit of a feeding frenzy, particularly when we got 4 surfers out in the water.
Yeah, definitely. I was actually thinking earlier there was quite a solid mix of, you know, the veterans, world tour surfers getting knocked out, but then also some of the younger guys who have really been pushing those limits. And seeing everyone compete in good waves really starts to push the bar. So I think people, you know, were making heats because there was an excellent ride in that.
All right, well, a lot of good talking points from a big day of competition. Let's get into our top 5 moments of the day, and we'll roll with our moment number 5 here in the Corona Syrup post show. And this was Smorgs Sibulik. Put on a solid performance here, talking about surfers coming from the CT. A couple of years ago, he did those laps and got himself into the final 5. Blew it up this morning, Greg.
Oh, Morgan's on form. And, you know, you've seen him battle through events. So since you talk about being in the top 5, he's such a good surfer. I'm so stoked to see the form he's on for this event.
Hirota O'Hara, Emma, we had him in the studio. He was good value, and he looks super sharp out there.
Yeah, he does, and he was frothing, and yeah, I just liked his approach to it. He kind of said after his heat, you're never safe. You got to just keep getting or building on scores because everyone's good.
All right, how about this guy, the veteran Nat Young, just power hammering it here, and just went huge into the excellent range. Absolutely unstoppable. We've been talking about his backhand for years. It doesn't show any signs, Greg, of slowing down.
It's so epic and good to see. And we talk about the guys not having a good run in the top 10. Well, he had a bit of bad luck possibly in Australia. Now the luck's turning for him.
All right, Pupo Bros surfed one heat after another. And it was Samuel with a fresh hairdo who went well in his heat and sort of set the tone for the Bros. And then Miguel, Emma, blew up with stuff like this.
Yeah, he blew up, and it's always exciting when the brothers make the heat. I know they had quite a dramatic cut heat before this, so yeah, good surfing from both of them.
And then we talked about different ways of getting scores here. Levi Slauson going to the air and doing it so well. The judges loved his approach, and this is exciting for our crowd on the beach to watch.
Epic, and he's one of those names that come through with the young blood, and we've been speaking about it the whole week. There's a crew of youngsters that are just so good and have great styles as well, and pull those airs stylishly. I'm loving the young blood coming through.
Well, just watching through these highlights from the day, I guess one of the takeaways is it was so glassy and clean and smooth, and it stayed like that throughout the afternoon, which isn't something that we might always get here. Should we see what's in store for us over the next couple of days? We've got the Surfline forecast. And it's staying pretty true to form, and the fact that we're expecting a little extra kick up. We're not talking about it getting huge, but we're getting a little extra energy come through. This is how things are lining up.
Yeah, if you look at those couple of fronts moving down the south of South Africa, there's a lot going on. There's a couple of systems, and I think this is going to just, you know, even between the days that look a little bit lully in between the weekend when we're going to see a big push, I think there's enough pushing behind that to see like days like tomorrow and possibly Friday showing some decent surf, especially early on when the winds are light.
That's what we're looking at over the next few days. So some quality waves out in the water, and I just think this is sort of perfect conditions for these surfers on the Challenger Series to really blow up and kind of show us what they can do. It's going to be really, really interesting for a strong finish here, and see. We're going to be midway point when we wrap this one up. We'll have a sort of a picture over who's going to be heading to the Championship Tour. Of course, a lot of surfing yet to come before we get there, but great when we got good waves coming in the water. So tomorrow we're expecting sort of similar kind of stuff for today. Is that what we're thinking?
Every day we've been pleasantly surprised. So tomorrow I'm expecting we're going to see waves still pouring through here and lots of opportunities again. It's going to be waves. So
should we come back tomorrow and do it again? Yeah, what do you guys got lined up for tomorrow?
Yeah, I can clear my schedule.
Shall we say maybe a 7 o'clock call for 7:30 start?
Yes.
Well, I say
Thank you.
After a good day at the office, there's only one order of business left, really. Cheers.
Cheers.
7 o'clock call for a 7:30 start tomorrow morning. WorldSurfLeague.com. Thanks for tuning in. We'll see you tomorrow.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.